This is Audible.
Cyborg Warrior, a science fiction cyborg romance, Burning Metal, Volume 4. Written by Lisa Lace. Narrated by Michael Pauly. Chapter 1. Thunder was ready to kill. He scanned the surrounding prairie, keeping his eyes unfocused and looking for any movement that didn't belong to waving wheat or prairie grass. He wasn't sure if he would ever get used to living in the country, but the big house in a rural area of Colorado had suited the needs of the cyborgs. No humans lived for miles around. They needed time to gather together, think, and prepare. The silhouette of an elk broke the horizon, slowly walking as it ate grass. It occasionally paused to listen for predators. Thunder brought a rifle to his shoulder and peered through the scope. He was lucky enough to keep the plasma gun that had been installed in his arm when he first became a cyborg, but it was too loud for hunting. The thin air could have carried the squeal of its discharge for over a mile. Any other animals around him would be scared off by the noise. Even if he managed to squeeze off a shot, it would have obliterated the beast and left the meat inedible. He lowered the weapon again. The elk was out of range. He would have to wait for it to come closer, or get lucky and have another one come along. On another day, he might have tried to approach the animal. The kill would satiate the bloodlust he felt inside, and the cyborgs in the old farmhouse needed the meat. But it was approaching Savage's scheduled meeting time. Thunder turned and went inside the house. Savage, a massive cyborg with blazing red hair and brown eyes that dared anyone to challenge him, had quickly taken control of the group. It had been his idea to find a remote place where cyborgs could gather safely. Considering his size, vigor, and rage, nobody had bothered questioning him. They were cyborgs, and they had been soldiers. Something inside them wanted someone to command them. Savage had risen to the occasion. "Any luck?" The cyborg looked up when Thunder came through the door. Savage sat in a rickety old chair in the middle of what had once been a living room, looking at the broken windows, peeling wallpaper, and creaky floorboards. It was evident that no humans had lived in the home for a long time. The cyborgs didn't mind roughing it, as long as it meant they didn't have to deal with daily persecution. Thunder shook his head. "No, not this time." "It's just as well." Savage laid aside the gun he had been cleaning and stood. His short hair nearly touched the ceiling. "It's better for everyone to attend our meeting instead of being outside skinning and quartering game." The cyborg leader had been trying to get everyone in one room for some time now. Thunder wondered what was so important about it. The cyborgs had regular gatherings to introduce new members who had made it to their refuge, to share incoming news, or to discuss supplies that were running low. Savage didn't want to talk about any of those things. Something bigger than everyday matters was on his mind. Thunder followed Savage into the back room of the house. It was narrow and still held a long wooden table that humans had used for dining. In the beginning, the cyborgs had used it when they were eating, but they soon had too many bodies for the available space. Now they ate wherever they wanted to, but the room was still useful for meetings, as long as most were willing to stand. Savage called out to his fellow cyborgs. The roar was unintelligible, but carried meaning. The soldiers quickly filtered into the room and assembled in rows to hear their leader speak. "We have many things to discuss today." Savage sat at the head of the table. He gestured for Thunder to sit next to him, on the right. "The reports we intercept from the humans are becoming more troubling. The eradication project is ahead of schedule. Cyborgs are being destroyed all around us. It's time for us to do something to stop it." The group cheered. The dull yell was a dark and angry sound that rattled the remaining glass in the windows. Thunder refrained from celebrating, choosing instead to recall the sequence of events that led him here. Cyborg Sector, The government group in charge of turning humans into cyborgs and dispatching them into the field lost its funding once it became apparent that implanting a computer chip in a human body didn't always make them obedient. The next phase in cyborg history was the rehabilitation program. Sympathetic human scientists upgraded the cybernetic firmware to help them regain their humanity. The ex-soldiers went through rigorous training, and some of them even found jobs. After many years, everyone hoped that cyborgs and the humans would be able to live together in peace. But the software upgrades didn't always work. Some of the custom biochips weren't compatible with the new programming. A minority of cyborgs became uncontrollably violent. The staff at the rehabilitation program weren't able to stop them. The renegades were tranquilized and kept unconscious until someone in a higher pay grade figured out what they wanted to do with them. Eventually, the only solution was termination. The current plan for cyborgs was unofficially called the Eradication Project. Humans cried out for the destruction of all cyborgs, regardless of how well they took to rehabilitation. Protesters flooded into the streets, carrying signs and screaming, throwing bricks through every window, and demanding the removal of the non-humans who had infiltrated their society. The politicians didn't have to debate for long before they formed Purity Force, a select group of mercenaries specially trained on counter-cyborg tactics. The cyborgs had gathered in the old country house for their own protection. Savage continued. Things are only getting worse out there. You've seen the news videos showing humans congratulating each other for turning in their friends and neighbors. If the rumors are correct, soon they will declare open hunting season on cyborgs. The soldiers muttered and grumbled obscenities. What you need to understand is that there is no hope of improving our relations with the humans. Yesterday, a woman was raped by a cyborg in Chicago. We are no longer a nuisance to them. There are no more allies to help us. We are on our own. That's fine by me. A slim young cyborg stood up in the back and charged his plasma gun. The dull whine of the weapon filled the room. It's about time they started to hunt us. I've been waiting to hunt them. The swarm erupted in whoops and cheers. Thunder watched them carefully. He knew that humans were their natural enemy, but a group of cyborgs that were barely under control could be just as dangerous. We'll let them know what it's like for someone to get pulled out of their home and executed. Against his will, Thunder's voice was growing louder from the front of the room. If they intend to treat us like barbarians, we'll act like it. All we have to do is prove they were right about us. He thrust his fist into the air to drive his point home. The roar in the room was deafening. The floors and walls shook as the soldiers pounded their fists and screamed for revenge. Thunder gladly joined them, welcoming the pain in his throat as he let his voice come out at full blast. He had spent too much time running and defending himself. Savage waited patiently for the din to subside and was ready to speak again when the cyborgs could hear him. My comrades, there is one thing we must do first. It will be the perfect start to our new path in life and set the tone for future interactions with the humans. We cannot risk going into the streets alone and letting them pick us off one by one. The cyborgs were silent and attentive now, eyes gleaming and computer systems firing at full speed. Thunder could tell by the way they watched their makeshift commander that they were clinging to every word he said. They would willingly follow all of Savage's orders. So much for autonomous cyborgs. Purity Force took their last group of captives to New York City. Although I'm sure they would happily kill them without any further thought, a few humans have demanded an investigation into their supposed crimes. The humans are soft and weak. 20 of our brothers are rotting in an underground holding cell while they decide what to do. Savage's face looked grave as he explained the situation. The crowd remained silent. Thunder didn't fully understand what was happening. Why are they detaining the cyborgs? That hasn't been their way for years." Savage's jaw looked square and hard, and he ground his teeth together. Thunder wasn't sure if the reaction was because of his line of questioning or because Savage was so angry about their predicament. "From what we can tell, they think they can learn why the cyborgs committed their alleged crimes before the execution. Apparently, the humans imagine this will make them feel better about murder. We should be thankful. It gives us an opportunity to rescue them." Savage emerged from behind the table, pacing up and down the rows of cyborgs as he spoke. "We're going to get to New York City. We're going to find that holding cell. Then we're going to tear them apart, limb from limb, and save our brothers." The cry from the group was a crescendo that resonated through the rickety old structure. Thunder joined them, feeling the heat deep inside him rise to the surface of his skin at the thought of getting back at everyone who wanted to erase cyborgs from existence. They would no longer need to hide from the world as they watched, waited, and occasionally starved. They would free their comrades. The newly rescued would join their ranks. Cyborgs across the country would see their success and choose to fight their way to a better future. Chapter 2. A spring wind lifted Melissa Quinn's hair off the back of her neck and threw it over her shoulder as she walked across the quad. She smiled as she brushed the light brown tresses out of her face and thought about the cute guy who sat behind her in Eastern civilization. He was smart, good-looking, and he had even picked up her books one time when she had dropped them. Maybe one of these days she would have enough courage to introduce herself. Reaching her dorm, Melissa threaded her way through a crowd swarming the front steps and continued walking down the hallway. With spring break approaching, it looked like the very first day of the fall semester in the enormous building. Some students were scurrying back and forth, dragging heavy suitcases, while others lounged in doorways with red plastic cups in their hands. College life had been intimidating at first. Coming all the way here had seemed like a mistake on her first day. Everyone was different from the people back home, and she didn't know a soul. Melissa had spent the first night in her dorm room quietly crying and wishing she could be back in her bed. Going out of state to get the college experience wasn't worth it. But after the first week, Melissa had realized that her experience was only going to be as good or as bad as she made it. Joanna, her roommate, was outgoing and boisterous. She dragged the poor country girl out to every party she knew of, and Melissa slowly became more and more comfortable around the crowds. Within a few weeks, she was dressing differently, using new phrases when she spoke, and staying up late with friends instead of studying. Melissa knew that she wasn't a completely changed person. She preferred to err on the side of caution when it came to partying, and she never put herself in a situation where she wasn't comfortable. There was always a ride waiting for her, and she had a standing policy to never slip off alone with a boy. "Melissa, what are you going to do for spring break? You should head down to the beach and show off your hot body." The voice belonged to Doug, a cousin of one of the other girls in the dorm. He seemed to be everywhere and hit on anyone who passed by. Even though he wasn't singling her out, his comments still made Melissa blush. She could feel her cheeks burning as she walked by, looking at the floor instead of up into Doug's handsome face. "No, I think I probably won't go anywhere." "That's cool. I was thinking about staying here myself." He left the door he had been leaning on and followed her down the hall. "There are going to be tons of parties around here. You and I should hang out sometime." He took a swig from a beer bottle. Doug was following her too closely, and Melissa could feel the heat of his body. He was definitely hot, there was no question of that. She'd seen him strip off his shirt after he had consumed a couple of drinks and was eager to show off his abs. If Melissa was honest with herself, she had wanted to reach out and run her fingers down his washboard abs. But he wasn't the kind of guy she wanted in life. To Doug, she was just another girl. "I forgot. I think I'm going home for the week." "You don't want to do that." Doug reached out to grab her waist. He spun her around and forced her to face him. Going home is boring. There's no action there. Doug pressed his body against her, ostensibly to let someone else get through the narrow hallway. Melissa flattened her hand against his chest, trying to protect herself while simultaneously fighting to ignore the hard muscles underneath his thin t-shirt. You're right, there isn't, and that's just the way I like it. She managed to disentangle herself from his body. His fingers brushed across her hip, but she imagined it was an accident and rushed into the sanctuary of her dorm room. As it turned out, her room wasn't safe either. The cute guy who sat behind her in Eastern civilization was inside. To be more specific, he was on her bed. Melissa blinked and swallowed, wondered if what she saw was real. The image in front of her didn't change when she opened her eyes. She had no choice but to accept it. Joanna was on the other side of the room on a different bed. Other students lounged around on the couch or rug. Another one sat backward in the desk chair. They were all focused on a video playing on someone's phone. What are you guys watching? Melissa's voice sounded tentative. Joanna, a plump girl with thin hair that was always slicked back into a ratty ponytail, patted the mattress next to her. What do you think? Something is happening with the cyborgs again. Melissa's stomach lurched. She had heard a lot about these creations who were something more than human. She had seen the documentaries about how they had started out as donor bodies, and surgeons converted them into killing machines. When her parents learned she was leaving the farm and heading for a bigger city, they started warning her about the danger of these creatures. They were intimidating and unpredictable. If she had it her way, she would never run into one. The person broadcasting on the phone wrapped up her story. Groups of liberators are forming all over the country, protesting the totalitarian actions of Purity Force. Wow. Joanna's pale eyes remained focused on the tiny screen. That's quite a surprise to me. Nobody has ever stood up to Purity Force before. It's about time, if you ask me. The cute guy was speaking. Melissa stiffened as she remembered that he was in the room. It isn't right to round up the cyborgs like cattle and kill them all. Some of them are dangerous, but there must be good ones and bad ones. Melissa, you know Jake, don't you? Joanna smiled and winked at her. Melissa had told her roommate about her crush many times. Shaking inside, she tried her best to play it cool. Oh, yeah. You're in one of my classes, aren't you? Jake nodded and stood, holding out his hand for her to shake. Yeah, Eastern Civilization. I sit behind you. It's nice to meet you. Melissa smiled. She was thrilled to be talking to him, but she didn't want to be doing it in front of a group of people. What are you doing here? I mean, not that you can't be here. You just surprised me. Joanna stood up, too. Jake and his friends are thinking about starting a local liberation group. It sounded interesting to me, and I invited them over. We all have a passion for something. Melissa knew almost nothing about the liberators. She heard her friends mention the group in passing, but she usually tuned them out when they started talking about it. We're planning an official meeting tonight at the Student Center. You should come and hear what everyone has to say. You might be interested in it. I've got to go now. Bye. In a flash, he and the other students vanished, leaving Melissa and Joanna alone in their room. I'm sorry about that. Joanna slammed the door and leaned against it. I was talking to him about the Liberator stuff, and I was trying to figure out a way to get him over here at the same time as you. I didn't intend for you to waltz in here and find the man of your dreams sitting on your bed. Melissa glanced at the spot on her mattress where Jake had been sitting less than a minute ago. It felt like it had been a dream, but she had his image burned into her mind. He had long, dark hair pulled back at the nape of his neck. The hairstyle paired perfectly with his wireframe glasses and the smart set of his mouth. He was exactly the type of guy she had imagined she would fall for if she went away to college. Not only were they on speaking terms, but he had even been into her room and touched her bed. It's okay, she mumbled. But next time, shoot me a text. I like to be prepared. You might not have to worry about it. Joanna had a huge grin on her face. If you start going to his meetings, you'll see him all the time. I bet you'll be the one inviting him over before long. Do you think I should go? Melissa finally took off her backpack and dumped it on the floor at the foot of her bed. I don't know anything about cyborgs. Joanna shrugged as she flopped down onto her mattress. I don't think that matters. It's going to be like any other club around here. Everyone wants a lot of warm bodies so they can feel important. All you have to do is show up, nod a few times, and yell when everyone else yells. It should be a piece of cake. Melissa decided to take her roommate's advice and made her way across campus to the student center in the evening. Her stomach trembled from both nerves and hunger, but she couldn't eat a thing. She passed by rows of vending machines without a second glance, knowing that whatever food she tried to force down would just be coming up again. Judging by the size of the gathering in her dorm room, Melissa thought the meeting would be small. She imagined 5 or 6 people hanging out to talk about Liberator stuff, which meant she would get plenty of alone time with Jake. Her hands were trembling. As she walked around the final corner and entered the meeting, Melissa stopped in her tracks. She spotted Jake immediately, sitting at a table and speaking enthusiastically to another student. But there were more than a handful of people here. There were enough to fill the entire room. I'm impressed, she muttered under her breath as she looked for a seat. She hadn't expected lots of people to be interested in cyborgs. Melissa! Thanks for coming! Over here! Jake had spotted her, and he gestured for her to join him near the front of the room. You got quite a turnout tonight. Melissa had no idea what to say, but she needed to say something. Isn't it great? Jake rubbed his hands together enthusiastically. I knew you and I would be here, but I never thought it would be like this. There are so many people here who believe in the cause, just like you and me. She tried not to grimace, unwilling to start an argument in a room full of cyborg aficionados. Melissa wasn't sure releasing the cyborgs was a good idea. They were designed to be killing machines and would never be anything more. But she was prepared to say whatever it took to make Jake happy. Take a seat right up here by me. Jake pointed at the chair adjacent to him, and Melissa obediently sat down. We're going to start up in a minute. Do you have anything you want to tell everyone? Feeling like she might pass out from the pressure of public speaking, Melissa shook her head. No thanks. I think I'll sit back and watch for the first meeting. Jake nodded. That's a good idea. Keep an eye on the crowd for me and see how they react. We'll learn what we can do better next time. Melissa nodded dutifully, even though that hadn't been what she had meant at all. She didn't care about what people thought they could get out of these stupid meetings. She only wanted to watch Jake so she could see what he did and how he thought. All right, everyone, I'd like to get this party started. Please make sure you've signed the guest book. It's right over here on this table. He pointed to a little table near one of the doorways. It looks like it's just a notebook. Maybe it is for now. But if this group grows, it'll become more than a collection of papers. We aren't like everyone else. We're not bloodthirsty assholes who think only those exactly like them should be allowed to live. The students turned around and watched Jake with mixed reactions. Some sat up, bright-eyed and interested, while others reclined in their chairs with dull eyes. Melissa wondered if they had accidentally wandered into the room. What about the cyborg who raped a woman? Someone asked from the back. Do you think he should have the same rights people do? Several students nodded their heads in agreement. Jake had apparently prepared for this question. We can't judge the cyborgs as a whole based on the actions of just one of them. Rape is not a new crime. Plenty of humans have broken the law, and in worse ways than the cyborgs. The student questioning him seemed satisfied with the answer, and Jake continued talking. When I was a kid, we had a new neighbor move in down the street from us. He was a single man, and I could tell right away that he was a little bit different. I couldn't figure out what made him so unusual. The other kids in the neighborhood didn't want to have anything to do with him. They would run when they had to pass in front of his house, screaming things like "Metal Man" or "Hungry Robot." I'm ashamed to say that I was one of them. Jake looked more confident the longer he spoke. His hair shone in the bright lights of the room, and he seemed at home in a university setting. Melissa could easily imagine him becoming a professor or a philosopher. She had already lost any interest in the crowd and had eyes only for Jake. Over time, I came to understand that my neighbor was not so strange. He mowed his lawn on the weekends like everyone else. He went to work and came home in the evening like my father. At Christmas time, he even put lights out in his yard. I started waving to him when I rode by on my bike. He always waved back. My dog escaped from the yard, and my neighbor brought him back to me. I came to understand that he was my friend. He started pacing in front of the table as he spoke. Melissa admired the fact that he didn't notice if a few students weren't listening. Jake had a story to tell, and sharing it was all that mattered to him. If you couldn't guess, my neighbor was a cyborg. Last year they took him away. Purity Force showed up in the middle of the night with flashing lights and blaring sirens. They dragged my neighbor out of his home. They threw him in the back of a van, and I never saw him again. Melissa had heard plenty of stories about what the cyborgs did wrong, but nobody ever talked about what they did right. She had never heard about them acting like regular people. That probably wasn't an interesting news story. She sat up in her seat, eager to hear more. You all know about Purity Force and the Eradication Project. Every day, we take cyborgs to the slaughterhouse. Their only crime is existence. They didn't make themselves. We did this to them. We created them. And now we think we can kill them. Are we gods? I say that we should no longer support these vile acts. Who's with me? The crowd had gained interest, and they started to show their support with hollers and cheers. Melissa was proud of Jake. He had taken something that hurt his heart and turned it into something good. It didn't matter that she'd had nothing to do with the debate over cyborgs until 5 minutes ago. She was prepared to follow Jake, wherever the path took her. Thank you. Jake bowed his head. Your support means everything to me. I promise you that this is only the beginning. Chapter 3. You were amazing tonight. Melissa knew she was gushing, but she didn't care. She was walking back across campus with Jake. She had patiently waited as the other students dispersed, and her reward was a chance to be alone with him. I've been in class with you for a long time, but I had no idea you could be this passionate about something. She was intensely aware of his presence at her side, and it made her chest tighten. So you did notice me. He gave a small laugh. Before tonight, I'd assumed you had a boyfriend back home, and you were trying not to talk to any of the boys. Melissa laughed too, but Jake had spoken the truth. She didn't have anyone waiting for her back home, but she had done her best to avoid the opposite sex. Boys were scary, and she wanted to find one who would treat her well. She brushed her hair back behind her ear. I wouldn't say that. I just assumed the same thing about you. Melissa had hoped that the hot guy behind her in class was single, but part of her thought he had to be in a relationship. Someone as good-looking as him shouldn't be wandering around alone. Jake's hand found hers in the dark, and an electric tingle shot from her fingertips into her spine. Would you like to come back to my room? I have some information from the other Liberator groups. I'd like you to look them over and see what you think. That sounds interesting. Melissa couldn't understand why her opinion on them mattered. She was little more than a bystander in the organization. Melissa had done nothing but express mild interest, and that was because of her attraction to Jake. If the words had come out of someone else's mouth, she might not have listened to them, but she didn't want to blow him off. It would ruin any chance for her future. You know something? Sure. That would be great. He grinned, and she could see the whites of his teeth in the darkness as they passed between buildings. Thanks. Joanna told me you're an English major. Melissa nodded, grateful that the dim campus lights hid the flush overtaking her cheeks. She had no way of knowing if her roommate had volunteered the information or if Jake had asked. Either way, they had been talking about her. I've always been interested in the written word. I've had some counselors and teachers tell me not to bother because I won't make any money, but I love it. I can't imagine doing anything else. Jake gripped her hand more tightly, pulling her closer. That's what I like about you, Melissa. You follow your gut. It doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. Don't let them tell you your skills aren't useful. Having an English major look over these pamphlets is just what I needed. Girls weren't allowed in the boys' dorm after dark, but he didn't take her through the front door. He ducked down an alleyway and boosted her up on the dumpster. That window should be open. Melissa slid through the opening and into the darkness of a laundry room. She nearly twisted her ankle, landing on the tile floor, but she made it through unscathed. Jake came after her with a landing that could have come from an Olympic gymnast. He looked fantastic. Her heart pounded in her chest, and she tried to slow down her breathing. Jake took her hand again and led her out of the laundry room, through the hall, and up several flights of stairs. We'll have to get past the resident assistant's room. It's the third one on the left. He's usually out by now, but there's no point in taking extra risks. Soon enough, they were closing the door to Jake's dorm room behind them, laughing quietly. What about your roommate? Jake turned on a lamp. His room was almost identical to Melissa's, except the comforters on the beds were blue and black instead of purple and teal. He's gone. I guess the professors let him take tests early because he has something happening back home. It's just you and me tonight. He plopped down on one of the beds and pulled a small stack of pamphlets off the desk. Melissa sat next to him, at once both embarrassed and thrilled to be sitting on a guy's bed with him. The knowledge that her presence was forbidden made the experience exciting, and she hoped he didn't notice her hands shaking as she took the folded pieces of paper from him. You can take your time with them. There's no rush. Bring them back with you and let me know if you think I should change anything. I probably shouldn't worry about something as petty as a typo when there are lives at stake, but I want people to take us seriously. The light from the lamp cast long shadows on his face that didn't reduce the allure of his features. Her heart sank into her stomach. Jake said he wanted her to take the pamphlets back to her room. Was she completely misreading him? Why would he sneak her into his dorm room if he only wanted someone to do an editing job? He could have met up with her the next day and given them to her then. Okay, I'll make sure to do a good job. Thanks. She felt awkward and unsure of herself. Melissa? Her name sounded like music on his tongue. Has anyone ever told you how beautiful you are? The compliment startled her, and she turned her head to look at his eyes. Was he serious? He kissed her suddenly, and she knew he meant what he said. Jake wrapped his arms around her and leaned back until they lay on the mattress and let their tongues explore each other. Melissa could feel every part of his body that touched her, from the roughness of his tongue to the gentle pressure of his hands as they swept over her back. Her core was on fire, and she put her arms around his neck to pull him closer. Jake's hands lifted her shirt and began roaming over her skin. He ran his palms around her waist and up her ribs until they cupped her breasts through her bra. He didn't break their kiss as he slid one hand to her back and found the clasp. Melissa arched her back to allow him access. The lacy scrap of cloth easily came undone. Jake pulled up her top. He was no longer willing to let her shirt come between them, and took her nipple into the heat of his mouth. Melissa twisted her head in ecstasy as he nipped and sucked. She could feel the weight of his muscular body on top of her, and the hardness in his jeans. "God, you're amazing," Jake murmured as he moved to her other breast. "Do you know how long I've wanted to do this to you?" She ran her fingers through his hair as she stretched out like a cat on the bed. "I have no idea. Tell me. I've sat behind you every day in class and watched you. I didn't even listen to the lecture half the time because I was fantasizing about bringing you back into my room and having my way with you. You're kidding me." Nobody had ever talked to her like this, and she wanted to hear more. "Oh, yeah. I wanted to see if you were just as hot without your clothes as you were with them. I wanted to bend you over this bed and ram my cock into you. Now I'm finally going to get my hands on your juicy ass." Jake's hand left her breast and made its way down, dipping into the front of her pants. Suddenly, Melissa realized what was going to happen. This wasn't just a make-out session. She barely knew this guy. Her legs automatically clamped together, and she tried to sit up. "Jake, I think I need to go." He shook his head as he tried to push her back down onto the mattress. "You can't, Melissa. I have needs." She wriggled out from underneath him and tugged her shirt back down. "I know you do, but I'm not comfortable doing this here." It was a lame excuse, but it was the best one she could come up with quickly. She couldn't tell him that she was scared, and all the relationships made her turn and run. The door's locked. Jake had an earnest expression on his face. "Nobody will ever know." "Please don't do this." She sank her teeth into her lips, hoping it would hold back the tears threatening to fall from the back of her eyes. "I just want to go home." He sat back and sighed. "Fine. But I don't know when we're going to get another chance like this." Melissa didn't want to lose him. He was everything she had ever dreamed of, and now she had gotten herself wrapped up in the liberators for him. But she wasn't ready. "I'm sure we'll come up with something when the time is right." The corners of his lips turned up, but he didn't look convinced. "Yeah, okay." "Do you know the way out of here?" She couldn't be certain, considering the building was in complete darkness, but it was similar to the layout of her dorm, and she didn't want Jake to see her cry if she lost her composure. "I think I can take care of myself. I'll see you soon." She slipped out of the door and down the hall, sneaking slowly by the resident assistant's door before she reached the stairwell. Melissa pulled herself through the window and ran into the night. Chapter 4. "Are you sure about this?" Joanna got down on her hands and knees, looking for a missing sweatshirt under her bed. "I'd go with you guys, but I made my spring break plans months ago, and my plane ticket isn't refundable." Her roommate smiled, despite her nervous stomach. "I'm sure. We'll be okay. Let me know how everything goes at the beach." Melissa's phone chirped as she grabbed several t-shirts from a drawer and threw them in her suitcase. Jake's number flashed on the screen, and she took a deep breath before answering with a shaky voice. "Hello?" "Hey, it's Jake." Despite the early hour, he sounded cheerful and energetic. "I just wanted to make sure you're still coming on the trip." "Yeah, absolutely." Melissa let out her breath. She'd been worried that he was going to tell her she should stay at home. After their awkward encounter in his room the other night, there was a good chance he didn't want to have anything to do with her. However, she was still part of the group receiving the reminder text about their departure time, and she didn't want to miss a chance to make things right. "Are we still leaving at 8? "That's the plan. I picked up the rental van last night, and I'll be out in front of the student center by 7:45. There was a slight pause, and Melissa drew her breath in again as she waited for Jake to continue. "Listen, I'm sorry about the other night. I didn't mean to upset you or anything. I guess I just got overexcited." "No, I'm sorry." Melissa sat next to her suitcase and ran her hand over her face. "I was just nervous. It's been a while for me. Everything is my fault." She hadn't been able to stop thinking about that night and what she could have done differently. Even while she was taking her chemistry exam, she kept imagining what might have happened if she had let things continue. She wouldn't panic if there was a next time. She would let things progress and see where they went. A guy like Jake, or any guy for that matter, wasn't going to wait forever, and she was lucky he was still willing to talk to her. "It's not a problem. Can we start over? I don't want anything to be awkward between us while we're on the trip together." "That sounds good to me. I'll see you soon." Melissa ended the call with a smile on her face. She had worried for nothing. There would be plenty of chances in the upcoming week when she could make up for the teasing. Jake had announced at the end of the Liberator meeting that he wanted to lead a trip to rescue a group of cyborgs in New York City. Purity Force was holding them for questioning. While it was true that none of the people in their group were experts in breaking and entering, they were confident that they could free the cyborgs. It would be far more effective than a protest, Jake said, and it would show the supporters of the eradication project that they had strong opposition. As she threw a few pairs of clean panties into her suitcase, Melissa realized she still had some reservations about leaving. She'd never had a speeding ticket, much less broken someone out of prison. Jake had started referring to the trip as the Liberation Expedition, but she wasn't sure of her stance on cyborgs in the first place. Her parents had taught her that they were dangerous creatures. Up until a few nights ago, she had accepted their opinion without thinking about it. But Jake was passionate about the cyborgs. If she wanted to have any shot with him, she would have to go. Anyway, the drive was going to be an overnight journey. If Jake were willing to start over with her, it would be the perfect opportunity to let him know she had made a mistake. A mistake was putting it mildly. Melissa had always erred on the side of caution. Once she had crawled out of his dorm, made her way back home, and dried her tears, she had vowed to herself that she was going to live a little more dangerously. She wasn't going to let a second opportunity pass by her. With a sigh, Melissa picked her phone up again and dialed her parents' number. She hadn't said anything to them specifically about going home for spring break, but she knew they would be expecting her. It was an unspoken rule in their family. Good little Melissa always followed the rules, got good grades, and came home when she had the chance. When she thought about it, she was tired of being that person. It was time to be someone new, more exciting, and more adventurous. Melissa thought she deserved to do what she wanted for a change, and not what everyone else assumed she would do. "Hi, Mom. It's me." "Melissa, are you on your way home yet? I hope you aren't calling while you're driving. That's dangerous, you know." She heard the sound of frying in the background. "No, Mom, I'm not driving yet. Listen, I wanted to tell you something." "Oh, good," Miss Quinn interrupted. "I haven't finished everything I wanted to do before you got here. I changed the sheets on your bed, and I've got your dad mowing the lawn right now. He tried to tell me it didn't need cutting yet, but I want everything to be perfect when you come home. I still need to vacuum, though, and I was going to put an apple pie in the oven." "I think we should talk about that." The longer she talked on the phone, the less guilty Melissa felt about staying away. Her parents always made a big fuss about her arrival, and she felt it was a little overblown. Melissa could change sheets if she thought they were dirty. She didn't care what the yard looked like, but she would never tell that to her father. "What is it, dear? Is your car broken again? I can send some money for a bus if you need it, or even if you just want it, for that matter. I'm sure you're tired, and I understand if you don't want to drive." "No, the car's fine, and I'm not too tired to drive. But I'm not coming home this time." Melissa heard silence on the other end of the line. "Some of the other students invited me to take a trip with them. I know I usually come home, but this is something that's important to me. I'll get to see New York with some of my friends." The more Melissa talked, the more she felt like she was justifying the expedition to her mom. Asking for permission was the opposite of what she should be doing if her life was going to change. "I just wanted to let you know." The silence continued for a moment. "I see. I wish you would have told me earlier." Mrs. Quinn's voice was now like ice. Melissa could envision what her mom looked like as she stood in the kitchen with a phone to her ear, chin sticking out in anger like it always did when she was upset. "I should have said something before, but I wasn't sure about it until just now." Melissa flung a few pairs of socks into the suitcase on top of her t-shirts and panties and zipped it up. Pulling the big piece of luggage down onto the floor, she realized that she was acting like an idiot. They were going to be crammed together in a van for a few days, but Melissa was packing like she was going to take a commercial airline flight. Changing her mind, she grabbed a backpack, dumped out her books, and started stuffing her clothes inside. "Can we talk about this?" It sounds risky for you to go off with a bunch of strangers. New York City is dangerous. That's where they have all the cyborgs, you know. Did you see that on the news?" Her mom was starting to panic. Melissa nodded, even though Mrs. Quinn couldn't see her. "I know, but they have them all locked up, so it's safer than it was just a week ago." They would be free if the liberators were lucky, but she wasn't about to volunteer that information. It was shocking enough that Melissa wasn't going to come home. She didn't think her parents could handle it if they found out she was part of a cyborg rescue mission. With a tightening of her chest, Melissa realized that her folks might find out about it anyway. A cyborg breakout was bound to be national news. Should she say something just in case a camera took her picture or she got arrested? No. She would deal with it later. And so would her parents. "Give me the number of your hotel." There was a scuffle on the other end of the line as Mrs. Quinn searched through the junk drawer for a piece of paper. "I have my phone, Mom. I am always available." When Melissa had lived at home, she was never allowed to do anything unless her parents knew every detail. She had to let them know where she was going, who she was going with, and if any parents would be there. Her mom was notorious for calling to make sure Melissa was all right if she went to stay the night at a friend's house. Her dad tried to act like the cool parent, but he never stopped his wife from checking up on their daughter. "What if it dies or you have no service?" her mom countered. "I need to know where you're going to be. I deserve that much." "I don't know yet. We're winging it." That was partially correct. Jake may have mentioned the sleeping arrangements during the meeting, but Melissa hadn't been paying attention. She'd been too busy admiring him and listening to his silky voice. She could practically hear her mother shaking her head. "Oh no, that's no good at all. What if you can't get a good room? You're not going to be in the same room as a boy, are you? Let me get your father in here and we'll book a hotel for you. We can do it online." "No, Mom, don't do that. I'm not going to let you embarrass me from far away. There's a whole group going. We'll be fine. I'll call you when I get there. Bye." Melissa pressed her lips together as she hung up. Would her mom ever stop worrying about her? She was an adult, and she could do what she wanted, including staying in a hotel room with a guy. "Be careful, okay?" Joanna said as Melissa stuffed her phone into the back pocket of her jeans. "Will do. You too." Swinging the backpack up onto her shoulder, Melissa headed out the door and toward the student center. Chapter 5. As promised, a rental van awaited at the front of the student center parking lot. Jake stood outside the driver's door, texting rapidly on his phone. He looked up and smiled as Melissa approached. "I hope you haven't been waiting for a long time." Melissa looked embarrassed. "I had a few phone calls to make before I left." She wasn't about to tell him about the conversation with her mother. "Believe it or not, you're the first one." Jake stuck his thumb over his shoulder at the van. "Pick any seat you want. I hope more people are going to show up." Melissa walked around to the other side of the van and threw her backpack into the passenger seat. "Good. I call shotgun." Jake grinned. "Only if you promise to navigate for me. I've got everything programmed into the GPS, but it's still nice to have someone who can help find rest stops or gas stations on the way." "I can do that." Sitting up front with Jake meant she would have lots of time to talk with him. "I can even pull a few shifts of driving if you need a break." Jake raised his dark eyebrows. "Are you sure you know how to drive a beast like this?" Melissa eyed the van carefully. It was large, far bigger than a minivan, but she knew she could handle it. "It won't be a problem. I grew up on a farm. I've driven plenty of trucks and tractors before." His smile showed his appreciation. "I knew you would be the perfect person to bring along with me." "I think those guys are part of our group." Jake pointed to several students making their way across the quad with heavy backpacks strapped to their shoulders. "How many people are coming with us?" Melissa hadn't thought to ask before, but they were guaranteed to fail if only a handful of people joined them. Maybe it would have been better for Jake to wait for a few meetings before proposing the trip. The extra time would let him figure out who had truly committed themselves. It was too late to say anything about it now. They would have to take what they could get and hope it was enough. Jake shrugged. I would love to tell you that everyone from the meeting will be here, but not everyone thinks like us. The van holds 15 people. I think we'll come close to filling it. I've had a few people text me this morning and say that they couldn't make it. They're afraid. I guess so. Good thing we're fearless. Melissa wanted to be a chicken too, but she had already promised herself that she would go through with it. She had promised Jake too. He said that he needed someone to help him navigate. She couldn't bail out now. Over the next few minutes, 10 more people joined them. They introduced themselves, but only exchanged first names. At exactly 8 o'clock, Jake told the party to get into the van. He climbed in the driver's seat and turned around to address the group before they left. I appreciate everyone being here. It shows me how committed you are to the cause. It takes a lot of courage to go from saying you believe in something to getting off your butt and taking action. Several cheers rose up from the back of the van. Jake continued, I also want to say that I can't promise this will be a fun or safe thing. What we're doing is breaking the law, and we don't know what we're up against. The mercenaries are part of Purity Force because they have the types of skills that let them take down a cyborg. If there's anyone who has changed their mind, this is your chance to go back home. Once the van leaves campus, we aren't going to turn around. He waited in silence as he watched the group, waiting for someone to get up out of their seat and leave. His gray eyes were steely as he challenged them to stay. Jake didn't look at Melissa, which she took as a sign of his trust. He didn't invite her to get out of the van because he didn't want her to leave. He needed her. When everyone decided to stay, Jake nodded firmly. All right, I guess we're on our way. He started up the van and drove it into the street. Melissa enjoyed the warm sunshine streaming through the front windows as they made their way out of town. Sitting in the front with Jake made her feel important. He was the leader of their group and had selected her to help him. If everything went according to plan, they would come back to campus in a few days as national heroes. Some wouldn't be pleased with their actions, but it was a small price to pay for starting a revolution. Have you read any of the posts on the Cyborg Freedom blog? Jake asked a few hours later. He'd been talking nonstop about the cause since they had left the student center, and he hadn't gotten tired yet. He leaned over the steering wheel like it could help him get there faster. The gentle swaying of the vehicle was making Melissa sleepy. She had thought the caffeine from a large soda she had picked up at a gas station would keep her awake, but it wasn't helping. She blinked to keep her eyes from rolling up into her head. I don't think I've looked at that one yet. Jake shook his head. You've got to check them out. It's written by someone who used to work for Cyborg Sector. He won't give his real name, of course. Someone from the government would track him down and shoot him if they knew who he was. He talks about all the horrible experiments they used to perform on cyborgs when they were first developing them. Really? Sounds grisly. Melissa wasn't sure she wanted to know more. The cyborgs were once human, after all. It is. Jake nodded his head. That's why people need to know about it. The first biochips didn't work well. The initial cyborgs had a host of problems that never got fixed. Cyborg Sector just kept making more. They said it was all for science, and that the cyborgs didn't know any better, but the guy who writes the blog doesn't seem as sure. He argues that they are sentient beings and deserve the same rights as people. That makes sense to me, Melissa murmured. She was starting to feel queasy from the fast food they had picked up for lunch. Inwardly, she kicked herself for not doing more research before the trip. Melissa could have made a better impression on Jake if she had spent a few minutes studying the liberation movement. Searching her mind for anything relevant to say, Melissa turned sideways in her seat. Jake, how many cyborgs have you met? In person, I mean. I know you were talking about one who was your neighbor, but I was wondering if there were any others. Jake cast a furtive glance over his shoulder. The students in the row of seats behind them were asleep. He leaned over to Melissa while keeping his eyes on the road. To tell you the truth, my neighbor wasn't a cyborg. He was human. He was a little strange, but he never got dragged off to the cyborg incinerators or anything. He just went to a nursing home. Melissa put a hand against her mouth. She didn't want Jake to see her jaw drop open. You made up everything? Your heartbreaking story was a fairy tale? Jake shrugged. You gotta do something to get people interested in taking action. They're gonna pay more attention if the cause relates to their lives. I'm sure nobody would listen to me if I stood up there and said the cyborgs were humans too. People want something they can dig their claws into, something they can believe in. I guess you have a point. Melissa stared out the front windshield, uncertain about what to say next. Jake was either a genius or a con man. Maybe he was a little of both. Does that mean you've never met a cyborg in real life? Nope. But I'm ready to introduce myself. I've done a lot of research on them. I think I'll be able to let the cyborgs know we're on their side. We can fight next to them until they're out of their holding cell. It's going to be incredible. Jake looked like he was dreaming as he guided the van down the highway. What about you? Have you ever known any cyborgs? Melissa shook her head. She had grown up hearing about them in the news, but that was about it. Aside from her parents repeatedly saying that cyborgs were dangerous, they hadn't been a threat to their rural town. Her home was far away from any metropolitan centers. Cyborgs tended to stay in more populated areas. No, I can't say that I have. Jake smiled. I guess it'll be a learning experience for both of us. He reached between the seats and patted her hand where it rested on her leg. The touch didn't make Melissa feel any better. She had believed Jake's experience with the cyborgs made their group more qualified to go on a quest for justice, but if he had never even spoken with one before, how did he know he wanted to save them? Maybe they didn't need to be rescued by a group of humans. As usual, she kept any reservations to herself. It was too late to start losing confidence. As the sun dropped below the horizon, Jake steered the van off the highway and down an exit ramp. He wound around through several side streets before he finally pulled over. We'll stay here tonight. Melissa squinted in the dimming light, looking for a hotel. She had imagined inviting him into her room for a romantic night. It would be even more exciting if she knew they were on a dangerous mission, like two spies pausing long enough to make love before they risked their lives. But there were no buildings nearby, just trees and grass. There's nothing here. We don't need anything. We can sleep in the car. Jake gestured at the vehicle around them. I didn't think we'd want to spend extra money on a hotel room. The van is comfortable enough if we lean the seats back. A question came out of the rear. Isn't it early to settle down for the night? Jake shook his head. We need to get started first thing in the morning, so we should get some sleep. I'll see you guys when we wake up. He pulled the lever to recline his seat and lay a sweatshirt over his face. Disappointed, Melissa unbuckled her safety belt, adjusted her seat, and rolled over on her side as much as she could. So much for a hot and steamy night in a hotel room. She shifted her weight to try and get comfortable as she waited impatiently for morning to come. Chapter 6. Thunder put the last of the equipment in the trunk of the old car, stacking several containers of food on top of their weapons. He wasn't sure where Savage had acquired the old beater, but all they needed it to do was get them to New York. The old sedan had rust spots on the wheel wells and rips in the blue velour seats. The paint job had lost its clear coat long ago. Dagger, a cyborg who seemed like he could fix things and enjoy doing it, had taken care of the incessant knocking under the hood and made sure the taillights worked. A quick hack into the Department of Motor Vehicles kept the license plate number out of any Purity Force databases. They weren't all going to fit into the car. It wasn't easy to get a group of cyborgs to agree on anything, but they had concurred that putting 30 cyborgs on a bus would raise a red flag somewhere. The humans had advertisements encouraging each other to report suspicious activity to Purity Force. If the tip helped capture some cyborgs, the caller received reward money. The cyborgs had to make an effective plan, even if it meant it would take extra time. Thunder's car wasn't the only one going on the trip. They had parked several other vehicles in the big barn behind the house. It still carried the faint smell of large livestock. Even though the weathered boards bowed and buckled, it would hide their cars until the time was right. Each group would leave at a random time and take a different route to the prison. Thunder led a small band of 3 cyborgs who would arrive at the site first. Savage had a list of things for them to do before he came. "I want you to do as much reconnaissance as you can before I get there. We can only find out so much through satellite imagery and shaky news footage. We need to know specifics now. How many guards are posted? When are their shifts? How many entries and exits does the building have?" Thunder felt fortunate to be the leader of his party and proud to know he was trusted to go ahead of the rest of the group. Savage relied on him to get to their destination quickly, do surveillance without being caught, and report back. It was almost like being back in the service again. As he checked over the inventory of weapons and food one final time, Thunder's mind drifted back to previous battles. He'd been lucky enough to be around before Cyborg Sector collapsed and had gone on several overseas missions. The memories of the assignments haunted him in a way that made him long for the past. Cyborgs were once revered, as they served their designed purpose of fighting the country's adversaries and protecting human lives. Thunder could still feel the recoil of his plasma gun as it shoved his arm back during discharge. The desert sun was hot and dry on his shoulders, but it didn't affect him the way it wore out the humans. On the few occasions when combat degenerated to hand-to-hand fighting, the cyborg felt the pleasure of bringing out his blade and seeing it sink into flesh as the metal sent sprays of hot blood onto the sand. He didn't just long for those times. He hungered for them. He needed them. Thunder wasn't designed to sit around and discuss plans. He was made for action. If the humans had understood their creations and used them correctly, instead of trying to turn them into domestics, they wouldn't have anything to fear. All they had to do was follow through with their plans. Thunder could be hunting down the enemy right now. "Are you all right?" Thunder turned, startled by the voice at his elbow. It was Dagger, one of the soldiers selected for his traveling group. He was thin and wiry. No one would suspect him of being a cyborg after a casual inspection. His appearance was one qualification that made him perfect for the lead team. He wouldn't stand out in a crowd like some of the larger cyborgs. His mechanical skills also meant that Thunder's group would safely reach the meeting site. Dagger could even be sent back down the line to help repair other vehicles. "I was thinking about my days with Cyborg Sector. I was part of Black Squad." "What was your unit?" Dagger shook his head and adjusted his glasses on his nose. His face could still pass for human. Even though his eyes had degenerated, he was still useful. Unlike the rest of the swarm, who preferred to keep the short military cut required during their days at Cyborg Sector, Dagger had let his dark brown mop grow out into a shaggy mess. He ran his hands through it as he spoke. "White Squad. We were some of the last creations. I try not to think about those days." He fiddled with the wrench in his hand. "Why wouldn't you want to remember? Life was easy back then, wasn't it?" Thunder felt mildly disgusted at the idea that anyone would avoid thinking about Cyborg Sector. White Squad had never been known for tactical prowess. They came in to clean up the mess left behind by the other troops, eliminating any remaining enemies that remained hidden during the first wave of attacks and securing the area for humans. Dagger shrugged his skinny shoulders. "It's tough, you know. I was in the middle of rehabilitation before I escaped. I remember being in White Squad. but I also have memories of other things." Thunder narrowed his eyes. "Like what?" The thin cyborg held up the wrench. "What I used to do for a living, for one thing. It's like I've lived two different lives. Every morning when I wake up, I have to figure out who I am all over again. Am I a cyborg? Or am I a human who has gone through an awkward soldier phase?" "You're a cyborg." "I realized that I'm more of a cyborg than anything, but it's unsettling. I'm lucky there's a lot of mechanical work right now. Fixing things takes my mind off everything." Thunder nodded. He received a certain satisfaction from doing work as well, and it was reassuring that even someone like Dagger felt the need to do something useful. "I left Cyborg Sector early. Rehabilitation hadn't started yet." He could clearly recall breaking through an upright box serving as a prison cell before getting out of the big building. A few humans had been foolish enough to stand in his way, and died that day. "Are you saying you don't have any memories of being a human?" Dagger blinked up at him through his glasses. The big cyborg shook his head. "You're one of the lucky ones." Dagger gave a dry laugh. "They say I'm fortunate because the memories didn't make me go insane. If they knew the truth, they might change their minds." Savage, who had been supervising the groups as they prepared for departure, strode up to them. He peered into the trunk of the old beater and nodded with satisfaction. "It looks like you have everything you need. Are your instructions clear?" "Yes, sir." Thunder stood erect and looked his leader in the eye. "We'll head out in the morning, just like we planned." The leader clapped him on the shoulder. "Good. I'll be sending other groups out every few hours. Let me know when you get there. I don't like being the last one to arrive, but I need to supervise things from this end." Savage leaned in close to Thunder. "I want a good plan by the time I arrive, and I'm relying on you for it." He turned and headed off to check with the next group of soldiers. A day later, Thunder guided the rickety car into the city. They had pulled over several times for gas and maintenance, but they arrived without incident. The blonde cyborg would have preferred to drive one of the armored vehicles Cyborg Sector always used for missions. This car was cramped. The roof of the old sedan grazed the tips of his short hair, and the seat felt like it might collapse under his weight. Thunder had sensed the eyes of curious humans on him as he had stood by the gas pump and waited for the tank to fill, but he had done his best to ignore them. Interaction would compromise the mission. The morning sun made the pavement hot, and they drove through alternating patches of warm sunshine and cold shadows. The cyborg gripped the steering wheel tightly, eager to begin working. "We're almost there." Compass checked the navigation system from the passenger seat. Savage had chosen him specifically for Thunder's team. He was good with maps, and would help them get around the city. His eyes were the same obsidian color as his short hair. "Take a left up there, and we should find the motel." Clenching his jaw, Thunder followed orders. He wanted to use the navigation and communication systems built into their biochips. It was hard to avoid turning them on and accessing necessary information. But he had discovered long ago that the cyborgs had identifiable digital signatures that could be tracked with the right equipment. If he wanted to keep himself and his comrades hidden, he could not connect to the network. Once the Eradication Project and Purity Force were eliminated, he would be able to live again. Thunder and Compass waited in the car while Dagger checked them into the motel. He was the best cover they had, and they were going to use him as much as possible. The place was seedy, even considering a cyborg's lowered standards. Faded paint and broken windows covered the walls. The asphalt of the parking lot was cracked and full of potholes. Only half of the lights in the building sign still worked. Thunder smiled. With their ratty car, they would blend in perfectly. Dagger came jogging back to the car. "We're in. Our room is all the way down there." He pointed to the far end of the building as he jumped into the back seat. The small room had brown carpeting that had once been luxurious, but was crusted over with use. 2 beds were shoved up against the wall, covered with drab brown bedding and flat pillows. The place made the old farmhouse they had been staying in seem like a luxury suite. The cyborgs didn't bother retrieving their belongings from the car. There was no way to unload an entire trunk full of weapons and equipment in broad daylight. They couldn't use most of them anyway. They would be most useful when darkness fell, and kept them hidden. Thunder activated his infrared display. It looks like they only have a few guards stationed outside the building. I count 4. That doesn't seem like enough to guard 20 rogue cyborgs. He looked around, hoping he could see anything that would give him more information. I agree with you. Humans are usually cautious when cyborgs are involved. Are we sure we're at the right place? Of course we are. Compass checked his map. I've verified the location 3 times since we arrived. Thunder frowned at the building in the darkness. Once the sun set, they started moving on foot. It didn't seem safe to survey the target from street level where anyone might spot them. Instead, they had worked their way up to the roof of a neighboring structure. It didn't appear to be anything special compared to the surrounding industrial buildings. The architecture here was old and made of brick. Thunder couldn't see any of the glass and concrete skyscrapers which populated the most spectacular areas of the city. The building appeared to be an old factory. At one time it had high arched windows, but people had bricked them over long ago. No light came from the interior. Other than the guards standing on each side of the big structure, it didn't appear to be any different than other abandoned factories and warehouses. Thunder had been continuously scanning for weak spots to use as points of entry, but so far he hadn't found any. They've reinforced the building. Thunder mulled over potential rescue plans. They're not worried about protecting the exterior, because there aren't a lot of ways to get in or out. The real security forces are probably on the inside. Didn't Savage say the holding cell was underground? Dagger nodded. We'll have to get inside first, then go down. Getting out again will be a problem, but hopefully we'll have the help of a bunch of fresh cyborgs. The plan was becoming clearer to Thunder now. We need to learn about their shift change. When the rest of us arrive, we probably have a couple of hours before the next round comes on duty. The ideal time to strike is halfway through the shift. Their guards will be down, but we'll have time before their replacements show up. Do you really want me to relay that to Savage? Compass offered. No. I'll do it. Thunder wasn't willing to let the other cyborg take credit for his plan. He hadn't known Compass long enough to sense if he was trustworthy. Besides, Savage had asked Thunder to report back personally. They didn't have time to play games or engage in power struggles. He was second in command. It was going to stay that way until Savage said something different. We still have to make some refinements. Let's make sure our brothers are all prepared first. We'll be moving in soon enough. Thunder turned his gaze back to the building and thought of the cyborgs trapped inside. With brute strength and a little bit of luck, they would soon be free. Thunder looked around proudly at the assembled cyborgs. Every team had made it safely into the city and was ready for action. He had spent over an hour reviewing different strategies with Savage. Eventually, the two agreed on a plan of action. Compass had located an abandoned warehouse not far from the mission objective. All the cyborgs were gathered there to receive tactical instructions. Savage spoke as he paced up and down the room. There are 4 guards posted on the outside of the building, 1 on each side. You will leave this location in 4 separate groups. 1 team will be responsible for each side of the building. The southern squad will attack first. If the human security forces follow protocol, they'll all rush to defend that side of the building, leaving the other zones vulnerable. After they abandon their posts, the teams on the other sides will move in and attack. All weapons are available for this assignment, including plasma guns. A roar of appreciation arose from the cyborgs, but was quickly suppressed by their red-headed leader. It's too early to get excited. We don't need to hide our true identity right now. In fact, we want Purity Force to know we're the ones defeating them. But don't get into the habit of celebrating success until you win the battle. The cyborgs stood and split into groups, trickling slowly out of the building. Savage pulled Thunder aside. I like this plan, brother. I don't see how it can fail. Once we rescue these cyborgs, our unit will be twice as powerful. And there are more cyborgs to liberate. There are stories of several prisons that aren't far from here. Once they hear about our victory, they might start escaping without our help. Thunder nodded proudly. It's the beginning of a new era. Savage moved off to join the group attacking first. Thunder had decided to approach the building from the north. He wouldn't be part of the primary battle, but he would be one of the first ones to enter the building. Both responsibilities were honorable. The work hadn't been hard, but he thought he had done a good job with the plan. He stood in the darkness with his men behind him, watching the building, and waiting impatiently for the signal to proceed. Before Savage had the chance to send him in, other shadows came hurrying out of the darkness. When Thunder scanned the figures, they didn't have any cybernetic parts. However, they weren't dressed in the uniforms of eradication officers either. They kept to the shadows as they approached the building. Who are these people? Should we kill them? Savage's harsh voice came over their makeshift communication system. It used scrambled radio waves instead of satellite signals, and wasn't trackable like their internal systems. Thunder had no idea who they were. I don't know. Last night there were only 4 guards. He watched in bewilderment as the group split into 2 parts. One half sought to draw off the security guards by making a scene across the street from the building. They shouted obscenities and threw rocks. The other half waited in the shadows for the officers to react. Free the cyborgs! Purity Force sucks ass! Thunder slowly realized what was going on. He didn't want to report it to Savage. Even though it wasn't his fault, he knew that his commander would not be pleased. Of all the nights for this to happen, it had to be the same evening the cyborgs had chosen to carry out their plans. Sir, they're liberators, he muttered. What is a liberator? Savage's voice sounded harsh in his ear. They're cyborg sympathizers, confused humans. A low growl emanated from Savage's end of the radio. How did they find out about tonight? Do they think they're going to help us? Thunder quickly went over all the preparations they had done over the last week. There wasn't a role for an untrained human without enhancements or tactical skills. He had heard of cyborg advocate groups forming around the country. He had never seen them do anything besides shout in the streets and wave signs. This particular group must have decided to take matters into their own hands. I don't think we have a leak. It must be a coincidence, sir. They're not going to ruin tonight, Savage snarled. Go ahead with your orders. If a human gets in your way, just kill them. The priority is rescuing our brothers. Thunder agreed, and waited for the signal to advance. He tried to ignore the nagging feeling inside him that said something was going to go wrong. Chapter 7. We've come a long way together, but I still feel like you're holding out on me. What's the plan? What do you mean? Jake looked blank. Melissa blinked in surprise. How are we going to get the cyborgs out of there? Do you think you can walk up, tap the guard on the shoulder, and ask for permission to go inside? The sinking feeling she'd been having about the whole trip was starting to get worse. How could Jake make something a success if he didn't know what they were going to do? Jake shrugged. By now, Melissa understood the expression meant he didn't think her question was pertinent. The people in Purity Force are big, dumb brutes. They hire the guys with the widest shoulders and the most folds in the backs of their necks, not the ones with brains. You have a brain. Do you know a way to sneak in? Melissa asked hopefully. Nope. But we don't need to. We'll figure something out. Melissa had been leaning against the van, exhausted from not enough sleep and too much time spent cramped up in a vehicle. At his words, she stood upright and put her hands on her hips. She didn't care if she looked like a raging bitch. Jake deserved it. Then tell me what you're thinking. Everyone is hopeful, but look at us. We're a bunch of college kids. Life isn't a movie where we have a martial arts expert and a computer hacker and a guy on the inside. Get real and get a plan. Otherwise, I'm leaving." Melissa didn't notice the rest of the group come around to their side of the van and silently stand behind her. Everyone was waiting for Jake's answer. Apparently, she hadn't been the only one with concerns. Jake put his hands up defensively, palms out, but he never dropped his positive expression. "Calm down, guys. You're overthinking things. I have a plan, and I'm not stupid. We'll split into 2 groups. The first group will distract the guards by staging a mock protest. It'll start small, but we've all seen how many demonstrations can turn into a riot. They'll call everyone over there to deal with it, and the rest of us will go inside." "Don't you think they will have security on the doors?" Kenny was a tall guy with long hair who had spent most of the van ride sleeping with his headphones on. Holding up one finger, Jake grinned. He reached under the seat of the van and pulled out a bag of tools. "That is the one thing I prepared for in advance. On the internet, you can order any lock-picking instrument ever created." Kenny raised an eyebrow. "That might have been useful 100 years ago, but what if it's an electronic lock? Those old things won't do us any good." "We don't have to worry about that, Kenny. It's an old building, and Purity Force hasn't had the time to upgrade it. They needed a place where they could store the cyborgs quickly and easily." "How about weapons?" Kenny folded his arms across his broad chest. Melissa couldn't help but admire the ripple of muscles under his t-shirt. Maybe she should hang around him during their coup attempt. "I know Purity Force is going to have guns. What did we bring?" "You're acting like I didn't think about anything." Jake gave a placating smile. "If you were so unsure about the cause, why did you come all this way before asking your questions? What you need to understand is that the Liberators are focused on preserving life, not ending it. We don't need weapons because we aren't going to hurt anyone. That's not what we're about." He licked his lips as he surveyed the small group. Melissa imagined she could see the thoughts as racing through his head. Jake hadn't prepared enough. Everyone was starting to realize it. If he didn't say something quickly, he would have a mutiny on his hands. At this point, Melissa thought that might be a good thing. She was prepared to offer to drive as long as they kept Jake in the back. "Are we going to stand down and let them torture or kill cyborgs? Is our lack of training an excuse? We don't need special skills to get past these goons. We have justice on our side. You might think it's risky, but wouldn't you want someone to take a chance for you? Don't let your fears get in the way of having a brilliant future." Jake raised his fist in the air as a fierce expression appeared on his face. The rest of the group nodded, pounded their fists, and murmured their assent. While there wasn't the same amount of enthusiasm Melissa had seen at the Liberator meeting, Jake had managed to keep the group following him. She didn't want to admit that the ability to control a crowd turned her on, because he had looked like an idiot with his lackadaisical attitude, but Melissa still felt a shudder of passion ripple through her as she saw the crowd rally to his side. Maybe she would still find a chance to finish what they had started. Melissa shook her head as she got back in the van. Her evening with Jake had gotten her horny, and she needed to do something about it soon. A few hours later, Melissa found herself crouching on a dirty sidewalk. Half of their party emerged from the shadows to distract Purity Force. Jake had arranged the assignment so he would be teamed up with her. She'd been flattered at first, but she wasn't sure it was a good thing anymore. The distractors had a dangerous job. They might be arrested or beaten. Still, that might be preferable to entering a building full of cyborgs and guards. She'd run through every possible scenario in her mind while moving from the outskirts of the city to the holding facility. Melissa tried to focus on a positive outcome where they freed the cyborgs and escaped unharmed. It was hard for her to see success when images of her ending up in jail or dead kept passing through her mind. Melissa didn't want to call and explain to her parents what she was doing. On the other hand, she didn't want to lie bleeding on gum-covered asphalt. Her best hope was to stay wary and be prepared to run. "We're going to do this," Jake whispered in her ear. He groped around in the darkness until he found her back and slid an arm around her waist. Will you celebrate with me when this is all over?" He had a remarkable knack for chasing her fears away. It made her feel like a fool later, but she always enjoyed the sensation in the moment. "Absolutely." Jake's lips found her in the dark. He eased her mouth open and flicked his tongue between her teeth, tasting her before they put their lives in danger. He smelled like cologne and sweat. She could still taste traces of the coffee he drank before they arrived. She would celebrate with him, and she wouldn't stop herself this time. He tore himself away to watch the progress of the others, but she didn't miss the look of craving in his eyes. The mock protest was working. They had approached from the west side. The guard spoke rapidly into his radio. 2 other officers left their posts to assist him, leaving the doors unguarded. "Okay, guys, remember to stay together and let me talk to the cyborgs first. Once we've finished, everybody needs to get out of there and back into the van. Got it?" Melissa, Kenny, and the rest of the group nodded solemnly. Jake stood and dashed toward the south entrance. The remainder of the party trickled after him. It took forever to make their way to the door. Melissa thought she felt someone watching her as she waited for a bullet to hit her from behind, but they made it to the building without incident. The next problem was opening the door. "Shit," Jake muttered. It only took a moment to figure out what was wrong. The old rusty door had a brand-new keypad next to the handle. The lock was electronic. The bag of tools in Jake's hand was going to be useless. "We can't give up now." Kenny looked enthusiastic. "Try pushing the numbers or unscrewing it. Maybe we can just smash it. But if we stand here, something bad is going to happen." He cast a glance over his shoulder. The guards were still busy chasing down the protesters. Jake nodded and began randomly pressing buttons. The electronic lock beeped angrily at him, but wouldn't open the door. I don't even know how many numbers to put in." Melissa could hear the panic in his voice. "Let me try." Kenny pushed Jake aside and made a fist. He drew his hand back over his shoulder, preparing to show the lock where it could put its pin code. Before he could swing, a squeal sounded behind them. The lock exploded, leaving a gaping hole in the door. Melissa spun around, looking for the source, but Jake grabbed her arm as he shoved the door open with his foot. "It doesn't matter how it happened. Maybe it's fate. Let's just get in there." They streamed into the darkness. "Is there a light switch around here?" Melissa started running her hands over the wall. "Don't turn on the lights." Jake shook his head. "If we do that, they'll know exactly where we are." "I think they figured it out anyway." Kenny gestured at the sound of heavy footsteps behind them. The Liberators surged forward, but without a way of seeing where they were going, they couldn't get far. Melissa felt her boot catch on something on the floor, and she flew forward. Crashing on her hands and knees, she scrambled to regain her footing. The sounds of moving feet and panicked breathing surrounded her. A light turned on. Blinking, Melissa turned around to see a member of Purity Force standing in the doorway. They hadn't made it far. They were in a long, narrow hallway that stretched the length of the building. The guard had his gun trained on Jake. "I'm putting you all under arrest. Place your hands above your heads and go outside." Melissa knew when it was time to give up. She didn't want to go to jail. She immediately complied as much as possible while lying on the ground. A blast sounded from outside. A hole appeared in the middle of the guard's body that looked like the explosion on the exterior door. The guard remained standing for a moment. A look of confusion passed over his face before he fell forward with a sickening thud. The Liberators screamed and started to run. No one wanted to approach the dead guard's body. The pack moved in the other direction, going through the doorway at the end of the hall. After going down a steep set of stairs, they found themselves in an open, dimly lit room with concrete floors and walls. On the opposite side were another doorway and more stairs. Clear boxes, almost as tall as the walls themselves, ran along the perimeter of the room. Melissa had never seen anything like them before, but she could guess their purpose. These were cells Cyborg Sector had used to store the soldiers. She started thinking about the boxes as stasis chambers. It looked like a scientist or Purity Force member could keep a cyborg inert and harmless in one for a long time. They had made it. "How do we get them out of there?" Melissa squeaked. Now that she was about to achieve her goal, she wasn't sure if she wanted to open the boxes. A massive man occupied each one. The cyborgs stood straight and tall. They looked like they were ready to fight right now, but they had their eyes closed. Wires and tubes protruded from the back wall of each cell and into the soldiers, keeping them alive. Jake, apparently recovered from the incident in the hallway, boldly marched to the first cell on the left. He examined the electronic lock holding the door closed. "I need to talk to them. If we can free just one of them, he can help us get all the others out. After that, we're out of here." He randomly poked at the buttons on the box. Melissa didn't want to stand around and wait for something to happen. She started looking at a control panel near the doorway. With luck, there would be a command to release all the cyborgs simultaneously. It would be terrifying to see all the large men wake up and emerge from their cells, but she would have to overcome her fear if she wanted to get back out of the building. 2 buttons looked equally promising. They were both unlabeled. Melissa had her hands over one. She was about to depress the button when a voice growled in her ear. "That won't work." Melissa froze. She didn't want to face anyone from Purity Force. It felt like the skin on the back of her neck crawled. Someone was right behind her, but she couldn't see him. A hand wrapped around her waist and lifted her easily from the floor, while a cold metal barrel pressed against the skin of her neck. "Everybody get out!" The liberators all turned to look at the strange voice. Jake visibly paled as he took in the scene, and Melissa waited for him to do something to help her. Despite her doubts, he had brought them into the holding cell. They were close to success and couldn't give up now. But Jake stood rooted to his spot, only moving enough to point at Melissa and the man holding her. "Are you deaf? Everybody leave, or I'm going to kill her. I don't have time to deal with you." Melissa's pounding heart threatened to stop complete at his words. Was this guy part of Purity Force? She knew they could be brutal, but they weren't supposed to murder people in cold blood. She looked to Jake in fear. The head liberator stepped back from the cyborg cell in front of him and slowly raised his hands over his head. The man holding Melissa was blocking the way outside the building. Visibly shaking, Jake slipped past him and out into the hallway. The others quickly followed, leaving Melissa behind. "Take me with you!" Melissa screamed. She didn't want to be left by herself with a maniac who had a gun and had already threatened to kill her. Being arrested outside the building in plain sight of everyone else was starting to sound like a luxury cruise. When the noise of the Liberator's footsteps had faded into the distance, the man spoke into a radio. "I'm clear. Let's get it done." He marched across the room while holding her around the waist like she weighed nothing. He casually flung her into the far corner. "You're staying here in case your friends decide to come back." Looking up, Melissa realized her captor wasn't part of Purity Force at all. He was as tall as the cyborgs in their cells, with massive shoulders and rippling muscles on his arms. His close-cropped blonde hair shimmered in the flickering light, and his green eyes looked fierce as they stared down at her. Purity Force wore blue and white uniforms with badges. The man wore khaki cargo pants, dark boots, and a tight green t-shirt that showed off his body. What was most shocking about his appearance was the gun where his hand should have been. "You're a cyborg?" Melissa started to shake. "Did something give it away? Now keep your mouth shut and stay here unless you want the number of human fatalities to go up by 1. I have no qualms about killing you." He turned as another figure entered the room. Melissa knew instantly that the newcomer was a cyborg, too. He had red hair and a scarred face that was the stuff of nightmares. His hand had also been removed to reveal the tip of a gun. Where were all of these cyborgs coming from? The Liberators were supposed to be freeing them. Had they already released themselves? "They've called in reinforcements for Purity Force." The red-headed cyborg looked carefully at each of the unconscious forms. "We need everybody we can get, so let's take them all out of here." His eyes landed on Melissa. "Thunder, what is that thing?" "She's a hostage." Thunder didn't look at Melissa as he started to open one of the locks on the cells. "I used her to get rid of the other humans." "Why didn't you just kill them all?" Thunder shrugged. It was a surprisingly human gesture. "It got them out of the way, and I don't feel like tripping over bodies while I work." He pulled open the door of the first cell and reached inside to detach the cyborg from his life support system. "If you're going to keep a pet, make sure to feed it." The scarred cyborg looked doubtful, but posted 2 soldiers at the doorway and began to open the cells too. "Savage, where is everybody else?" Thunder had the first cyborg free. He staggered as he stepped out of his chamber, but understood the situation immediately and moved across the room to free his brothers. "There were more Purity Force officers in the building across the street. I'm not sure how they're getting around so quickly, but they might be moving underground." The door to the cell wasn't opening. Savage shook his head, gave up on the lock, and started punching it with his fist. It shattered after a few blows. "We should have spent more time doing reconnaissance. We'll do a better job next time." It was intimidating to see how quickly the men worked. They were powerful. Even though they had just fought Purity Force to get inside, they didn't seem to be winded at all. From her position on the floor, the soldiers looked even taller and bigger than they had appeared when she was standing up. The humans looked like children next to them. Their massive hands could crush her in an instant if she made a stupid move or said something incorrect. Her thoughts shifted momentarily to Jake and the rest of the Liberators. Would they get past Purity Force, considering that there were so many of them? Were they already lying on the sidewalk outside the building and bleeding out? The best scenario was if they were in the van already, and not thinking about Melissa at all. She was on her own. Jake had said that he would talk to the cyborgs. He thought he could convince them that some humans were their allies. But Jake had looked directly at Thunder and didn't even try talking to him. He had left her without looking back. Now there was no telling what would happen to her. Moving to the next cell, Savage glanced at Melissa again with a hungry look. "What do you plan on doing with that?" Chapter 8. Thunder hadn't planned on breaking open the building doors so the humans could enter. He had intended to send a blast from his plasma gun over their heads and scare them. He became distracted and fired too late, allowing the Liberators to get in his way. The shot that killed the Purity Force officer, however, was not an accident. He intentionally avoided looking at the human woman. Thunder could sense her presence, even when he couldn't see her, and her aura kept him from concentrating on his work. There'd been nothing in the plan about taking hostages. The cyborgs usually killed anyone who got in their way and asked questions later. But there was something about this girl that was different. Thunder had grabbed her in the doorway because he knew he could use her to help get rid of a nuisance. In the fast-paced processors of his mind, the only thing that mattered was getting the humans out of his way. The cyborg hadn't anticipated the feeling of her curves under her sweatshirt, the softness of her body, or the sweet, musky scent as he lifted her off the ground. Something different was replacing the bloodlust ruling his mind. It was new, but raw and powerful. It was an urgent desire that he couldn't identify. For now, he had a job to do. The captive cyborgs needed to be freed from their cells so they would have a larger force helping them fight their way back out of the building. It would have been easier if he didn't have to explain the woman's presence to Savage. However, his leader had asked, and Thunder had to respond. "We should keep her. For now. If Purity Force comes in here, we might be able to use her again. They won't want to kill a human." Savage shot him a hard look. "She's a cyborg sympathizer. They might not care if she's a human or not." Thunder opened the next lock. "Isn't it worth a try if she makes our job easier?" "Not if we end up killing her. We've already eliminated some humans getting here. The public will think she's innocent. Do we need another variable tonight? Are we supposed to protect a girl now?" The blonde cyborg knew better than to interpret the warning from his commander as sympathy for the girl. Savage wouldn't hesitate to kill the human if he thought it would help them. Thunder was determined to keep her alive and with them, for a little while, at least. He wanted to explore the new hunger she inspired. The dark sound of boots stomping caused Savage to stop his work and look up at the guards in the doorway. They let in the rest of the cyborgs, who immediately gave a situation report to their leader. "There are too many of them," Dagger said. "They've surrounded the entire compound. I don't see how we're going to make our way out of here." "We can do it!" Compass was eager to fight. "Their weapons are no match for ours. We can split up our forces and flank them. We're holding them off for the moment. We have time to figure everything out." "They're like rabbits. There are so many members of Purity Force that they might have cloned themselves. We'd be crazy to try and get out of here." Dagger adjusted his glasses with shaking fingers. Compass shook his head in frustration. "Stop acting like a human. If we wanted that kind of attitude, we would have kept them alive." His dark gaze slid across the room and ended on the cowering woman in the corner. "Oh, shit." Savage had a sharp glint in his eye as he pointed a finger at the girl. He looked at Thunder. "Get her out of here. We can keep her alive, but she doesn't need to hear our plans." Thunder nodded his assent. "There's another floor below this one. I can secure her downstairs before I return to help you strategize." "No. Stay with the girl." Savage's reply came quickly and froze Thunder in place. "We can't trust her. What if she's part of Purity Force? I'll let you know if we need you." The blonde cyborg knew guard duty was an assignment for a lower-ranking soldier. They hadn't created an official system among the cyborgs, but until this point, Savage had always chosen Thunder to be his second-in-command. He didn't need to waste his skills watching a human. Something had shifted, and he didn't like it. This wasn't the time to debate the issue. Thunder grabbed the woman's arm and yanked her to her feet, taking out his frustrations on her body. She yelped, setting off a twinge inside him that was as inexplicable as his other reactions around her. As a cyborg, he hadn't ever worried about emotions. He did his duty as a soldier. Once he escaped Cyborg Sector, he had only concerned himself with survival. Having any other ideas in his mind was unsettling. "You're coming with me." The woman staggered along behind him. He had noted a doorway and staircase that led further down below the building, and it seemed as good a place as any to keep an unexpected prisoner. The seclusion meant the other cyborgs wouldn't see his embarrassment at being reduced to guard duty. "You don't have to do this. Just let me go and say I escaped." She kept begging for her freedom as they descended the dark stairwell. Enough moisture seeped into the concrete walls to make them damp. The floor was dry, except for the edges. "That's not going to happen." Thunder reached the landing, pushed his way through a door, and found a light switch. It illuminated a single bulb on a chain in the center of the room. At first glance, it appeared to be a storage area lined with metal shelves along the sides. He noticed a narrow bed that folded down from the wall. They were in a bunker. "I promise I won't tell anybody about you. All I want is to get out of here and go home." The woman looked up at him with huge blue eyes that had tears at the edges. Thunder knew his brothers upstairs were relying on him to do the right thing, even if they didn't want him to attend their meeting. "Tell me your name and what you're doing here." His first instinct was to ask for her rank. Savage's suggestion that she was part of Purity Force sounded reasonable, but Thunder was skeptical. She was too young and soft for Purity Force. "My name is Melissa Quinn. We came here to save the cyborgs." She stood in the middle of the room, shaking visibly. "I find that hard to believe. How could a bunch of humans expect to get past Purity Force?" There had to be a reasonable explanation for why they came here. She wasn't making any sense. She nodded, and her light brown tresses enticingly flowed around her shoulders. It made Thunder want to reach out. grab the strands by the handful, and pull her head back to expose her white throat. He kept his fists clenched behind his back.
"I know it sounds dumb," Melissa admitted. "We didn't think anything through. We only knew that we wanted to help."
The girl slumped down onto the edge of the bed, wrapping her arms underneath her breasts. Thunder was unable to keep his eyes off her. He could still feel the outline of her body when he had held her, and he wanted to touch her again.
"I need to check you for weapons."
It was a reasonable excuse to touch her. Even if it wasn't entirely accurate, any weapons she carried wouldn't be a threat to a cyborg.
"I don't have any."
She sounded bitter, but resolved.
"Jake wasn't smart enough to think we might need them."
There was hope for this human after all. The cyborg was glad to see she didn't believe it was a good idea to start a rescue mission without bringing weapons. Thunder had a plasma gun built into his body. He wouldn't ever want to be without it.
"I can't take your word for it."
Thunder stepped forward and pulled Melissa to her feet. She stood before him, trembling and fearful as he slipped his hands around her body. The cyborg felt the gentle slope of her waistline, the smooth plane of her back and stomach, and the roundness of her ass. The girl had no weapons in the traditional sense, but her body was enough to bring him to his knees. Chapter 9. Melissa hadn't spoken during the search, but couldn't hold her tongue when Thunder had finished.
"Are you satisfied now?"
Her chin jutted into the air defiantly, like she dared him to touch her again. Thunder shook his head. She wouldn't do that if she knew what he was thinking. Not yet. It's something I plan to work on. Her blue eyes looked like passionate fire in the dim light. Thunder noticed the smoothness and perfection of her skin. It wasn't anything like the scarred and pocked flesh of the cyborgs. He turned away to avoid looking at it. If he kept staring, he was going to reach out and touch.
"Your name's Thunder, right? I heard you guys talking to each other."
Thunder kept his back to the girl. He was happy to let her think he didn't care about what she said.
"That's right."
He instantly felt like he shouldn't have answered the question. The human didn't need to know his name. Savage and the other cyborgs might not appreciate him volunteering any information. The woman gave a snort of laughter that echoed through the room.
"Did you pick that name yourself? Is one of you called Lightning, too?"
The cyborg turned around and grabbed Melissa by the waist. It almost fit between both his hands. He thought he could crush her easily if she continued irritating him. "Do you have a problem with it?" She flushed at the press of his body against her.
"Absolutely not. I think it suits you well, as a matter of fact."
He released Melissa as though she was burning hot. It seemed like she had the same conflicting feelings he had about her. One moment she acted scared, then angry, and finally something else. His body was telling him to do things to her that didn't involve asking questions or making sure she couldn't escape. Thunder wasn't sure which emotion was appropriate for the moment, but it seemed better to be angry with her than anything else. "Your friends nearly compromised our mission. We don't know what's going to happen once we get out of here. Humans have no business with cyborgs." Melissa reacted to Thunder's anger and fed the fire.
"We just wanted to help you. You assumed we were enemies. If you hadn't scared off my friends, we could have worked together. There would have been more people to fight off Purity Force and get to safety."
She didn't bother sitting back down. Thunder noted that she was trembling. "We don't need your help. We were made for fighting. By combining the forces of the cyborgs who came with me and the ones we released, we have overwhelming strength against the enemy. If your bunch of meatbags hadn't slowed us down, we would have been out of here already." Thunder was so close to Melissa that she was forced to look up at him. He enjoyed putting her in a vulnerable position. Melissa squinted her eyes as she looked up at him. She was just as angry and tenacious as Thunder.
"I guess you're right. A bunch of big, stupid cyborgs could do just fine on their own. You didn't need our help. even though we offered it freely and didn't ask for anything in return." The girl's eyes broke away from his gaze. She stared at his lips, tracing the cords of his neck down to his broad shoulders. He felt her gaze linger on his chest and waist. "No." Thunder's gaze drifted down her body. "We didn't. You didn't serve any purpose coming in here like that." Melissa leaned her body toward Thunder as she spoke her challenge. "Like what?" "You know what I mean." Thunder licked his lips. "Your hair hangs loosely around your shoulders. What about the way you made your body look? You aren't dressed for battle. At least not the kind where you hit other people."
"Perhaps I tagged along, wanting something else."
Her reply sounded dark and sultry. Thunder couldn't control himself any longer. He reached out and grabbed Melissa by the hips, crushing her body against him as he covered her mouth with his. Melissa's lips were hot and moist. Thunder found them irresistible and surprisingly pleasurable. The cyborg had never known anything like physical gratification before. The closest thing he could compare it to was a deep satisfaction of seeing a slain enemy. There were no opponents here, but he had an unspoken mission to fulfill. His hands pressed against the smooth skin of Melissa's body, exploring, touching, and memorizing every curve. Thunder was determined to experience as much as possible before she began resisting him. To his surprise, Melissa melted in his arms and allowed her body to become pliant when he touched her. She didn't turn her head or twist her body away. She pressed back against him. The cyborg used his lips to pry her mouth open, darting his tongue inside gently. Her tongue came out to greet him, and the sensation left him wanting more. When he felt her hand curl around the base of his neck, Thunder pulled himself back and held her at arm's length.
"What did you do to me?"
Somehow she had gotten inside of his mind and taken it over. He had to resist her. When he held her, he felt like he wasn't in control. The girl looked up. Her sapphire eyes were dilated, and her lips looked slightly swollen. She appeared as dazed as Thunder.
"I don't know,"
she finally replied.
"But I like it."
"You're not going to change my mind about keeping you captive. I'm not letting you go."
Thunder tried to sound menacing, but the dazzle in her eyes was contagious. He blinked to keep his mind straight. Melissa reached out and traced a line down his bicep with the tip of her finger. She barely brushed him, and yet the physical contact created chaos inside his body.
"I don't think I want you to."
The cyborg thought briefly about his comrades upstairs, but the process only lasted for a fraction of a second. They were busy making plans without him. Savage had told him to watch the woman. Thunder was just following orders. He relented, grabbing Melissa again and pushing her down on the bunk as he resumed their kissing. He knew he was strong compared to the humans, but feeling her tiny body beneath him made Thunder acutely aware of Melissa's fragility. The hardness building between his legs grew unbearable. He pressed into her as his mouth left hers and roamed down into the soft skin of her neck. He didn't want to stop and think about his next move. He was merely following the desires of his body. Even though only thin layers of clothing stood between them, it was suddenly far too much. Curling his hands underneath the fabric of Melissa's shirt, Thunder lifted it off and tossed it aside like a rag. Her ample breasts heaved in her bra cups, beckoning to him with every breath she took. Thunder buried his face between the fleshy mounds as his big hands worked their way around to free her from the barrier. He wondered how he knew to get the bra off and out of their way. Did it matter where the knowledge came from? Thunder sucked in his breath at the sight of her glorious breasts and the way they moved. Melissa's nipple eagerly responded when he reached out with his tongue to flick it.
and the hardened bud demanded him to draw it into his mouth. Glancing up at Melissa's face, Thunder could see fear in her eyes. The thought only made him harder, especially when he saw intrigue mixed into the expression. Her top teeth sank into her lower lip as she watched him work. The girl was afraid, but still wanted him. He moved on to the other nipple, pulling and sucking at it until he could fit no more into his mouth. He was reluctant to leave the other breast unattended, and wrapped his hand around it, gently squeezing the round flesh. Melissa made no efforts to resist as she moaned underneath him. Even though she had surrendered to him, there was more work to be done. The cyborg's hands made her shoes and jeans vanish. He cast them aside, revealing the magnificence of her naked body. The girl had a small waist, giving her an hourglass figure consisting of voluptuous hips that balanced out her generous bust. She had long, toned limbs that would require plenty of attention at some point. He desperately needed to have Melissa's legs wrapped around him. Her pussy was clean, leaving only an enticingly moist slit that begged him to thrust inside. Thunder didn't know how he could ever stop looking at her, but he wanted to do more than look. With a roar sounding like a battle cry, Thunder stood and yanked off his clothing. Melissa reached up to help him, but he grabbed her wrist with one hand and pinned it to the bed. He wasn't going to wait for her. His cock strained at the front of his pants, and he set it free. The girl's eyes got wide when she saw its length, but she welcomed him by parting her legs. Thunder maneuvered himself over her and plunged into her warm depths. The woman stiffened for a moment from the entry, quickly recovering and spreading her legs further to give him total access. The cyborg plowed into her, letting the heat and wetness of her pussy pull him inside. He reveled in the way the human's body moved with every thrust. Her lips parted slightly as her breasts bounced. Thunder's hard muscles pressed against her sweet curves. Every inch of his skin tingled as their sweat-slick skin ground together. Thunder's body burned with a desire that only Melissa could satisfy, and it increased as he fed the flames. The soldier slammed into her over and over again. He couldn't get enough. His cock needed her and had demands of its own. It would not give up until it had conquered her. Melissa's moans of gratification worked him into a frenzy. He grabbed her by the hips and buried himself to the hilt. Thunder could feel the walls of her core pulsing around him, drawing in his cock and keeping it there. It was too much for him to handle. He wanted everything at once. The cyborg plowed into her until there was nothing left, and he burst, releasing something inside of him that he hadn't known existed. She had built an elaborate structure of pleasure and pain inside of him and pressed until it exploded. He collapsed on top of her, sweating and gasping. Had he defeated her, or had she defeated him? It was hard to tell, but the way she wrapped her arms around his neck and ran fingers through the cyborg's hair made him realize Melissa thought she was the victor. Thunder would have to fix that next time. He didn't know how he had existed before without engaging in a battle like this. He looked forward to the war ahead. Chapter 10. Melissa felt a flush creep over her cheeks as the massive cyborg lifted his body off her and bent to retrieve his clothes. She had never met a cyborg before, and now she had fucked one. To make matters even more embarrassing, they were underground in prison, and there was an entire horde of cyborgs above their heads. Her blush intensified, and she wondered if they had heard everything. But there was something about Thunder that was impossible for her to resist. She didn't know if it was his massive body with those strong arms, wide shoulders, and solid legs. There was his face, too, with a lantern jaw and a Roman nose that were entrancing. He had full lips that begged her to kiss them, gorgeous green eyes that sparkled like gemstones when they stared at her. For some reason, Melissa had expected a cyborg's eyes to be flat and lifeless like a robot. but she had been completely wrong about that. The fire in him attracted her as well. Thunder wasn't a typical college guy who wanted to get laid and go back to a party. He had dominated her, taken her, and made her hunger for more. The two of them together were like magnetism, a force that couldn't be stopped or fought against without extraordinary effort. The other guys she had known back home were nothing like him. They were immature and only interested in enough sex to satisfy themselves before they went back to their video games. Melissa had to admit that she hadn't been interested in fulfilling them either. She'd never wanted so badly to do whatever a man wanted and to keep him happy. She pulled on her jeans and reached for her shoes, reflecting on other men she had been with before. Melissa had always gone for the scholarly types. They were slim and geeky, and they spent their time in front of a computer screen or at the library. There wasn't anything wrong with that, but she wished she had realized a long time ago how sexy it was to see a man like Thunder. He was vigorous and resilient, and she doubted that anything ever scared him. The cyborg wasn't the kind of person to launch headfirst into a dangerous situation without having a plan, and he would do whatever was necessary to get what he wanted. Even though they hadn't known each other for very long, these aspects of his character were evident from his behavior. Melissa watched Thunder as he dressed a few feet away from her. He didn't seem embarrassed about his nudity as he pulled cargo khakis over one muscled leg. She couldn't help but admire his washboard stomach until his t-shirt came down over it. Even clothed, he was a striking figure, strong and formidable. Thunder was a warrior, a beast, a man like no other. Her breath caught as she relived their coupling. Thunder had instantly taken charge of the situation. Melissa wouldn't have been able to resist the soldier even if she wanted to. His quick actions ensured that she had no chance of escape. Feeling his lips, touching his hard body, and remembering the way his big hands wandered appreciatively over her curves made her melt inside. The cyborg created a blazing sense of need that refused to disappear. The woman had been intimidated by the size of both his body and his cock, but she had to know what he felt like inside her. And he had felt amazing. Thunder hadn't been gentle, but she knew that he felt the same urges she did. His cock had buried itself deeply into her pussy, and her core tightened around it like it would never let it go. Melissa wanted to keep him in her arms forever so she could have him all to herself. It was strange to be so attracted to someone, and terrified of him at the same time. He had not done anything to her that she didn't want, but she didn't know what he would do next. Poor, pathetic Jake. He thought they were taking a road trip for a grand, glorious adventure and a little bit of pussy on the side. All of his wishes could have come true if he knew how to be a man about it. Compared to Thunder, Jake was nothing more than a child. Melissa didn't know what she had ever seen in him. She hoped he was safe somewhere, but she wouldn't feel sorry for him if he had managed to get himself into trouble with Purity Force. That was his own fault. The fact remained that she was Thunder's prisoner. Even if he felt differently about her now, the cyborgs upstairs would not agree with his conclusion, and once he got out of this building, either with Thunder or without him, Purity Force would be waiting for her. Did they know she was a cyborg sympathizer? If they suspected she was, they wouldn't let her stroll out the door. Enemies and obstacles were everywhere, and the sex had only been a brief distraction. Thunder set his mouth into a grim line as he finished tying his boots and loomed in front of Melissa. The girl slowly raised her head, lingering on each element of his firm body until she met his eyes. She fought to keep a silly grin from overtaking her face. "What now?" she asked quietly. She wasn't sure if she wanted to know the answer. It wouldn't be as simple as walking out of the building and living happily ever after. Melissa didn't even know if the cyborg would want to interact with her again.
I'll have to figure out what to do with you.
Thunder looked at her like he was a scientist who had just discovered a new species. Despite the way he had talked earlier in front of the other cyborgs, he seemed less self-assured when he was by himself. She nodded, trying to find the right words to express how she was feeling. Melissa didn't want to embarrass herself and fall at his feet or beg Thunder to let her stay with him. She would have done anything to fuck him again, but emotions couldn't influence a cyborg. "Do you still think you can use me to get past Purity Force?" Thunder squinted his green eyes slightly.
"Maybe I could have, if there were fewer of them. At first, I thought we would easily overpower them. I wouldn't need a hostage or to make any threats, because we could blast our way out. But the entire perimeter is covered now. It's going to be a long fight to get out of here."
Melissa looked around the room, paying attention to it for the first time. She'd been too scared when she came down to notice anything and had focused on Thunder. Now that she could give it meticulous attention, she saw that the shelves were full of canned goods. "At least we won't be hungry."
Thunder shook his head. "I don't mean that we should wait around while they lay siege to the building. It's going to be dangerous in here with Purity Force on the brink of invasion and the cyborg resistance. The building is secure, but that's not necessarily to our advantage."
His Viridian eyes drifted up to the ceiling. Unfortunately, his ears were not cybernetically enhanced. He had no way to hear what the other cyborgs were saying while they formulated a plan of their own. "Are you saying that there aren't any other ways out?" She scanned the walls, ignoring the shelves full of provisions in the hopes of finding a passageway out of the basement. "It's an old building. You would think there would be a coal chute or a crawl space." Melissa wanted to talk to Thunder about what they had done together. Had it meant anything to him? What about the future? It was easier to worry about escape and avoid the subject. The cyborg looked briefly at the cinder block walls, but shook his head.
"I've already analyzed this building. There's a door on each side, but those are the only exits. There are no visible windows, fire escapes, or ventilation hatches. Think about it. If there were other ways out of here, Purity Force would have someone guarding them."
Thunder sounded confident, even though he wasn't happy about the information. Melissa threw her hands into the air. She didn't know how to help him. In fact, she didn't know why she was even trying. Thunder had trained for these circumstances. She had never been to war or escaped from anything more dangerous than a post-holiday sale at the department store. An idea struck her that might not have occurred to the cyborgs. "What if I talk to them?" Thunder had been pacing the floor, and he looked at her curiously.
"What do you mean?"
"I could make a phone call. I might have to go through the local police to reach Purity Force. I don't know how it would work exactly, but I could try to explain that you just want to live. Maybe I could negotiate with them so you could live peacefully." Melissa didn't have any experience breaking people out of jail, so she felt like she didn't need any experience as a negotiator either. She felt confident about her idea. If the cyborgs tried to storm out of the building, they would just start a firefight. They needed someone who could act as an ambassador between the two parties. Purity Force would never listen to a cyborg who was nothing more than a killing machine. There was a chance they would listen to her. Melissa didn't know if a cyborg could laugh, but the look on Thunder's face suggested that he wanted to. One corner of his mouth turned up, and his cheek on the same side moved toward his eye.
"Do you think you can talk your way out of here? Purity Force isn't interested in anything you have to say unless it is kill all the cyborgs."
She got up from the bunk and suddenly thought about Jake. The memory was awkward, considering what she had just done with Thunder and what she wouldn't do with the college boy. Thunder had intriguing ideas. Jake had imagined they could break in and save the cyborgs, and the only weapons they needed were their words. Jake might not have been quite right, but it didn't mean that he was entirely wrong. "They might be," she countered. "Do they know there's a human in here with you cyborgs?"
Purity Force is more likely to listen to me than they are to you. No offense. It's worth a shot.
She started to pace around the room, ready to put a plan into action. Unfortunately, she didn't have a phone with her. Jake had insisted they leave everything behind when they came to rescue the cyborgs. There must be a phone in the building somewhere. It's how to get yourself shot. Thunder pointed at the ceiling with a thick finger. Did you notice how angry my leader became when he saw you in here? He knows the anti-cyborg coalition will not react well when they find out you're here. They'll either assume you are a sympathizer and cart you away to prison, or they'll decide you're a victim and make them want to kill us all immediately. The end game doesn't look good. He was getting furious. Melissa couldn't blame him. A shadowy government organization wanted to destroy the cyborgs, and they had the public support behind them. Purity Force wasn't known for being kind or easy to talk to. She sat back down on the bed. Okay, maybe you have a point. What do you suggest? I propose we go back in time and stop your band of liberators from coming here in the first place. He scowled down at her, and Melissa slid back farther onto the mattress. I don't care how noble your intentions were. It was stupid. She stuck her tongue out at Thunder. Melissa didn't like being insulted, and his words hurt more considering she had just fucked him. We were trying to help. Everyone concerned about cyborgs is protesting or an internet warrior. They aren't doing anything productive. Jake thought that if we came here and did something, people would start waking up. Jake. Thunder spat out his name like it left a bad taste in his mouth. Is that the sniveling wimp who left you here with me instead of trying to defend you? Melissa hadn't thought about it that way. She didn't want to admit that Thunder was right. Jake hadn't even tried to talk to the cyborg, much less take action to save her. He had left her without bothering to look back. Yes, that was Jake, she admitted. But what I'm saying is that he had a good idea. If we were able to free just one cyborg, we would have made a statement to the world. You made a statement, all right. It just wasn't the one you wanted people to hear. You ended up trapping all of us. Thunder kept his distance from her, making his hands into fists. From what I've seen, it's easy for humans to get big ideas and think they can change the world. I'd like to, Melissa whispered. I had never met a cyborg before you, but it's an experience I'll never forget. Are you saying I was your first? Shut up. Melissa turned her head so Thunder wouldn't see her smile. Laughter was out of place, but it made her feel better. Thunder might not have agreed with the liberators, but she thought she could get him to understand. Time was what she needed. Lying back on the bed, Melissa wondered if she and Thunder would make it out of the building alive. Chapter 11. Thunder watched Melissa carefully as she lay on the bed. Was she inviting him to fuck her again? Or was she tired? He hadn't spent enough time with humans to know their behaviors. The people he encountered in Cyborg Sector were all either scientists or soldiers. He had never fucked them. In fact, he had hardly been aware of their existence. Thunder hadn't had a lot of chances to interact with people in his previous life. Whenever they let him out of the stasis chamber, the humans had briefly analyzed him before a mission. The soldiers loaded instructions onto his biochip through the wireless network. He sent reports wirelessly. When the tasks were complete, they locked him up again. At the time, confinement hadn't bothered him at all. The monotony was part of living as a cyborg and a soldier. He had accepted it without question. Now he wished that he had taken more time to pay attention to everyone when they poked him with needles and studied his reactions. Maybe he would have understood Melissa more now if he knew how humans thought. Currently, she was a puzzle to him. A beautiful, sexy puzzle that he couldn't stop working on. The looks Melissa had given him and the slight upward turn of her mouth suggested that she didn't mind their intimacy. Perhaps she had even enjoyed it. She hadn't said it overtly. Did humans talk about such things? Or did they mate and leave it at that? Thunder was willing to let it go for the moment. He thought there were still traces of fear in her eyes when she looked in his direction. The human wasn't afraid to argue with him, but she didn't feel completely safe with him either. Heavy footsteps came from the top of the stairs. Compass opened the door to the storage room.
"He wants to see you."
Compass's black eyes glittered as he looked down at the girl on the bed. Thunder immediately felt protective. He didn't want anyone else to speak with her, touch her, or even look at her. They didn't have the right. Melissa was his, and he would prove it to anyone who dared to challenge him.
"I'll be there in a minute."
Compass raised a dark eyebrow but closed the door and marched up the stairs. Thunder turned to Melissa. "Don't bother trying to escape. The other cyborgs are not as understanding as I am. I can't promise what they'll do if you cause any more trouble." Melissa's wide, cobalt eyes stared up at him. There was fire behind them. She wanted to argue with Thunder again, but she nodded instead. "I won't." Satisfied, Thunder pounded up the stairs, eager to learn what Savage and the others had decided. Anything they tried was going to be dangerous. He was glad for the distraction. The injection of adrenaline would replace all the turmoil raging inside him. Fucking Melissa had temporarily satisfied his carnal needs, but his body seemed to be insatiable. As Thunder climbed the stairs, he felt the distance growing between them and felt an urge to be close to her again. Savage turned as Thunder emerged from the stairwell, and he pointed his finger at one of the recently freed cyborgs. "Go watch the girl." Thunder stopped at the top of the stairs. "There's no need for anyone else to go down there. She's not moving." He wouldn't have trusted one of his cyborg brothers with her. Savage was trying to put an unknown with her. Thunder didn't know if the new cyborg would have the same urges he did. "Did you kill her?" Savage sounded curious and interpreted Thunder's defensive position as guilt. "I said to keep her alive." Though he had killed more times than he cared to count, Thunder didn't like the thought of Melissa dying, especially from his hands. "No, I didn't. But there are no other exits besides the stairs. She promised she wouldn't try to escape." "You left her unattended because she made you a promise?" The new cyborg addressed Thunder. He had long, greasy hair that hung down over his shoulders and small eyes that looked like trouble. "I didn't realize a human's promise meant so much to a cyborg." Savage made a quick gesture with his hand. The cyborg who had spoken went down into the basement, despite Thunder's assurances. When the door to the storage room slammed shut, the cyborg leader addressed Thunder. "What's going on in your head? Are you turning into a human after spending time with one of them?" Thunder stood at attention, holding his back straight. He couldn't tell the red-headed cyborg what he had done to Melissa unless he wanted to risk his life. Cyborgs filled the room at this point, and each one watched him with curiosity. There would be no help from within. On the outside, the faint sound of Purity Force making preparations for battle penetrated the thick walls. Thunder was cornered no matter where he turned. "She's too scared to do anything besides curl into a ball and whimper." His explanation sounded weak even to him. The cyborg leader pursed his lips slightly, but he nodded and began giving Thunder a situation report. "Purity Force seems to have brought every available person here tonight, and they're all armed. They have developed weapons that are just as powerful as ours. There's no point in waiting them out. I'm not patient enough for that anyway. We're going to follow Compass's plan." Compass had been standing behind Savage, but chose to emerge and speak. "It's a reversal of our original idea. We'll split into 4 teams, and each one will go through a different door. We won't be able to wait long before every team runs for cover. The goal is to get the hell out of here. We don't care if you take out anyone from Purity Force along the way. The most important thing is to get out of here alive so we can save more cyborgs." "What about the human?" The cyborgs all turned to stare at Thunder. Savage's glare was the most humiliating of all.
What about it?
Thunder tried to play things off as though he didn't care about her, but he had betrayed himself simply by asking the question.
You said you wanted her alive. Does she have a part in things to come?
Savage's ugly face split into a wide grin.
I did say that, didn't I?
You have a remarkable memory. But that was then, and this is now. We should leave her down there. I don't want her to be our problem anymore, or have the humans blame us when something happens to her. If she manages not to kill herself, Purity Force can decide what to do with her. She's one of their kind, after all. If they want to keep her or use her as an example to the other humans, it doesn't make a difference to me. He watched Thunder as he spoke, waiting for a reaction. The blonde cyborg did his best to keep any emotion off his face. He couldn't reveal his true thoughts about the human. It would put both their lives in danger.
That sounds good to me.
Does that mean I can have a few minutes with her? Compass ran the tip of his tongue over his straight, white teeth. He stared at Thunder as he spoke and took a few steps across the room toward him. I have a feeling she could be quite entertaining. A flood of rage overtook Thunder, and he fought to keep himself under control. He didn't want to start a fight right now, but Compass was not getting into the basement. The cyborg might be harboring ideas about Melissa.
Stop thinking like a human.
Savage threw a light punch in the middle of Compass's chest and stopped his progress.
We have to focus on getting out of here. If we win, our victory will affect cyborgs all across the country. We've set one group free already. I plan to repeat it until we are all united.
Savage remained focused on the overall goal. Compass took the blow with good humor, keeping his coal eyes fixed on Thunder. If he can have his way with the humans, I can too.
If you do, I'll cut your cock off,
Thunder roared. Savage whirled on the blonde cyborg at the revelation.
Did you mate with the girl?
Thunder stared into the intense dark brown of his leader's eyes. He detected hate in there, mixed with something else he couldn't identify. Was there any point in denying his actions? The other cyborgs were just as likely to be proud of him as they were to deride him. He decided to tell the truth.
I did.
Savage looked like he might explode.
I thought we were all on the same page, Thunder. The humans were outraged when a cyborg raped one of them. What do you think they'll do when we start mating with them?
This is different. If Thunder could explain what had actually happened with Melissa to the others, they would know his actions were far from rape. But it would be impossible for them to understand without experiencing it themselves. He wasn't going to let that happen.
Don't you think I know that?
The leader roared. He strode across the room. Why was Thunder causing so much trouble?
But the difference is that it's worse. It's one thing if the humans think we are uncontrollable, but we will be elevated to an entirely different threat level if they believe we want to take their wives and sisters for ourselves. The girl has to stay behind.
She's lucky that we're leaving her alive. He stabbed a finger into Thunder's chest.
She's mine. I will decide what happens to her.
Thunder's statement wasn't intended to start an argument. He was just verbalizing an internal truth. Melissa had gone from being an inconsequential pawn in their battle to something far more important to him. He casually pulled back his right elbow. It was a signal every cyborg would recognize. He could have his plasma gun ready to fire at any moment.
Can't the rest of us have a turn with her first?
Compass didn't know when to quit.
It doesn't make any difference to you, does it?
Savage backhanded the dark-haired soldier, sending him crashing into the wall.
I suggest you don't talk again until we're out of the city.
He turned back to Thunder, who looked pleased to see Compass put in his place.
I can't fix what you've done already, but I don't have to keep assisting you. I won't make any additional efforts to help her. I'm only giving you leeway because of my respect for you. She stays here. You leave with us. That's the end of it." None of the cyborgs had openly defied Savage before. He controlled them all, including the ones who had recently escaped from the stasis chambers. If Thunder chose to challenge him, he wouldn't make it out of the room alive. But Thunder knew there was nothing keeping Melissa safe for the moment. He would have to take any concessions he would get and make careful decisions when the time came for action. "Yes, sir." Savage gestured toward the stairwell. "Go back down there and be with your human while you can. I don't want to see you right now." With anger boiling inside him, Thunder turned and descended the stairs. Melissa's life hung by a thread. He was also vulnerable. What would happen to them even if they managed to escape? He mulled over all the possibilities in his mind, but predicting the future wasn't one of his cybernetic enhancements. Chapter 12. The shouting above Melissa was growing louder. She sat on the edge of the bed with her knees pulled up to her chest and her arms wrapped around her legs. It wasn't a position that allowed her to run, but she had a feeling she wasn't going to be racing around any time soon. The cyborg guarding her stood silently next to the door, looking at her coldly and keeping his back rigid. He was not interested in her the way Thunder had been. She was grateful for that, but she didn't like the menacing look on his face. When the crescendo upstairs had died down, Melissa hoped that the person on the stairs was Thunder. She didn't know what she would do if she found herself at the mercy of any of the other cyborgs. In a moment, the door opened, and the blonde cyborg appeared. He dismissed the other soldier with a quick gesture and shut the door behind him. "Did they come up with anything?" Melissa rose from the thin mattress and across the room. She had wanted to come to Thunder and wrap her arms around him, but she stopped in the center of the room when the cyborg didn't approach her. "Are we going to get out of here?" Thunder ran a hand through his short, spiky hair and shook his head. "I don't know." "They can't give up. Did you tell them about my ideas?" The expression that crossed the cyborg's face shut her up immediately. "No. And I don't plan on introducing the subject. They don't want to have anything to do with you. They certainly won't want to hear plans from a human." "You have to give me a chance. Let me talk to them." Melissa had never been a fan of public speaking, and swaying a crowd of cyborgs wasn't on her resume, but she was willing to try anything. "They need to know that I'm on their side." Thunder, who had been standing with his head buried in his hands, exploded into action. He grabbed Melissa by the shoulders and shook her. "They know too much about you already. The last thing you need to do is present yourself on a silver platter. You should stay down here and be quiet." His fingers dug into Melissa's shoulders. She twisted awkwardly to get away from him. He could have held on to her if he wanted to, but Thunder let her go. Melissa wished he didn't speak to her like that, but she knew it was because he cared. "That doesn't seem like an effective strategy," she muttered. "We have a plan, Melissa, but it doesn't include you." Melissa let out a sigh of relief. She assumed the cyborg meant they wouldn't use her as a bargaining chip. "Wonderful. I'll just stay out of the way until we escape." His green eyes looked at her for only a moment before he turned away. "Stay out of the way, yes. But my orders are to leave you here and let Purity Force have you." Melissa didn't like the idea of leaving Thunder, but she carried a hope inside her chest that they would find a way to be together. She couldn't tell him that they reminded her of Romeo and Juliet or Beauty and the Beast. Melissa doubted he would remember the references, and she didn't want to scare him off. Anyway, she didn't know if a cyborg could honestly want to have a relationship with a human. Instead,
She agreed with him. That will be fine. She tried to sound strong, even though she didn't feel like it at all. I'll tell them I was dumb enough to get caught up in the action. I can pretend to be an innocent bystander. You and the cyborgs felt sorry for me and decided to protect me. That way no one can make you look like the bad guys, and I won't get arrested for being a liberator. Melissa began to feel encouraged the more she spoke. Everything was a mess, but there was light at the end of the tunnel.
Are all humans as innocent as you?
Thunder came to her again, this time holding her gently by her hips.
We don't have a good way out. If you go upstairs, your options are murder or rape. If you stay down here and wait for us to leave, Purity Force will interrogate you. And they will do anything to get an answer. They may torture you to within an inch of your life. It doesn't matter what you say or do, or who you try to ally with.
His grip tightened, but he didn't dig his fingers into her skin this time.
I'm sorry.
You don't have anything to be sorry about. Melissa reached up and touched Thunder's jaw, running her finger down the cyborg's neck, only stopping when his skin disappeared into the collar of his shirt. It's my fault for coming here in the first place.
I kidnapped you and started doing other things to you.
He glanced quickly at the bed.
Savage doesn't want me to take you with me, but I think I have to. I can't leave you by yourself. I'm not going to risk putting you in the hands of Purity Force or hoping you can escape on your own. I'll fight with my brothers to get out of here. After that, you and I can leave together.
Thunder crushed Melissa against his chest until she could hardly breathe, but she didn't mind the discomfort. Thunder wanted her, and that was the only thing that mattered to her at the moment. For a short while, she would be his. They might both be dead within the hour. When he spoke again, it seemed like he could read her mind.
We might not make it out of here alive.
Melissa nodded her head gently. His grip restricted her movement. I know.
If something happens to us,
I'll make sure to find you. Melissa tilted her head up as he leaned over to meet her. Their lips met, not with only longing and desire, but desperation. The cyborg and human had just found each other, and they might never see each other again. Thunder's promise wouldn't mean anything if he ended up dead or captured himself. She tried to stop thinking about what Purity Force might do with Thunder if they caught him, focusing instead on the heat of his tongue as it invaded her mouth and caressed her. The situation was risky for her, but an encounter with Purity Force would be fatal for the cyborg. It seemed unlikely for them to bother locking him up in a stasis chamber like the other cyborgs here. It would be simpler to destroy him on the spot and mark him as another cyborg casualty. Melissa clung to the soldier's body, wanting to pull as much of his strength into herself as she could, even though she knew he would need it for the upcoming struggle. Thunder responded, scooping his hand underneath her ass and lifting her from the floor. Melissa wrapped her legs around his waist, pressing her torso against his hard cock, which was making the front of his khakis taut. A deep groan escaped from the cyborg's throat, and she ground harder. Melissa could feel the area between her thighs growing damp already. Thunder carried her to the bed. They didn't need words to know what they both needed. Their feelings were no longer based on the basic lust they had felt before, but an agony that could only be satisfied by each other. The cyborg quickly crossed the room toward the bunk, but Melissa wanted the experience to last as long as possible. She swung her legs down until she was on the floor again, then sank to her knees in front of him. The soldier looked at her questioningly, but did not fight when she reached for his belt buckle. Melissa made quick work of his pants, revealing the hard, throbbing erection he carried between his legs. Thunder stroked her head, burying his hands in the brown locks of hair. Melissa wrapped her fingers around the base of his shaft, rubbing slowly at first, and reveling in his shape and heat. She cupped the cyborg's balls with her other hand while flicking her tongue over the head of his cock, teasing him. Thunder's grip tightened on the back of her head, pulling her toward him, eager for more. Her lips slipped down his cock until he was touching the back of her throat, and she flicked her tongue around his base. Thunder's cock swelled with each caress of her tongue, and she opened her throat to take him all in. The tip of his cock touched the back of her throat, and Melissa purred with triumph. He moaned appreciatively, and Melissa felt her nipples harden under her shirt at the sound. She liked turning him on and wanted to do it again. Melissa pulled her head back and forth, building his erection until he was completely swollen. She pressed her tongue into his flesh and sucked hard. "If you keep doing that, there won't be any of me left for the rest of you." She kept her mouth around his cock, savoring the idea. She would love to have him come all over her face and tits. They would have to save that for another time, because she needed to have him inside her. Melissa's lips left his cock with a pop, and his dick glistened with her saliva. There was no telling how long they had together before the fighting started. Melissa cast her clothes aside in a hurry. She needed to feel his skin against hers, and she craved his hardness and his heat as though they were life itself. Still kneeling before him, she pressed her breasts against his cock, poking it through her cleavage. Thunder's powerful hands grabbed her shoulders. He pushed his hips against her, thrusting his dick along her breasts. Melissa fondled the tip of it with her lips, feeling her core quiver. Melissa stood up and lay on the bed. Pleasuring him was working her into a frenzy, and she needed his solid shaft inside her to feed her hunger and bring her into the rolling pleasure of an orgasm. Melissa had never craved anything so badly before. But Thunder had other ideas. He climbed onto the bed with her, but the cyborg wasn't ready to fuck her yet. Instead, he lowered himself until his head was over her hips. Thunder slowly kissed her legs as he ran his hands over her inner thighs, teasing her. "I think I should return the favor," he murmured, running his tongue over her pussy. Melissa moaned, taking each of her breasts in her hands and rubbing her thumbs over her nipples as Thunder worked away at her. She'd never been with someone who was as interested in her pleasure as much as his own. The soldier was proving he was generous. His tongue burrowed inside her, flicking, tasting, and lingering. She thought he couldn't build up any more tension, but she realized she was wrong when the tip of his tongue found her clit. "I've got to get you inside me. I don't think I can stand this anymore." The cyborg wasn't listening to her. He teased his tongue over her butt again, and she jerked in response to the movement. Thunder's fingers slid inside her sex as he worked at her. Melissa's walls convulsed around his hand. "Please, I need you. I want your big, hard cock in me." Melissa's hips bucked against him. It felt good, and she still wanted more. Thunder's tongue felt like blissful torture on her skin. Mercifully, the cyborg let his tongue trace a line up her flat stomach, pausing for a moment to push aside her hands and to grab her breasts. Melissa was finally going to get what she needed. Thunder suspended his body above her and watched her eyes, bumping the head of his cock against her clit while she squirmed. Melissa shoved her hips up, trying to give him access to her sex and stop him from tantalizing her. "I like it when you beg," Thunder whispered in her ear. "I want to hear how much you want me." A chill of pleasure spread over her skin, and she shuddered against him. There was nothing that turned her on like dirty talk, and she enjoyed having a man in charge. "I want you," she begged. "Please." "Please what? I don't know what you want me to do." He glided the front of his cock up and down against her slit, making Melissa wet again. "Shove your cock into my pussy. Drive it in there. Let me have you." Melissa gasped. Thunder nodded, feeling satisfied. He thrust himself inside of her, hard and fast, and Melissa's core constricted around his cock. Her back arched as they moved together, and pleasure rippled through her body. "Do you like this?" The cyborg's voice sounded husky and full of passion. "Do you like it when I do these things to you?" Melissa sank her teeth into her lip to keep herself from screaming as Thunder pushed a little harder, embedding himself inside her to the base of his shaft. He was almost too big, but she wanted all of it. He was made for her. "Yes, you know I do." Thunder didn't stop moving his hips as he bent over to lick one of her nipples, leaving it pink and wet. "I like to hear it. Say it again." She wrapped her legs around him, opening her hips to let him in just a little deeper. "Yes," she moaned. "I love it when you fuck me. I want to feel you inside me all the time." The cyborg grunted, shoving himself into her and making her breasts bounce. Melissa's head reached the edge of the bed, and she tilted it backward and exposed her throat. She could feel Thunder's hot breath as he worked away at her pussy. "Fuck me," she whispered. "Shove that cock inside of me and fuck me like you mean it. I'm a dirty slut, and it's the only thing I'm good for." Her voice was growing louder now, but she didn't care. If the whole group of cyborgs came down the stairs and watched them, it wouldn't stop her. "Fuck me!" Thunder complied, pounding inside until he came with a roar. He lay on top of her, panting and sweating. When she looked up, she could see he was smiling. She hadn't seen the expression on his face before, and Melissa wondered what she looked like. "Do you think we'll get a chance to do that again?" Melissa asked. The cyborg gently laid his head between her breasts. His entire body felt limp and heavy on top of her. She ran her fingers through Thunder's short, blonde hair. The locks were surprisingly soft. "I don't know. Everything depends on what happens next." There was sadness in Thunder's voice, and it was an emotion that shouldn't be present right before he was going into combat. The cyborg was a soldier designed to fight. He sounded as though he wanted to do anything but engage in a brawl. A flood of emotions overtook Melissa's body. Thunder was a cyborg. She had an intellectual understanding of his true nature, but she couldn't help but think of him as a human. He treated her better than any man ever had, even though their relationship started out with her being a captive. They were good together, and she knew they would complete each other in parts of their lives other than in bed. "I might never see you again." Melissa fought to keep tears out of her eyes. The cyborg propped himself up on his elbows, and his eyes were hard as diamonds as they stared into her soul. "I'm not going to let that happen, Melissa." "But what about the rest of the cyborgs? I know they don't think I should be anywhere near them. They might not even want me alive. You can't take me with you back to your home." Thunder shook his head firmly. "We'll go somewhere else, but we'll be together. I'm not leaving you." Melissa nodded, content for the moment to assume he was telling the truth. He might not intend to go anywhere, but she knew there was reality to consider. Lying together like they were a couple of lovers on a private beach was nothing more than a delusion, a fabrication they told themselves so they could feel good for a few minutes. Everything would change soon, but for the moment, she felt fantastic. Chapter 13. Thunder hadn't known it was possible for a machine to lie to itself before. He had never done such a thing previously, and had always kept himself firmly rooted in reality. He took in facts, processed them, and responded with actions that were logical and rational. There had never been a reason before for him to consider emotions or desires. Melissa was something that he needed. The rest of the cyborgs, particularly Savage, might not understand, but they hadn't been with a human. It wasn't all about the sex, but there was something else happening. She had lit a fire inside him with a single touch. Thunder didn't know if he could ever put it out. Now he had to fight to keep her. The cyborgs would see that he was working to get out of the building and away from Purity Force, but they wouldn't understand that he was also battling for freedom to love the human woman. Thunder wondered if anyone else would ever know how badly they wanted to be together. He doubted it. He knew how it would look and what everyone would think. The humans would imagine that Thunder had raped Melissa and turned her into a slave, and they would believe she wanted to get away from the evil cyborg. The cyborgs, on the other hand, would think he had gone soft and didn't deserve to be one of them anymore. Even though they would probably be separated, there was always a slim possibility that their relationship could be the tipping point for human and cyborg relations. Melissa had been with him and seemed to understand him like nobody else could. If she got the chance, she could tell Purity Force and other humans that cyborgs could be more than killing machines. She could become an ambassador between the two races, helping them learn about each other instead of fight. Thunder could stand at her side and do his part. He would have the honor of seeing her work and the benefit of fucking her at night. What was this human doing to his mind? Thunder tipped his head down and kissed Melissa's soft skin, inhaling as his lips met the velvety flesh of her breast. She smelled like flowers, sunshine, and sweat. He wanted to bury himself inside her and remain there. "Stop doing that unless you're ready to go again." Melissa clasped her arms behind his neck, making her breasts envelop his face. He felt himself growing hard. "I think I could." Melissa tipped her head back so that her chest elevated and her breasts pressed harder against him. "You haven't had enough of me yet?" "Were all human women like this?" "There's no such thing as too much." Thunder reached down with one hand to cup the cheek of her ass. Thunder began to imagine the other things he wanted to do with her, trying something new every time. As long as they touched each other, he would be content. A crash over their heads cut off his thoughts. At first, Thunder wanted to ignore the noise. The old cyborgs had not known the new ones for very long. He expected a certain amount of jostling and fighting for dominance until each had found their appropriate place. The crashing continued for a few minutes. Thunder knew this was more than a disagreement between the soldiers. He reluctantly lifted himself off the human and immediately missed the warmth and softness of her body. The cyborg headed for the door, ready to defend his territory. "Thunder!" Melissa couldn't help screaming. She was sitting up on the bed, looking at him with such fear in her eyes that he knew he had no choice but to protect her. He wouldn't let her down. "What is it?" He needed to get upstairs and do whatever was necessary to fight for his love. Melissa shook her head. From his angle, it looked like her hair was caressing her skin and reminded him that he could no longer touch her. "Do you think you need some pants?" She started laughing. The soldier scooped up his clothes and put them on quickly. It wouldn't have made a difference to him to go into battle naked. Cyborgs didn't care about modesty, and some enemies could be intimidated by nudity. But once he emerged from the building, he would be on the run with Melissa. Someone was bound to notice a large, naked cyborg sprinting down the street with a woman. After he had put on his boots, he stopped for a moment to plant a final kiss on Melissa's lips. Her body seemed to call out to him and draw him in like a magnet. He forced himself to pull away and looked into her eyes. "Make sure you stay hidden. Keep away from the fighting and take care of yourself. After I go help them, I'm coming back for you." The human woman nodded, her eyes wide. He could feel her staring at his back as he climbed the stairs. When he reached the holding cell, Thunder found chaos in front of him. Purity Force had used a battering ram to break through the side of the building. They were on the floor above the cyborgs and in the middle of breaking through the ceiling. Plasma gun discharge filled the room, and all Thunder could hear was their boom and squeal as they recharged. The cyborgs didn't have the opportunity to do anything they had planned. Several members of Purity Force had made their way through the hole in the ceiling. They looked out of place in their crisp, white uniforms. The cyborgs outnumbered Purity Force, and their crisply iron trousers looked out of place in the dim light and dirt. Even though the humans looked weak when compared to the cyborgs, they fought to bring the enemy under control, using heavy assault rifles braced against their shoulders. Savage grabbed a human from behind and pulled him back, bringing up his knee and breaking the man's neck on impact. The body fell limp and lifeless to the floor. Savage's eyes met Thunder's. He bared his teeth in a wicked grin. "You've decided to join us," he cried over the din. Another human attacked the red-headed cyborg, but Savage swung his arm and dispatched him with ease. He hadn't even bothered to take out his plasma gun yet. "I have a question for you, brother. Whose side are you fighting on?" Thunder decided it would be better for him not to answer. He suspected Savage would not want to hear him say, "my own." But for the time being, he needed the cyborgs to get him out of this hellhole and to freedom. He began charging his plasma gun. The thin howl triggered something inside him that he had ignored during his time downstairs with Melissa. It was similar to the feeling she created: hunger and lust that could not be overlooked or set aside. Even if he could overcome it, he didn't want to. He relished the sensation, enhanced now by the fact that he had something precious to fight for. Thunder was no longer simply part of the cyborg collective, fighting according to predetermined mission directives or the instructions of his commanding officer. Today meant something more. He felt the fire Melissa had started begin to spread everywhere in his body. With a scream that could have opened the gates to hell, Thunder charged into the mass of bodies. He had to make his way around the hole in the ceiling, where Purity Force was still dropping into the room. The humans had created a makeshift blockade as they fought against the cyborgs. Their weapons were comparable, scoring more hits on the cyborgs as their numbers increased in the room. However, Purity Force did not have weapons embedded into their bodies. They handled their guns awkwardly, and it took precious seconds to get their bearings and fire off a shot after they hit the floor. Thunder knew he could take advantage of his enemy's weakness. He watched the humans as they entered, striking them aside as they came from above. He slammed some against walls before their feet touched the ground. The few members of Purity Force who managed to get their weapons charged lost any advantage of surprise. As Thunder made his way through the bodies, he couldn't get his mind off Melissa. Was she staying in the storage room as he had ordered? How would he come back and retrieve her once he cleared a path out of the building? With a sense of horror, the soldier realized any of the other cyborgs could have entered her room once he left. Someone could be fucking her right now. She would be helpless to stop him. And what would happen to her if Purity Force found her first? Thunder knew human men carried the same kind of lust with them that lived in Thunder's soul. Would one of them pin her down and rape her, or torture her, asking questions as a punishment for fucking a cyborg? It seemed unlikely that any abuse would occur right beneath the holding cell, but if they extracted her and took her to a dark site, anything could happen. Thunder had to get out of there, and he wasn't going to be able to do it alone. Abandoning his original idea of heading up the stairs, he went to stand at Savage's side. The two men fought shoulder to shoulder against their foe, obliterating Purity Force soldiers as quickly as they appeared. The cyborgs, recently released from the stasis chambers, didn't have the same kind of stamina as Thunder's squad. To perform at their peak, they needed calibration and readjustment exercises. They put up their best efforts, but they weren't as much of a match for the humans as Thunder had hoped. Just when it seemed like Purity Force was on the verge of surrender, what remained of the ceiling caved in above them. Thunder fell on his knees as a beam came down and landed on his shoulder, forcing him to support its weight or be crushed by it. The end of the beam hit the concrete floor with a clang. Thunder held his breath and hoped it wouldn't continue through and destroy what little shelter Melissa had below them. A chunk of concrete came flying out of the floor and sailed across the room, shattering against the bulletproof plastic shell of a stasis chamber, but the beam stopped, and the ground remained intact. A massive load of broken concrete had followed the beam, and the impact threw Thunder flat on his back. Cyborgs and humans alike were crushed under the heavy debris of concrete and rebar. Dust rose up and clogged their lungs. Thunder gagged, waving his hand in front of his face to clear the air, but his attempts were ineffective. With a rush of adrenaline, he realized that the collapse had given him the perfect opportunity to retrieve Melissa and get out of there. Figures slowly emerged as his eyes adjusted to the darkness. The detritus from the collapse hindered Thunder's vision, and the electricity no longer worked. The shell of the building above allowed only a few rays of light to come through ventilation shafts and penetrate the darkness. It barely revealed the bodies groping through the murk. Thunder had to make his way out of here and find an exit to get Melissa clear of the building. If anyone asked where he went, he would have to figure out an explanation later. Shoving the steel beam aside and brushing away crumbled bits of building material, the cyborg stood. The tangle of men underneath the original hole in the ceiling was barely moving. A few were starting to pull themselves upright and look around. He didn't want to wait for them to identify him or ask what he was doing. Thunder dashed across the room, leaping over debris and keeping his focus on the door leading to the stairs. He would be through in a moment. A shout sounded behind him, but he didn't turn around. Instead, he dashed through the door and closed it behind him. He planned to secure the exit route first before getting Melissa. Anyone who didn't get in his way could follow them, as long as they stayed at a safe distance. As he reached the midpoint on the stairway, a door to the outside opened. The brilliant light blinded him, and he threw his hand up to protect his eyes as he staggered back. Thunder blinked, and when his eyes focused again, he saw multiple targeting lasers on his chest. The red dots danced around but remained aimed at his body. The cyborg looked up to see enough members of Purity Force to fill the top of the stairwell. There would be no escape for him or Melissa. Chapter 14. Melissa sank as she watched Thunder leave the storage room. It had started out as her prison, but swiftly developed into a haven away from the rest of the world. It hadn't mattered what was going on upstairs or outside the building, because they had each other. She knew he was leaving to do something important. If the two of them were going to stay together, Thunder would need to go through both Purity Force and the other cyborgs. It wasn't likely to be pretty or comfortable, and she was worried for him. Cyborgs could endure a lot. But what if he got injured or killed? How would she get out of the building? Where would she go? There were too many questions, and no answers. Melissa shifted on the bed and realized she was still naked. Being nude had been lovely when she was underneath Thunder and felt him heaving on top of her. It wasn't going to work when it was time for her to leave. After the college girl had put on her clothes, she didn't feel like sitting around and waiting. There had to be something she could do. As she tried to ignore the sounds of crashing and plasma discharge over her head, Melissa stood up and examined the walls. She assumed Thunder had carefully inspected the building, but anyone could overlook things. Melissa shoved aside the cans of food and jugs of water lining the shelves, hoping to find a small door to a crawl space that might have been painted over or covered up. She ran her finger along the corner where the wall met the floor, searching for any inconsistencies that might reveal an opening. She only found dust and some mouse poop. An explosion vibrated through the building, and Melissa ducked under the bed as bits of debris and dirt rained down from the ceiling above her. It had a crack in it now, but hadn't collapsed yet. Someone was using a new weapon up there. The booming noise didn't sound like a plasma gun or any other weapon she had heard before. The din upstairs was growing louder, and Melissa swallowed the lump in her throat as she imagined what Thunder was going through. He was fighting for her. He was fighting for them. In the meantime, she was down in the basement feeling useless. No matter how badly she wanted to leave or how hard she looked, there was no other way out of the room. It made sense when she thought about it. Purity Force owned the building and probably wanted each room to be easy to defend. If there was only one door, then there was a single way for the enemy to enter. But Melissa needed to leave. She was relying on Thunder to find an exit, and it didn't feel right to her. She bit her lip and laid her hand on the door handle. It wasn't in Melissa's nature to wait around for a man to rescue her. The door handle slowly turned beneath her hand. She decided the best course of action was for her to go and help her lover. She wouldn't be another useless human, a burden that the cyborgs would be thrilled to dump when they discovered she was weak. What would happen once she went up there? Would Thunder see her and get distracted, opening himself up to injury or death? Shit! She pulled her hand off the door and stepped back. Melissa knew she should think of the cyborg as a war robot, made to dive into battle and focus on nothing else, but he had already proven otherwise to her. He knew much more than tactical skills and the glory of victory. The cyborg was caring and sweet, and he could even be vulnerable. If Melissa were responsible for his death, she would never forgive herself. On the other hand, given the current circumstances, both of them would probably die no matter what decisions they made. Thunder might be angry with her for not listening to him, but Melissa was an adult. The time for being a sweet little girl had passed, and she was prepared to do what was necessary to survive. Melissa made up her mind and turned the door handle, slowly opening the door. She started shaking as she saw the darkness beyond the opening. When Melissa had come down earlier, it was well lit. Now she could hardly tell that there were any stairs at all. Putting one toe gingerly out in front of her, Melissa found the bottom step. Her hand reached out blindly to find the wall, and she crept up the stairs. When Melissa had come to this building with the rest of the liberators, it had been in the middle of the night. From the narrow shafts of light shining down into dust and debris, she guessed the sun had risen over an hour ago. The sunlight revealed that the area that used to hold the cyborgs looked completely different. The entire ceiling had collapsed, leaving nothing but the skeleton of the building above it. A massive hole was visible on the outer brick wall. Melissa assumed Purity Force had made a new entrance into the building instead of using the existing ones. The dust was beginning to settle, and figures were slowly moving between the chunks of concrete and exposed beams. From this distance, Melissa couldn't tell who was a cyborg and who was part of Purity Force. She crouched at the top of the stairwell while she decided what to do. On the other side of the holding cell, an altercation was taking place in the stairwell that led up and out of the building. It was the same set of stairs Melissa had used with Jake and the rest of the liberators. She couldn't see what was going on, and she couldn't understand what anyone was saying over all the shouting. Near Melissa's feet on the floor, she noticed a green light blinking in the darkness. Her stomach jumped when she realized the light was from a Purity Force gun. A LED indicated the gun had power. She had never used one before, but she had spent time on the range with a few pistols at home. If there was a trigger, she could figure it out. The weapon was heavy and poorly balanced. Melissa slightly staggered when holding it. She had to balance its weight on her arm, using one hand to grip the muzzle tightly as she fumbled at the trigger. She didn't want to kill anyone, but she might be able to maim one or two of them and stop them from hurting the cyborgs. Heading into the frenzy of soldiers and officers, Melissa squinted in the dim light. She spotted the redhead cyborg who Thunder had marked as his leader. He rose out of the debris and started recharging his gun, ready for the fight to resume. Melissa wasn't sure if he saw her or not. She would have to take her chances. The commotion on the staircase at the other side of the room reached a crescendo, and she heard several weapons discharge. Bodies fell backward, either dead or unconscious. She would have to go through the firefight to get out of here. Melissa pressed her back against the wall as she made her way through. A new group of Purity Force officers dropped through a hole in the wall. They landed in front of her with a thud, shouting directions at each other. "Get to the stairwell! That's where they are!" Melissa tried to follow them, but a large hand wrapped around her forearm. She looked up to see the familiar dark eyes of the cyborg who had summoned Thunder from the storage room. It seemed like a long time ago. She hadn't liked the way he looked at her then, but something was different in his eyes now. "Come this way!" He had to shout so Melissa could hear him over the racket. He pointed at the wall opposite to where Purity Force had made their entry. The brick had crumbled, and the structural beams had collapsed in a way that formed a makeshift ramp. Purity Force was busy in the stairwell, and they paid no attention to the human woman and the cyborg at her side. She tried to yank her arm out of the cyborg's grasp, but she couldn't pull herself away. His grip was too strong. "I'm not leaving without Thunder." The cyborg shook his head. "Thunder's terminated. Purity Force killed him a few minutes ago." Darkness came over Melissa's vision that had nothing to do with the lack of light. Was Thunder dead? She couldn't believe it. She had known fighting with Purity Force had risks, but in her heart, she didn't think anything would happen to them. If her lover was dead, what would happen to her? How was she going to get out of here? The cyborg tugged on Melissa's arm, trying to bring her back to reality. "You have to move if you want to live, human." Melissa looked once again at the exit. She shook her head in disbelief. Was she better off leaving with the cyborgs or staying with the other humans? Purity Force might listen to reason. There was a chance, however slim, that they might be willing to negotiate with her. The cyborgs had nothing for her but danger unless Thunder was with them. "I think I'll just stay here and go back to the basement." She turned to the storage room. The soldier pulled her back. "No, you won't. Thunder told me to protect you if something happened to him." "Who are you again? I don't even know you." It was a weak excuse, but it was the best one she could come up with. All she knew was that she didn't feel safe with him. Thunder was the only one who could protect her. "Call me Compass." The noises around them were getting louder, and shots rang out across the room. "There's no time left. Let's go." Compass started to drag her, and a few other cyborgs followed them. They made their way up to the hole in the bricks and managed to pull themselves onto the sidewalk. Melissa blinked in the bright daylight, but she didn't have the luxury of letting her eyes adjust to the sun. Compass was leading her down the concrete path with the other cyborgs at their back. Melissa started to cry when she looked over her shoulder at the big brick building that had changed her life in a few hours. She had met the man of her dreams, fucked like she never had before, and had it all taken from her. The building seemed to have transformed as swiftly as her life. When she and the Liberators had first seen the old warehouse, it was a hulking behemoth in the night. Now it was a crumbling edifice, falling apart on the outside like she was on the inside. Purity Force officers swarmed around the other side, paying no attention to the small group of people escaping down an alleyway. She sobbed freely, not caring if the engineered soldiers saw her crying. Thunder had meant everything to her. The other cyborgs had taken it upon themselves to get Melissa out of harm's way. She didn't know if they were honoring Thunder's wishes, or if they had plans of their own. Chapter 15. Thunder tried to make his plasma gun charge faster as Purity Force ran down the stairs. There were too many of them for a single cyborg to defeat. He knew he would never get out alive. Even though his mind focused on fighting for his life, he worried for Melissa. If he died, there would be no one to protect her. He had an idea about what the other cyborgs would do to her, but he didn't want to think about it. Looking up, Thunder could see the collapse of the main floor had compromised the structure of the building. Maybe he could blow his way out of here. The cyborg fired a ball of plasma into the ceiling above the stairwell. It hit and cracked the plaster, leaving a pattern reminiscent of a spider web. The humans barely had enough time to look up before parts of the building collapsed on top of them. A few cyborgs came into the stairwell behind Thunder in time to see his accomplishment. Savage ran behind him and gave a roar of triumph. "That's the Thunder I know," he exclaimed. "I knew you would come around." Thunder was waiting for the dust to clear, but he knew the cyborgs were going to win. "We've managed to whittle their forces down to almost nothing. I'm going back to get Melissa before we go." Savage grabbed Thunder's arm before he could take another step. Thunder spoke immediately. "I know you told me to leave her, but I can't. I'm the one who brought her into this mess. It's my duty to get her out of it." Adrenaline pumped through his body, urging him to take action and retrieve Melissa before it was too late. But he knew he had to get through the cyborgs first. He couldn't fight all of them at once. "That's not why I'm stopping you." Savage looked at the other cyborg slowly before turning back to Thunder.
You can't get her, because she's dead.
Thunder looked at the other cyborgs for confirmation. They stood silent and rigid behind their leader. For the first time, he didn't know what to do. His programming, which had become so much a part of him that he didn't even think of it as software, had always led him to the next step of the battle. But if Melissa was dead, there wasn't a battle to fight.
What happened?
When he had left her, Melissa was safe in the storage room. He imagined he could still see her there, waiting for him.
The other humans killed her.
Savage's square jaw went rigid as he gritted his teeth.
They found her, one of their own, and cut her down without saying a word. Purity Force is even tougher than we imagined if they're willing to kill their fellow humans.
Did you do anything to stop them? Thunder demanded. They were losing precious time needed to get out of this miserable place, but he wanted answers first. He knew it was possible for Savage to stand idle while Purity Force murdered Melissa. The cyborg leader wanted all the humans dead. Savage put his hands in the air to ward off Thunder's verbal assault.
There was nothing I could do about it, brother. By the time I got to her, she had vanished.
The blonde cyborg positioned himself on the stairs to tower over Savage.
I'm sure you'll understand if I don't believe you. You wanted her dead all along. No, I didn't, Savage reminded him. I wanted to use her in negotiations. I didn't care what happened to her after that. What I do care about is you, brother. If I had my way, I would have kept her alive if only for your sake. But she's gone now.
Thunder pushed his way past his commander. I want to see her body. The other cyborgs blocked the doorway, and Thunder raised his hand to shove them out of the way.
Believe me, you don't, Savage called from behind him. It's messy. We've got to get out of here.
He hesitated for a moment. All of a sudden, Thunder wasn't sure if he wanted to see Melissa's dead body, even if she had died peacefully. It would be easier to remember the way she had looked when he left her, with love in her glistening eyes. But he needed to know the truth.
Thunder, it seems like you don't believe me.
Savage could read the cyborg's thoughts from his body language.
Why don't you ask Dagger? He was there too.
Thunder's eyes sought out the mechanically inclined cyborg. Out of all the other cyborgs, Dagger was the one most likely to sympathize with Thunder. He remembered both of his lives and knew what it was like to be human. With a surprising pang of regret, the blonde cyborg wished he had thought to introduce Melissa to Dagger. They would have gotten along well, and Thunder wouldn't have worried that the skinny young soldier was after his lover. Dagger looked up at Thunder and nodded his affirmation. That was all he needed. Letting out a howl that reverberated through the crumbling building, Thunder fell to his knees. He had come to this horrific place to rescue his fellow cyborgs. Even though there was still a chance of achieving the goal, he had gained and lost too much. Melissa had made the cyborg realize there was more to life than killing. Now that she was gone, he was starting to question his purpose. A new wave of Purity Force soldiers blocked the light at the exit above the stairwell. They were shocked to see the bodies of their fallen colleagues littering the steps. They raised their guns to shoot down Thunder and the cyborgs behind him. When Thunder had left the storage room, he hadn't wanted to kill anyone else. He hoped to look like more than a killer in Melissa's eyes, and thought there might be a chance for cyborgs and humans to live together peacefully. He needed a truce if he wanted to be with Melissa without consequence from either side. But the fantasy had died with his woman, and there was no longer a need for caution. He charged his plasma gun and started firing freely, knocking down the members of Purity Force like bowling pins. They fell against each other and down the stairs. Thunder stepped over their bodies as he made his way up toward the sunlight. He didn't care if Savage and the others were behind him, or if they had turned back. Thunder was prepared to take out as many humans as possible until his body couldn't move. A white, intense rage drove him now. Anyone who got in his path would regret it. For every human he killed, it seemed like 2 more took their place. They multiplied quickly and looked identical in their uniforms. The humans might have been clones of each other. Thunder took them down by firing rapidly and consistently. When he began seeing shots come from over his shoulder, he knew his brothers were behind him. The battle was answering some of his existential questions. He was a cyborg. He was made to fight. There was nothing more to life than conflict. He and the rest of the cyborgs would kill the humans until they showed they could listen. Even then, they might not stop. They were soldiers, and nobody was going to tell them what to do. Bloodlust burned inside him as he thought about the other cyborgs trapped around the country. Savage's squad and the soldiers they had just rescued would team up and work their way across the nation, adding to their numbers as they piled up the bodies until no one was left to stop them. Thunder laughed when he realized the irony. The dismantling of Cyborg Sector, the rehabilitation program, and the eradication project began when humans were afraid of a few rogue cyborgs who refused to follow orders. The humans would now suffer more casualties than if they had accepted the cyborgs. He emerged from the building and cut through the Purity Force officers. He had his comrades behind him, and nothing could shake his confidence. They didn't stop a single time as they made their way out of the building. The humans scattered around them. Now that the cyborgs had freed themselves from the old warehouse, they had a chance to escape. "We need a vehicle," Thunder ordered. Dagger ran up beside him. "Over there!" He pointed to a van parked on the opposite side of the street. It was the dull white color of Purity Force and still looked new. It was shiny and clean, without a speck of rust. That car would get them farther than any of the junky old beaters they had used to get here. "Can you get it to start?" Luck was finally starting to break in Thunder's favor. "Absolutely!" Dagger moved to the front of the group and pulled open the driver's side door. Some Purity Force officers had not bothered to lock it before fleeing the scene. The skinny cyborg jumped in and stuck his finger into the access port underneath the steering wheel. In a moment, he had connected himself to several wires, and the engine turned over. Thunder roared a cry of appreciation for the mechanic as he lowered himself into the passenger seat. He heard the back door slam as more cyborgs piled in behind him. The van zoomed down the road. Once they had cleared the industrial area and headed for the highway, Thunder turned around to congratulate his brothers on a job well done. He noted several of the rescued cyborgs, as well as a few from his old unit, but he was surprised to find the commander hadn't come with them. Thunder was still angry about Melissa, and hadn't bothered to verify his location when they left the building. "Where's Savage?" "He went with one of the other groups splitting off from us. I think 3 different teams were trying to get out of the building at the same time. It was hard to keep track of everyone." Thunder nodded and turned to the front of the vehicle. Dagger was guiding the van up a ramp that led onto a highway, matching the speed of the other vehicles around them. If they were lucky, nobody would come after them immediately. He could understand his fellow cyborgs' confusion. The scene at the warehouse was chaotic, and not all of the cyborgs knew each other. They had planned to split up, but there hadn't been time for specific group assignments. Thumping his fist on the dashboard, he realized that he might have known where everyone was if he had been planning with his comrades, instead of fucking Melissa. Although she had not been a waste of time, he wondered about the power the girl had over him. The human woman with soft lips and velvety skin could take him away from reality. How could he have let her put his brothers at risk? "What about Compass?" Thunder finally asked. "Did he make it out?" He hadn't always cared for the dark-haired cyborg, but since Compass had been part of his team during the journey to the city, he felt like he should ask. At least Melissa was safe from him. A slight hesitation from his fellow cyborgs made Thunder think Compass had fallen in battle, but Dagger answered the question. "He got out." Compass and his group left right before we did. Good. We'll head to the rendezvous point and figure things out from there.
Thunder watched the city buildings race by as they drove down the highway. He wondered how many humans were in each one of them. What were they doing? Were they crowded around their phones, trying to learn more information about the escaped cyborgs who terrified them? Or were they fucking each other, touching tongues, breasts, and lips as they enjoyed each other's bodies? Shaking his head in an attempt to free his mind from such thoughts, he turned his speculation to the cyborgs. How many of them remained in the city? Had they missed a chance to help their brothers? If so, they would have to wait a little while longer. Thunder and the others would be back for them. Chapter 16. Melissa draped herself over the fence. She was wearing boots and had one foot on the split rail while her elbow perched on the top. The horses gambled in the late afternoon sunshine while the tall grass of the pasture bent and flowed around them in the breeze. It was sleepy and pleasant here, and she didn't know why she had ever chosen to leave this life. Major cities and a college full of men weren't going to make her happy. Neither would a wild adventure. She belonged at home. Someone called out her name from the end of a long, dusty driveway. Melissa turned and squinted, flattening her hand and putting it over her eyes so she could see the tall, gangly figure coming toward her. He wore a flannel shirt, jeans, and boots. She couldn't immediately identify him, but she knew the man belonged here. Underneath a cowboy hat, he flashed a smile filled with straight, white teeth. Melissa's heart leaped out of her chest. Maybe he was the one. She tried to call out and ask if she could do anything for him, but her voice wasn't working. The man appeared at her side. He had moved too quickly to have walked all the way down the long drive. He grabbed Melissa's wrist in his hand and twisted it behind her back. This wasn't how she had imagined things would go. "Let me go!" She wished she was carrying a gun, but she had left it somewhere else. "You're coming with me." The man pulled harder on her arm. "You don't belong here. This is my home." Melissa struggled and tried to pull her arm away. She twisted and fought, hoping to escape and to make her way to the barn. There was an old shotgun in the tack room. Her father kept it loaded in case anything came after the livestock. It was far away, but she could get there if she hurried. Melissa had the raw strength and speed that came from working on a farm. If given a chance, she was sure she could blow the man's head off. The stranger produced a knife and didn't hesitate to use it. He dug the blade into her flesh, ripping it out, and stabbed her in the chest. Melissa could see her blood glistening on the weapon. The bright redness was a stark contrast against the coloring of the landscape around her. Melissa used her free hand to claw at the stranger. She barely managed to scratch him, but she had to fight back. Melissa slapped the man's hand and pummeled at his chest without seeing any effect. Finally, she reached up and dug a finger into his skin. Melissa could easily pull back huge chunks of it. The imitation flesh fell to the ground and sent up puffs of dust as it landed. Underneath a human facade, the man was made of metal. His eyes were glass spheres rolling around in a silver skull. His teeth became razor blades in a steel jaw. Melissa's scream should have been echoing across the plains, but she couldn't get her mouth to work. When she opened her eyes, Melissa was staring up at the rusty ceiling of a van. She lay awkwardly in the dirty carpet with one hand trapped underneath her back. Pulling it out and rubbing the pins and needles out of it, she struggled to remember where she was, and forgot the vivid imagery of her dream. Memory started slowly coming back into her mind. Compass and the remaining cyborgs had fled from the warehouse with her in tow. They had made their way through a maze of alleys. The route was so complicated that she wouldn't have been able to get back to the building if she wanted to. They stayed in the shadows, checking around corners before advancing down the streets. At one point, a squad car with popping lights and blaring sirens came speeding past their location. Compass had grabbed Melissa by the waist and dragged her down behind a dumpster, holding one hand tightly over her mouth while they waited for the police to pass.
Why did you do that? I thought you understood I'm on your side.
Compass had glared at her. I don't need to justify myself to a human. But I wanted to make sure you didn't scream. We can't trust you because you might reveal our position.
Melissa shot the cyborg a derisive look, but she let the matter drop so they could keep moving. Some points weren't worth arguing over. Their team turned a corner and found a battered cargo van waiting for them. She felt sore and bruised. Melissa didn't remember lying down on the floor of the vehicle or going to sleep, but she must have tried to relax, even though she was still exhausted. She sat up, feeling the exertion of the journey in her muscles. Running her hands through her hair, Melissa rubbed several knots out of her legs and wished she had a toothbrush. A cyborg she didn't recognize was driving, and another one sat in the passenger seat. Compass sat on the floor near her with his head leaned against the metal wall.
I see you've decided to join the living.
He had his eyes closed.
You've been out for hours.
Melissa didn't know how he sensed she was awake, but she was grateful she didn't have to look him in the eyes. Something was unnerving about him, even taking into account the fact that he was a cyborg.
Where are we? Far enough from New York that they're not going to find us?
The swarthy soldier straightened his head and looked at her. His eyes still gleamed even after he had been asleep.
We make a loop before we turn around and head for the coast again.
The coast? Where are we going? It was hard for Melissa to believe they had been traveling for so long. She would have thought that Purity Force would have tracked them down by now. Compass smiled, but the expression seemed artificial.
That's for me to know, and you to find out. You keep saying you're on our side. You're going to have to prove it if you want us to trust you. We don't understand you the way Thunder did, at least, not yet.
Despite the hunger that gnawed at her belly and the pain in her joints, Melissa still had the energy to get angry. What do you expect me to do? I'd already come into that holding cell to release the cyborgs. I left with you instead of surrendering to Purity Force.
And then there's the matter of what you did with Thunder.
She turned away and concentrated on the scenery that scrolled past the windows. Stop talking about him.
Why not? You're not the first human to fuck a cyborg, you know. There were documented cases of it dating all the way back to Cyborg Sector. That doesn't mean it's right or natural. For all we know, you were using him.
Melissa raised an eyebrow. What exactly would I use him for? My goal was to free the cyborgs and get out of there, not hang around the area. We didn't even know you were going to be there. I didn't intend on sleeping with the cyborg.
Compass shrugged. Whatever you say, human. The truth will come out in time. It always does.
Melissa eyed the other cyborgs speculatively, wondering what they had planned for her. None of them tried to talk to her or even look in her direction. It was hard for her to distinguish one from another. She couldn't believe the way events were unfolding. Maybe she would have been better off staying in the basement and getting crushed by the building. That way she wouldn't have to live knowing Thunder had died for her. They had come to New York for similar reasons, but by the end, they were only concerned with their love for one another. She tried speaking to Compass again. I have an idea. What if you guys drop me off somewhere? You shouldn't have to keep me around just because it's something Thunder would have wanted. You could pull over at a gas station, and I'll make my way home. Compass let the silence hang between them for a moment before finally responding.
That's a possibility, he murmured.
Melissa waited impatiently for an opportunity to escape. She hoped the van would run out of fuel. Maybe the cyborgs needed to pull over for food. She didn't even know if they ate. The road was in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but farm fields and trees. The only signs of civilization were a random barn or a farmhouse set far off the road.
Time for action.
The cyborg at the wheel glanced at Compass in his rearview mirror.
We've got some company up ahead.
The tawny soldier stood up and came toward the front seats, stooping over to peer out the windshield. Melissa rose up onto her knees so she could see, too. White specks blocked the road in front of them. As the van drew closer,
She could see cars with flashing lights belonging to Purity Force. A dozen figures waited for them outside the vehicles.
"What should we do?" the driver asked. "They were smart enough to pick a spot on the road where there's a ditch on either side. I can't go around them."
Compass rubbed the stubble on his chin with one hand.
"They're in an excellent location to fight, and they'll have the advantage. Go ahead and stop. It will make them less suspicious of us. We'll have to play it by ear."
Melissa's heartbeat sounded so loud that she was having problems hearing anything else. She knew she was going to have to go back to the humans eventually, but she had planned to do it on her terms. In any event, encountering Purity Force like this meant the cyborgs were in danger. Melissa had seen enough bloodshed to last for the rest of her life. The van slowed down as it approached the blockade, and Melissa crouched behind the driver's seat.
"We know who you are. It's time to surrender."
The voice over the megaphone sounded fearful but determined at the same time.
"We have human security standing by to escort you back to our headquarters." "You're not taking us anywhere,"
the cyborg driver shouted through the window. Compass smacked him on the back of the head.
"I'm in charge here. We'll do what I say."
"We have you surrounded."
Turning around, Compass peeked through the back windows.
"They're coming up behind us, too. How did this happen so quickly?" He looked at Melissa. "Did you contact them?"
Melissa threw her hands into the air innocently. How could I have done that? She had a point. There wasn't any way for her to communicate with the outside world, but Compass needed someone to blame.
"Tell them we have a human woman with us."
The driver relayed Compass's information. Purity Force conferred with each other for a few moments.
"The best thing for you to do right now is let her go. You can negotiate for a lighter sentence when you get to court."
Compass snorted. Does he think we're stupid? Cyborgs don't have any rights. They're not going to let us go to court. We'll be executed immediately. He rubbed his chin.
"Tell him we'll do it."
"What?"
The driver turned around to make sure he understood the order correctly.
"Are you going to surrender so easily?"
"Of course not. But I want them to think we will. Just do what I tell you. Say we'll relinquish her. But she's injured. They'll need to come and get her."
Melissa watched the exchange in confusion. She was stiff and sore, but she could walk. Why couldn't she get out of the van herself? The cyborg seemed to have an idea cooking, and she didn't want to ask any questions. He would be harder on her than he had been on the driver. A team of Purity Force soldiers broke through the barricade, pulling a gurney along between them. They advanced quickly. Behind them, their associates had guns aimed at everyone.
"When I say so, I want you to move as quickly as possible." Compass looked out the window. "For now, slowly drive forward."
The van began rolling, and Melissa wondered what was going to happen to her. It was one thing to say she would turn herself in, and another thing entirely to be given up against her will. Compass grabbed her around the waist and hauled her to the other side of the van near the double doors.
"The cyborgs thank you for your service. Floor it!"
He swung the door open as the van pulled up to Purity Force and casually tossed Melissa out of the van. She flew through the air, and time slowed down for her. She could see a look of shock on the faces of the people around her. Some reached out to catch her. None were able to do anything about the van racing toward the blockade. Melissa smashed against the side of the gurney and fell onto the asphalt, scraping her knees against the hard ground. Gloved hands covered her and lifted her up onto the stretcher. Too many people started asking questions and poking at her. Melissa felt under attack by the volume of questions and couldn't answer anything. She watched the rusty van crash through the barricade, sending the members of Purity Force fleeing as the van sliced off the front end of one of the squad cars. The humans fired several shots at the cyborgs, but they all either missed or didn't do any damage. The van kept moving. She collapsed onto the thin mattress, squinting up into the brilliant blue sky and allowing anyone to do whatever they thought was necessary. She wondered if her situation had improved. Chapter 17 The crashing of waves on the shore was a sound soothing for humans. For Thunder, it made his muscles grow tense. He and a small group of cyborgs had reached their rendezvous point a day ago, and he hadn't calmed down from the escape yet. They were on an island free from humans, but it had too many seabirds which consistently squawked. The area had once served as a military compound. Thunder didn't bother asking how the cyborgs acquired it. Thick, concrete walls created a solid defense curtain, with several smaller buildings nestled inside of it. Some of these structures had crumbled over time. Anything that didn't fit inside was put into one of many tents erected inside the wall. It had been easy to occupy his mind by focusing on tactical strategy as they fled from Purity Force. Now that there was nothing for him to do but sit around and wait, he found that his mind kept drifting to Melissa. Thunder walked around the exterior of the compound. He wasn't sure what to do with himself. Each soldier had specific duties to perform, but he had already finished everything assigned to him. There was nothing left for him but wait and worry.
Don't tell me you're still feeling remorse about the human.
Savage's tone sounded mocking as Thunder passed by his tent. It was the largest of the canvas structures and stood at the center of the cyborg sanctuary. The leader and the group he had escaped with had arrived last night in a stolen helicopter.
I wouldn't have to grieve if you had listened to me.
Savage raised an eyebrow.
I hope you aren't implying this was my fault. You were the one who decided taking a pet would be a good idea.
The blonde cyborg shut his mouth and didn't argue. Savage had a point, but there was no way for Thunder to have known everything would go to shit.
Even so, you could have let me evacuate her as soon as the fighting started.
I didn't realize you wanted to go on a honeymoon together. I should have given you more privacy. The problem was that we needed you and your plasma gun more than the girl.
What you don't realize is how well everything could have turned out.
Melissa was a human who voluntarily chose to align with us. Unlike the other liberators, she was prepared to do something about it. She could have spoken with Purity Force. We might have had a chance at life without having to fight for it. Thunder's voice was getting louder. He was prepared to shout if he thought it would make someone listen to him. Savage tilted his head like a dog hearing a whistle.
Why would we want to do that?
What point is there to life without combat? Have you forgotten, soldier, that fighting is what we do? Have you become so weak that you prefer words to action? He tipped his head back and chuckled, the peals of laughter coming all the way from his flat abdomen. You're a bigger idiot than I thought.
I'm going to kill you today.
Thunder launched himself at Savage, finally fed up with everything. He knew how to fight, but he was tired of combat. He should have grabbed Melissa when he had walked into her cell and left with her immediately. He could have saved himself a lot of time. Savage wasn't prepared for Thunder's sudden assault. The commander had fallen into the sand. The blonde cyborg felt like he was watching from a distance as his fist slammed into Savage's face. Blood spurted from the redhead's lips, and Thunder hungered for more. Hands clamped around Thunder's arm and dragged him away, pushing him down and pinning him to the ground. Savage loomed over Thunder's body, blood dripping down his chin as he scowled at the wayward soldier. I hope you enjoyed it. That's the last time you're going to touch me. Do you really think you can march in here and do whatever you want? It doesn't work that way, Cyborg. I'm in charge here, and I'm not going to let you change anything. I don't care if you'll throw a fit if you don't get your toy. I should have killed her as soon as I saw her. Thunder fought against the cyborgs, restraining him, but he couldn't break free. 4 were holding him down, 1 on each of his limbs. No! He screamed. He realized that he had been hoping that Melissa was still alive somewhere. He hadn't seen her body for himself, and he couldn't bear to think he had let her down. Yes! Savage hissed. I saw her die, Thunder. I saw her eyes roll up in her head as her blood spilled onto the floor. You'll have to get over it. You can't fuck her if she's dead. Savage wasn't above using any advantage and hit the other cyborg in the face while he couldn't fight back. Thunder heard one of his bones crack. He took the injury in stride, allowing the pain to remind him of what a fool he had been. More blows followed, pummeling him until he was barely holding on to consciousness. He felt boots kick the sides of his body. Thunder didn't bother fighting against them. He deserved the punishment, both for loving Melissa and for allowing his feelings to get in the way of his mission.
I guess that's enough.
Savage finally stopped hitting him. I think he's learned a lesson. The cyborgs, who had been such heavy weights on his arms and legs, stood up. Thunder rolled over and spat blood onto the ground, coughing painfully.
You'll have a guard until it's time to leave.
Thunder didn't bother to look at Savage. The sight might make him angry again.
If I get any more trouble from you, I'll kill you in a heartbeat. No one cyborg is worth this much trouble.
The sound of Savage's boots as he walked off reverberated through the sand. The same hands that had held Thunder down now picked him up and carried him across the compound. Blinding sunlight turned to cool shade as they threw him into one of the buildings near the wall. A door slammed shut behind him. Thunder let the darkness around the edges of his vision take over. There was no point in fighting now. Savage was right. Melissa was dead. He shouldn't have required a beating to remember it. Chapter 18. Melissa kept her eyes shut. She had managed to stave off the questions from the officer so far by either being unconscious or pretending to be. With lots of shouting and swearing, they loaded her into an ambulance and shot off toward a hospital.
They said she was injured,
one paramedic said from somewhere above her as the highway roared underneath the emergency vehicle.
I don't see it. Do you?
If she wasn't before, she certainly is now. Did you see the way they tossed her out of the van?
The speaker clucked his tongue. Those bastards.
It's not a surprise. Those damn cyborgs think they can do whatever they want, and we can't do anything about it. They killed a lot of men and women in New York City. The ones that got away from us were partially responsible.
When they arrived at the hospital, Melissa could tell something was different about it. It smelled the way she remembered, containing the sickly scent of cleaning supplies in the air, but it was missing sounds of life. There were no visitors in the lobby, receptionists directing calls, or announcements over the loudspeaker calling doctors into the operating room. Looking around, Melissa saw plain white walls, dropped tiled ceilings, and Purity Force officers posted in each doorway. It didn't seem like they were prepared to let her out any time soon. Once the nurses had given her several tests and taken more vials of blood than she thought necessary, Melissa closed her eyes and rested. She felt warm breath suggesting a person at her bedside. No one she knew would be visiting her. The rest of the liberators were probably back home by now, hiding in their dorms. If she was lucky, nobody in her family knew she had gotten involved in this fiasco. Even if they did find out about her trip to New York, her parents didn't know where she was. "Melissa, it's time for you to open your eyes. I know you aren't asleep." The voice belonged to a female, and it was the first girl she had heard in a long time. She popped open her eyelids out of surprise more than desire. The woman standing over her looked like a doctor out of a television drama. She had blonde hair, carefully coiffed into a chignon at the back of her head, and dramatic glasses that did nothing to hide her beauty. Someone had meticulously applied the doctor's makeup, and her lab coat looked freshly pressed. "There we go. Good girl." The woman placed her manicured hands on her hips. "My name is Dr. Bridget Brown. You're at the Center for Pure Science, a Purity Force hospital. We're going to evaluate the injuries you sustained over the last 2 days while in the custody of rogue cyborgs in New York City. Does that make sense?" Melissa's brain felt a little foggy, but she understood every word and nodded. She noticed someone had put her in a hospital gown and realized it must have happened during a time she was truly unconscious.
Wires and tubes rose out of her skin and snaked their way around the bed to a monitor working quietly in the corner. Melissa stopped being curious about her surroundings and quickly looked away. She didn't like blood, needles, or hospitals. "We believe your name is Melissa Quinn. Is that correct?" Thankfully, the doctor brought Melissa's attention away from her physical condition. She acted kind, but the look on her face suggested that she could become nasty in a hurry. Melissa nodded. There was no point in lying. "Thanks for confirming our information. There are a lot of questions we want to ask you. I believe you are healthy enough to do so. Do you agree?" Dr. Brown reached up to adjust the monitor, and a whiff of perfume hit Melissa's nose. The only thing she had smelled recently was a sweaty Cyborg, and the sweet, floral scent made her want to gag. "Do you think I can have some water first?" It had been a long time since Melissa did something normal, like eating or drinking, and some food. "We'll see what we can do for you." Dr. Brown gave a quick command to a nearby nurse and opened up the curtain surrounding the bed. Several Purity Force officers came forward, flanking a man in a suit. He seemed so old that he should have retired by now. He had carefully combed back his silver hair and looked at Melissa with disdain. "You know, before you eat, there's someone I want you to meet. Director Sullivan is the head of Purity Force, and he thinks what you know can help us," Dr. Brown explained. "I'll be standing close to you and monitoring your condition, but I won't stop the interrogation unless I feel that it's necessary." Her words came out clipped and curt, and they suggested she wouldn't put up with any bullshit. Melissa knew she couldn't lie in front of her. Director Sullivan stepped forward, and his private security detail followed him. He made no preamble, but went straight into a list of questions.
"Melissa Quinn, we believe you were in the holding facility where we kept our renegade machines when a gang of cyborgs attempted a rescue. Is that correct?" His jowls shook as he spoke.
Melissa swallowed. Where were the nurse and her water? "Yes, that's right." Sullivan sat down on a hard plastic chair at the side of the bed and produced a small notepad from his jacket pocket. He started scribbling furiously.
"We also believe that you were part of a group of liberators. Is that correct?"
"Yes." Melissa wondered if she was on trial. The director nodded, wrote something on the pad, and brought his dark gray eyes up to meet hers. He spoke without passion, reciting each sentence as though he was a mediocre actor in a community play.
"I don't usually tolerate sympathizers. People like you only exist to make trouble for people like me. You stop me from doing my job and giving people what they want. Cyborgs are a problem for humans. Only pansies like you believe otherwise. If I had things my way, we would have tossed you in jail, not a hospital." He didn't sound very excited. "But since you've managed to get yourself mixed up with a formidable cyborg group, I could use your help." The request sounded like a gleam of hope to Melissa. If Purity Force needed her, then they wouldn't treat her as poorly as Thunder feared. She wanted to ask them if they knew whether or not Thunder was still functioning. But she didn't want to make it seem like she liked one of the cyborgs. She was on tenuous ground already. "I'll do what I can." "Good."
Director Sullivan nodded and consulted his notepad again.
"We're particularly interested in one cyborg. Our intelligence sources says he goes by the name of Savage. Was he there?"
Melissa bit her lip. Wasn't that one of the soldiers who Thunder had mentioned? "Yes, I believe he was. I don't think I spoke with him, though. The only one I interacted with repeatedly while I was at the holding facility was named Thunder. He didn't make it out." The older man scrutinized her for a moment, as though he could get more information out of her simply by staring. Melissa wondered if he knew something but wasn't saying anything. Had word gotten out about her relationship with Thunder? She could easily imagine what people were saying. "Check out that girl. She fucked a cyborg." When she offered no extra information, the director started to write. Dr. Brown stood quietly in the corner, watching the conversation and occasionally glancing at Melissa's monitor. "I want you to tell me what you planned to do by rescuing the cyborgs. Try to remember every detail. Names, dates, and the route you took to the holding facility could all be crucial." Director Sullivan clicked the end of his pen several times as he waited for her answer. "I don't want to get anyone in trouble," Melissa murmured. The man leaned forward, staring at her with sharp, red-rimmed eyes. "Perhaps you misunderstood the nature of my request. I can find out all the answers by myself. I can get everything I need without having to interact with you for more than a second, but it's faster and easier when you cooperate with me. I like it when my job is easy, and you will like it if my job is easy. If you don't tell me everything, everyone involved with you is going to suffer more than they need to." After that ultimatum, Melissa was ready to spill the beans. She explained how she had come to be involved with the Liberators through Jake, and how they had planned the trip with the idea of making a difference in the world. It didn't seem to make any difference to Director Sullivan that they had good intentions, but Melissa told him anyway. When she got to the part about being captured in the holding facility, she stopped speaking for a minute. Nobody, especially this man, needed to know what she and Thunder had done together. "Tell me more about the cyborg." Sullivan checked his notes. "Did Thunder give a reason why he took you as prisoner? It's puzzling to me. You see, most humans who go into a building and find a cyborg come out in a body bag." The nurse finally arrived, carrying a plastic tray of food. It had a bottle of cold water, a slice of roast beef covered in watery gravy, some cold macaroni and cheese, and a small dish of fruit. It was typical cafeteria fare, but Melissa dove in like it was a gourmet meal. She was starving, and the interruption gave her a moment to think about how she was going to answer. "At first, he wanted to use me as a hostage, so he had something for negotiations." Melissa spoke around a mouthful of roast beef, but she was prepared to throw manners to the wind. "The two of us started talking. We realized I could act as a go-between for the cyborgs and Purity Force, an ambassador, if you will. Killing each other isn't working. We hoped we could get out of the situation without any more violence." Thunder hadn't liked the idea when she introduced it to him, but Melissa neglected to mention that part. They had discussed it, so it wasn't a lie. "That sounds unbelievable. You're saying that a group of angry cyborgs are willing to talk out their problems. What the hell are they teaching you kids these days, anyway?" Melissa ignored his remark and kept talking, doing her best to paint Thunder and the other cyborgs in a flattering light. "Thunder knew the skirmish was going to be dangerous, so he hid me downstairs in a storage room. He was going to come back for me, but he died before he returned." She choked a little on the words, took a drink of water, and continued speaking. "I should have stayed down there, but I wanted to get out and do something useful. When I emerged from the basement, another cyborg saw me and got me out of the building safely." Sullivan leaned forward and rested one elbow on his knees. "It sounds to me like you think the Borgs cared about whether or not you stayed in one piece." Melissa nodded and stabbed at the fruit with her fork. "Of course they did. They could have left me by myself or killed me right away." She knew the cyborgs had discussed both options, but she also thought she understood Thunder's intentions, and she wanted to honor him after his death. If there had been good in him, she had to believe that there were other cyborgs like Thunder. "What was the name of the cyborg who helped you out of the building?" "Compass." The director nodded, but he didn't write anything down this time. He leaned forward again. "Is that the same one who threw you out of a moving vehicle?" He had Melissa in a verbal trap. She set the fork down on a tray and tried to compose herself. She had been terrified when Thunder took her prisoner, but it didn't compare to what Compass had done. He and the other violent soldiers were ruining her carefully constructed narrative. That's the one. He was under stress and didn't want Purity Force to capture him. I might have mentioned that he could drop me off somewhere, and I would turn myself in.
Of course. That explains everything. Director Sullivan stood and slapped the notebook against the side of the bed. It wasn't the cyborg's fault that he nearly killed you. He was just following his programming for survival. Maybe the poor little thing felt threatened. I'll have to remember that the next time I want to get away with murder. I'll push someone out of a moving vehicle. Maybe I'll write a book about it. He was shouting now, and little strings of spittle burst from his mouth. In the corner, Dr. Brown did a poor job of hiding a smile behind her hand. Melissa cringed from both his words and saliva. She could understand his point of view, but he was wrong. She couldn't tell him everything because it would make trouble for both her and Thunder. A man like Director Sullivan would never believe that a human and a cyborg could fall in love. I'm going to make this simple for you, Miss Quinn. You're going to give us the information we need. I suggest you answer our questions honestly. You're going to help us find these cyborgs. For the meantime, consider yourself a guest of Purity Force. Until we take those machines into custody, you aren't going anywhere. He strode out of the room, taking his notepad and bodyguards with him. Dr. Brown moved to the foot of her bed and stared at Melissa. That went well. Chapter 19. Thunder stood at attention with the other cyborgs. Although it was early in the day, it was already getting scorching hot. The sun didn't leave a cold spot on the tiny island. Despite the heat, the cyborgs were exercising to make sure they stayed conditioned. Thunder and the other soldiers glistened with sweat as they followed their instructor. The training leader stood on a platform so everyone could see him while he demonstrated the workout routine. They would always have the physical advantage over any humans, but they didn't want to grow soft during their time at the compound. Savage had ended Thunder's sentence early after a few days in a makeshift stockade. He preferred soldiers to be training and preparing, instead of wasting their time guarding each other. The blonde cyborg had made no further moves to assault his leader or anybody else. I'll still be keeping an eye on you, Savage growled. Something's the matter with your head. Maybe one of the humans made a mistake when they programmed you at Cyborg Sector. I heard a rumor that someone had created a sex slave once instead of a cyborg. You could have been the prototype. I don't know what the answer is. All I know is I'm not going to deal with it again. Inside the small building, Thunder was doing his best to behave despite his anger toward both Savage and Purity Force. There was little to do besides work out and sharpen the knife he kept in his pants pocket. He knew he could easily eliminate the guards posted at the doorway, but he refrained. In a sense, Savage had been right. The humans would always be his enemies. Now that Melissa was no longer with them, he wouldn't have any qualms about killing Purity Force officers or anyone else who got in his way while rescuing the other cyborgs around the country. Now he did whatever Savage asked of him and was merely part of a larger force. He had used his anger, forging it into something fresh and strong. Thunder had beaten it down until it had taken a new shape. His state of mind left him numb to anything but training and killing. He was a machine, not a man. It was time to forget Melissa and anything he once had with her. The instructor helped them stretch and strengthen their muscles while doing intense cardiovascular training. They followed him to the letter, and all the soldiers moved in unison. "Come on, you pussies!" the instructor shouted. "I want to see perfect form on your squats. Otherwise, I'll have you doing push-ups until the sun sets." Thunder knew the threat was real, but that wasn't what drove him to follow the trainer. He was willing to do push-ups until the sun set and rose again if he thought it was necessary. He wanted the perfection only a cyborg could achieve.
Human soldiers were physically superior to the civilian meatbags, but Thunder knew they were nothing compared to a cyborg. The instructor stood up and wiped sweat off his face. "Time's up! I expect to see every one of you back out here tomorrow morning for another session. If you're not here, and I notice it, I'll tie your sorry ass to the back of a truck and drag you through the surf at high tide." The group disassembled and meandered off into the tents. Thunder trudged slowly through the camp, watching the cyborgs around him begin preparations for the night. Most of them kept the flaps of their shelters open to let in fresh night air. They hung sweaty shirts on poles and hooks to dry, ate out of small tin cans from the food stashed away in one of the buildings near the wall, and found ways to entertain themselves. "Do you want to join us?" A newly rescued cyborg looked at Thunder curiously as he passed by the tent. The cyborg squatted on a small stool near a table in front of his shelter and dealt out playing cards to two other cyborgs. Thunder shook his head and walked on. He didn't need to sit down at a table to know that he would never be able to sit still and concentrate enough to win, no matter what game they chose. There was still plenty of time before they went out again, but he was not content to wait around idly. All the action was happening at the center of camp. Larger tents were here, claimed by cyborgs who had established themselves as outranking the others. Specialized equipment filled them. Dagger had modified his canvas structure. The sidewalls didn't reach the ground. Instead, they were propped up on poles to create a pavilion. He sat inside on a low workbench surrounded by tools. A line out the door showed there were plenty of cyborgs who wanted things fixed. Dagger waved to Thunder as he passed by. The blonde cyborg gave an almost imperceptible nod before passing on. He didn't want to stop and talk. He knew the skinny soldier had been near Melissa when she died. Talking to Dagger would make the memories worse. Thunder ended up in front of the communications area. A few cyborgs had special software packages that let them monitor radio waves and television signals. Long ago, some had been equipped with hardware that let them show information on small screens. Those days died when the rehabilitation program started. Despite their limitations, the cyborgs were always interested in doing their design jobs. Inside the tent, TV monitors, computers, radios, and unidentifiable metal boxes were stacked on top of one another. The dedicated cyborgs who sat in front of them tweaked knobs and twisted dials, continuously processing information as they became aware of it. Thunder found the sound of everything together to be irritating. He didn't like hearing radio programs and television shows blast simultaneously. He paused at the entrance flap, which someone had pinned back. Cyborgs weren't particular about privacy. Anyone who wanted to watch the monitors was welcome to join communications. Thunder hadn't bothered to visit this area before. He had wanted to keep a significant distance between himself and any humans. Something made him stop today. A single monitor rested on top of a stack of equipment. It was high enough to brush the canvas ceiling and currently played a news program. In the picture, a woman sat behind a large, colorful desk and recited information humans found interesting from a teleprompter. Thunder had seen the broadcasts before, and he had never understood the appeal. He already knew what the weather was going to be like the next day. All he had to do was look at the way clouds moved through the sky. Watching sports was nothing more than a way to pretend you were active without actually getting out and doing something. The other events newscasters spoke about were boring to anyone who wasn't already involved with them. Television was typically a waste of time. This particular airing was different. The woman at the desk identified herself as Carlita. She leaned forward and spoke dramatically while a photo of the holding facility appeared in the corner of the screen over her shoulder. "Most of you will remember the showdown late last week between Purity Force and a dangerous pack of cyborgs intent on freeing 20 prisoners in New York City. The firefight proved fatal for cyborgs and humans alike. But it isn't over yet. Jim is on the scene with the story." "Make it louder." Thunder gestured at the screen. One of the communication specialists jumped up and adjusted the volume. The scene switched to a man standing outside an elegant building that was definitely not the holding facility. "Thanks, Carlita. I'm here at the Center for Pure Science, where officers have taken into custody a person who might have critical clues about the location of the rogue cyborg cell. Authorities say their leader is a cyborg going by the name of Savage. If there were a most wanted list for cyborgs, he would be at the top of it. The screen changed again, showing shaky footage of Savage and other soldiers as they made their way out of the old warehouse. Thunder wondered where they got the video. He saw Savage firing at Purity Force officers as he made his way to a vehicle. The man's voice continued over the film as it played. We've learned some exclusive information. The fight in New York City was not only between the cyborgs and the Purity Force. A small group of liberators was part of the plan. It's not clear which teams were working together, but one of their own ended up being taken prisoner by the cyborgs. They captured Melissa Quinn, a college student from the Midwest, and held her as a hostage during the grisly battle. While many sources believe she had died when the building collapsed, the Center for Pure Science claims she is alive and well. The monitor changed to show Melissa. Her hair was pulled back into a messy ponytail that didn't do justice to her beauty. She had huge, dark circles under her eyes, and she refused to look at the camera. Thunder's blood rushed through his body like a swiftly moving river, pumping into his veins and brain. He understood from the other cyborgs that the things humans said on television weren't always accurate. His heart told him they weren't lying this time. Melissa was still alive. Purity Force hadn't murdered her, and neither Savage nor Dagger had seen her dead body. His muscles started to twitch, fueled by the desire to act. He felt like running to Savage and giving him the punishment he deserved, but he needed to hear the rest of the broadcast. Thunder wasn't leaving without learning the truth from the humans. A different woman was on the screen now, with blonde hair and a lab coat. A reporter held a microphone in front of her face while asking questions. Miss Quinn sustained a few injuries during her time with the cyborgs, but most of them happened when she came back to us. A cyborg by the name of Compass threw her out of a moving vehicle and into the arms of Purity Force officers. She was lucky she only had a few broken bones. It's a perfect example of what those beasts are willing to do to us. Thunder clenched his teeth and fists, imagining which one of Compass's limbs he would rip out first. "Do you feel that all cyborgs are dangerous?" the reporter asked. "Some people say they can be quite friendly." The doctor shook her head vigorously while pressing her lips together. That kind of thinking is what gets people hurt. I'm a doctor for humans, not man-made machines. I wouldn't trust my life to a single one of them. They're dangerous and unpredictable. Anyone who thinks differently is putting themselves and others at risk. The camera cut back to show Jim standing outside the building. Another figure had joined him. The new man had gunmetal gray hair and a suit jacket that seemed slightly too small for him. "Meet Director Sullivan." Jim gestured to the guest. "He's in charge here at the Center for Pure Science, and he thinks the patient might be able to lead them to Savage." Director Sullivan nodded. "That's correct. Here at the center, we study the mind of cyborgs as well as their bodily functions. We seek to understand how they think and what kind of logic they use. Our hope is that spending time with Melissa, who was heavily involved with the cyborgs for a few days, can give us clues which will help us discover Savage's plans for the future. She doesn't know it yet, but we think we can use her to predict cyborg behavior." Jim nodded and checked a piece of paper in his hand. "An inside source is telling us the cyborgs didn't want to give up Melissa to Purity Force. Perhaps the interest was mutual. Did Melissa want to stay with the cyborgs? What are your thoughts on that?" The older man glared at the reporter. "Who said that?" Jim's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. "Our source wished to remain anonymous." "Of course they did," Sullivan howled. "They know that if we found out their identity, they wouldn't have a job by the end of the day. I know you and all the other reporters are looking for a story that can make people's hearts drip pink sparkles, but look somewhere else. We design cyborgs to be vicious. If you knew how they treated Miss Quinn, you would understand. They can't change their true nature. If our patient has a soft spot in her heart for these animals, it's because she's suffering from Stockholm Syndrome." "Are you a psychiatrist, Director?"
Sullivan angrily waved his hands through the air. "No, I am not. I'm just trying to make a point. I'm finished with this interview." He turned his back on the camera and stomped up the steps of the medical facility, disappearing quickly into the building. Jim watched him leave before addressing the camera with a bemused grin. "You saw it with your own eyes, folks. Purity Force has not only found Melissa Quinn alive, but believes she may be able to help them locate the cyborgs who abducted her. Back to you, Carlita." Thunder had heard enough. All his suffering over the last few days had been for nothing. The humans had not killed Melissa. Even worse, cyborgs had lied to his face, trying to keep him away from her. He had been itching to do something. He wanted to act even though his orders were to wait. Now he knew what he was going to do. Chapter 20. Thunder's first stop was Savage's tent. He would save Dagger, Compass, and the others for later. It was possible Savage had ordered the other cyborgs to lie about Melissa's death. He would have to figure out who to blame eventually. But they weren't all innocent. Savage had claimed the largest tent at the center of camp for himself. Soldiers sat around it, waiting to speak with their leader individually. 2 other cyborgs were bringing food from the storage building. Another one had a jug of fresh water from the well just outside the wall. Savage was the only cyborg who had a chair in his tent. He had stolen it from a human's house. Thunder shoved past the queue of waiting soldiers until he stood in front of his commander. His nostrils flared as he breathed slowly. His body was starting to react violently from his new knowledge. "I need to have a word with you." Savage rolled his eyes. "Here we go again. I just thought that you had finally settled into your life as a soldier again. What kind of drama do you bring to me today, lover boy?" The cyborgs around them chuckled. It was easy for Thunder to ignore them. Their laughter was insignificant now. There was only one thing that mattered, and she wasn't here on the island. "I know the truth now," he whispered. "You lied to me. Melissa is alive." He waited for Savage to pretend otherwise, or act like he had no idea what Thunder meant. The commander was as tired of playing games as Thunder was. "You're right. What's your point?" "I did what was necessary to build you up. The girl was making you soft. I need you to be a soldier. You were created to be a war machine. The more time you spent with Melissa, the more you became like a human yourself." "So what?" Thunder gestured wildly with his hands. He wanted to curl them into fists and pummel Savage with them, but he needed to hear it from the big cyborg first. Just like when he listened to the newscast, Thunder wanted all the information he could get. "Did that make you think it was worth it to fake her death?" Savage eyed him coldly. "Are you going to try and tell me anything else would have made you leave her alone or stop fighting for her? I gave you many chances, and you refused to cooperate. She was leading you around by the dick. I didn't have a choice." Thunder pounded his chest, feeling frustrated. He didn't have a good response because Savage was right. He would never have left Melissa just because someone told him to, even if it was an order from his commander. "I'm going after her." "Like hell you are." Savage rose from his chair. He was only a few inches taller than Thunder, but his attitude made him seem intimidating. His confidence was a big reason why so many cyborgs were willing to submit to his authority. "We have a plan, Thunder. It's a good idea, and it's going to work. But we need everyone to follow it." "I'm for cyborg liberation, but there's no reason why I can't have Melissa at the same time. The one does not necessarily exclude the other." More cyborgs had appeared around Savage's tent, and Thunder could feel their eyes on him. It was a rare thing for a cyborg to defy his leader, and unheard of for someone to do it on behalf of a human. "I'll return and join you when I'm ready. I'm going to get Melissa first." Savage raised his voice to address the crowd. "Did everybody hear that? This cyborg is going to confront Purity Force by himself to get his plaything back. That sounds like a great plan, doesn't it?" The cyborg started to laugh and punched each other's arms. "I don't think you understand, Savage. You've tried to keep me away from her before. Nothing is going to stop me now." Thunder's body pulsed with adrenaline. It was physically painful for him to stand still and do nothing but talk. Savage pulled out his hand instead of a weapon. The tip of his finger was only an inch from Thunder's chest. "Don't even think about it. If you leave this compound, you will never be one of us again." The words triggered panic in Thunder's chest. He had never known life away from the cyborgs. They had always fought together, shoulder to shoulder, in battles against the enemy. Between the missions from Cyborg Sector and the quest to find a life of their own, Thunder and the other soldiers had become brothers and comrades. In the beginning, fellowship was part of their programming. Now it was in their blood. Even so, he had to do what was right for himself and Melissa. The cyborgs had already betrayed him once. It was time for him to change the direction of his life. "You do what you need to do. As for me, I'm leaving." Thunder turned on his heel and marched back to his tent. He had to gather supplies and leave immediately. The path ahead was difficult, especially if he had to walk it on his own. But he was determined. If his fate was death at Purity Force headquarters, so be it. Thunder might not save Melissa, but he would have the satisfaction of trying. Behind him, he could hear several pairs of boots hit the sand. "I'm afraid I can't let you go." Thunder didn't bother looking up. He had nothing left to say to Savage. "If you rush off by yourself without proper preparations, you're a risk to all of us. You might lead them back to the island." Thunder had reached his tent. He opened the flap and ducked inside to start packing a bag. "Do you think that I'm the one putting us at risk?" Thunder pulled a few tins of food from a table and shoved them in the bottom, followed by a small jug of water. "I think you've forgotten that I first wanted to talk and negotiate. I hoped to save lives instead of wasting them. It was my idea to work things out with the humans." Thunder checked his pocket for the knife. "You wouldn't listen to me." "Is that a challenge?" Savage bellowed from right outside the tent. "If it weren't for me, you and the other cyborgs would all be in a holding facility waiting for human scientists to decide what to do with you." Thunder shrugged. He put a rolled-up t-shirt and a pair of socks in his pack and tugged the drawstring shut. "You might be right, but things have changed since then. We aren't doing ourselves any favors by murdering the humans. There are more of them than there are of us. If we want them to accept cyborgs and let us live freely, we need to convince them that we won't murder all of them." "You fucking pansy!" Savage spit in the dirt just outside the tent. "I will never agree with you about talking to the humans. But you've changed my mind about something else." Thunder turned his head up from his work to look at the leader. "What have you changed your mind about, specifically?" "I'm not sure it's necessary for you to help us. If I release you to rescue the human and you come back here to help with the mission, what kind of message am I sending to the other soldiers? Everyone will think they can do whatever they want and let their feelings dictate their actions instead of following orders. We can't function that way. That's not how cyborgs have ever operated, and we're not going to start now. I don't need you if you're going to be a bad example." Thunder glared at his commander. "What are you afraid of, Savage? Is the problem someone might realize you aren't as strong as you pretend to be? Do you think if the truth comes out, they might not want you to lead anymore? That's a shame. I thought you were bigger than that." Savage made a hand motion to the cyborgs at his side, who had been watching the entire exchange with interest. "Thunder's not giving us a choice. Throw him in the stockade again."
Challenging them with an angry stare, Thunder threw the bag over his shoulder and slipped both arms through the straps. "Don't do that if you value your life. I'm walking out the door. I don't care how many bodies I have to step over." He left the tent, pushing his way past Savage and striding toward the gate in the wall. There was some scuffling and mumbling behind him as the cyborgs waited for someone else to begin pursuit. But their commander quickly reoriented them with a simple command. "Go after him!" Thunder could sense the cyborgs moving behind him without needing to see them. As soon as he felt fingertips touch the skin of his arms, he knew they were preparing to drag him back to the building which had served as his prison. Thunder dug his feet into the sand. He allowed them to get a weak hold on him before he threw himself forward. Bending at the waist, he flipped his arms forward like a windmill. 2 cyborgs flew past him, crashing into the dirt and moaning as the air left their lungs. He didn't wait for them to recover before he continued his escape. He wasn't going to get lucky twice. He had managed to eliminate or evade many Purity Force officers, but they were weak humans. He knew he didn't have a chance against a cyborg army. The gate loomed in front of him. It was well guarded at all times, but the cyborgs who stood on either side of it today were paying particular attention to him. Everyone had watched his encounter with Savage, and he would face a challenge no matter how he tried to leave. Thunder prepared to fight. Chapter 21. "Don't let him off the island!" Savage's voice echoed across the camp, bouncing off the walls and alerting every cyborg about the problem. Thunder knew he had no friends, and everyone was watching him. There were about 50 cyborgs now, each of them completely dedicated to Savage's agenda. If Thunder relented and decided to wait, there would be more cyborgs against him after they freed the next cell. The time for him to move was now. He sprinted for the gate. Guards waited for him with charged plasma guns. They yelled at him to hold his position, but Thunder had no plans to stop. Instead, he ran around them on the right side. The blonde cyborg nearly lost his footing in the loose soil, but it provided enough traction for him to slip by his pursuers. "He's going to the helicopter!" Thunder had never seen Savage as upset as he was now. He couldn't help smiling as he ran away. If they were going to shoot him down anyway, he might as well have some fun. The soldiers around him seemed hesitant to shoot at a fellow cyborg, even though their weapons were ready to fire. Thunder had heard the squeals of charging plasma guns as soon as he left the tent. However, no one had pulled the trigger yet. He grew more confident with every step he took. The whiz of a bullet over his shoulder suggested at least one cyborg wasn't reluctant to kill him. The projectile missed the tip of Thunder's ear by a fraction of an inch and made him run faster. Someone was playing with him. They weren't even using their built-in weapons. The shot came from a human weapon stolen from the mainland. The dirt at his feet exploded, sending tiny particles up into the air and throwing them against his skin like a sand blaster. They weren't playing around any longer. Conventional human weapons didn't have enough power to create a massive explosion. One of the cyborgs had finally made a decision and fired at him. One shot wasn't enough to stop him, especially if it didn't even hit his body. Thunder made it to the helicopter, which was sitting like a dead bird near a wall. He would never know how Savage and the other cyborgs managed to steal it and fly it to the island. Thunder suspected the leader had big plans for the aircraft, but Savage would never have the chance to use it again. Thunder leaped into the cockpit and started the rotor spinning. Above the din of the blades, he thought he could hear shouts coming from the other cyborgs. He couldn't know for sure what Savage was saying, but he had a good idea about why nobody had killed him in the pilot's seat. Savage wanted to make an example out of him. Once Thunder was in the air, someone would shoot him down, sealing his doom inside a blazing fireball. The helicopter wreckage would be a hell of a reminder to anyone who thought about following in his footsteps. It would also make Thunder's death slow and painful. The blonde cyborg was willing to take his chances. He lifted the chopper off the ground and maneuvered it sideways, barely clearing the top of the wall. It was a small aircraft and didn't move too quickly. He hoped it would be fast enough. Bullets and plasma blasts filled the air. Thunder moved the helicopter in a random pattern as he tried to avoid them. A ball of plasma impacted the metal hull. It left a melted hole, but somehow didn't affect anything else. Someone was watching out for him. The wall surrounding the compound faded away and would soon be replaced with the shoreline and ocean. Looking out to the horizon, Thunder could barely see the coastline. He knew he wouldn't be able to use the helicopter for much longer. He didn't know how to respond to the traffic controllers. Human authorities would shoot him down if he didn't identify himself. Telling them his identity would make things even worse. He was going to have to trek over land to the Center for Pure Science. The cyborgs on the island didn't give him much time to think. They managed to fire another volley before the chopper got out of range. He slowly made his way further from the compound. But the helicopter couldn't evade enemy fire forever. A shot landed successfully on his rotors, and the aircraft spun out of control. Thunder tugged uselessly at the throttle. He was going to crash into the water. Chapter 22. The TV crews hung around and socialized with the staff at the Center for Pure Science long after the interviews were over. It was evident from the way they spoke to each other that the media was more concerned with creating a good story than learning the truth. "That went great, Director Sullivan." The reporter shook the older man's hand. "I think we've got some beautiful shots of the patient, too." Director Sullivan glanced at the corner where Melissa sat quietly in a chair waiting for someone to escort her back to her room. She wasn't supposed to move unless a guard accompanied her. She didn't have the energy to resist. "It would have been spectacular if we could have spoken with Miss Quinn, though," Jim continued. "The public is going to absolutely fall head over heels for her. I was just an intern when the first story came out about humans and cyborgs interacting outside of Cyborg sector. It was sensational, and I always hoped to cover something like that." He glanced at Melissa with a hopeful look on his face. Dr. Brown and Sullivan exchanged a glance before walking the reporter and his cameraman toward the front door. "She's not ready yet." Dr. Brown's tone changed to friendly in an instant. "Miss Quinn has been through a very stressful situation. It's going to take a lot of time and patience before she's ready for anything like an interview." Jim glanced over his shoulder at the patient, but continued moving to the door. "Okay, I understand. Will you guys do me a favor and let me know when she's ready? I could use the scoop, and it will be great publicity for your facility." Director Sullivan tried to force a smile on his face that only succeeded in making him look ghastly. "Of course we will, Jim. Have a great day." As soon as the door closed behind them, the frown reappeared on his face. "I don't like them. They're too nosy." Dr. Brown shrugged. "I don't know what you expected." He was right. It's a sensational story. We're lucky we managed to keep it from being a complete media circus. The two slowly made their way across the room toward Melissa. "I'm still not convinced leaking anything was a good idea. Once the story airs, it will be complete pandemonium in here. Everyone will be looking for a sweet story or approaching Melissa with book deals. I don't feel like putting up with that." The woman shrugged and didn't look concerned. "We can keep it under control. Since this isn't a public building, our chances are better at keeping secrets than if we were at a regular hospital. Besides, don't you think her story was going to get out eventually? She went to New York with a bunch of other college kids. They can't all keep their mouths shut." "I suppose you're right. Are you a doctor or a director of public relations?" They were talking about Melissa like she wasn't even there, but she was in no position to argue or complain. All she could do was sit on the cold, hard chair. She wore a thin hospital gown and a terry-cloth robe someone had thrown at her. The clothes provided just enough warmth to make her realize she was freezing. Sullivan had carefully instructed her to remain silent when the television crew arrived. The reporters wanted to get some good pictures of her. Judging by the guards posted by the door and lurking in the background during the filming, she didn't have a chance to escape. Until now, she hadn't truly considered it. The time spent with the liberators and cyborgs had left her emotionally and physically drained. For the first few days, Melissa had been content to lie on her hospital bed, watching pre-approved movies on the wall-mounted television and letting bags of saline solution drip into her veins. She looked up when the doctor and director approached her.
"Do you think we can move her now?" Sullivan asked.
Dr. Brown checked her ever-present clipboard and frowned.
"I think it's safe. We don't have a reason to keep her here."
Melissa knew better than to let hope enter her heart. She didn't know what they were talking about, but she suspected they weren't sending her home any time soon. The woman nodded at a nearby orderly.
"Take her back to the room and help her change clothes. I'll meet you downstairs."
The orderly complied quickly. He brought out a wheelchair from a nearby alcove and maneuvered it next to Melissa's chair. Glaring at the administrators' backs as they walked away, Melissa slowly sat down in the wheelchair. She knew she could walk, but it was nice to have someone push her around the building. It was like a maze in here. Although she hadn't seen the outside of the building when she arrived, Melissa knew she had moved a lot inside.
"How long have you been working here?"
Melissa had repeatedly been trying to strike up conversations with the staff members. It got lonely at the Center for Pure Sciences, and she hadn't seen any other patients. The orderly brought her to the end of the hallway before he turned right. Melissa looked up at him.
"Did you hear me?"
He was a young man, probably about her age, with short dark hair and the slightest shadow of stubble on his chin. His arms looked wiry and strong. All his muscles had a distinct outline on his body and made her think about thunder. Melissa glanced away quickly. Guiding her onto an elevator, the orderly pushed a button and waited until the doors closed to say anything.
"I'm not supposed to speak with you."
"I didn't realize I was such a bad influence on people."
The young man shifted around nervously and watched the panel flash through the floor numbers.
"It has nothing to do with you. Orderlies don't speak to anyone unless it's necessary."
Melissa shook her head.
"It sounds like you're just as much of a prisoner as I am.
Did they let you leave at night?
Or did they make you stay here, like me?"
The orderly shook his head and wheeled her off the elevator when they reached her floor. There were a few nurses around, so Melissa didn't try to talk to him again. She wondered why he hadn't answered her question, but she didn't want to get him into trouble. He brought Melissa to her room and produced a pale green jumpsuit from a drawer.
"You should wear this. I'll be back for you in 5 minutes."
He took the wheelchair and left. Melissa didn't like the look of the garment in her hands. It was hideous, for one thing. It looked like someone had placed a big order at the hospital gown factory. She noted that Purity Force had put their own spin on the fashion statement, somehow making it look appropriate for a prisoner behind bars. Melissa's empty stomach angrily growled as she realized what was about to happen. The director and the doctor had put her on display for the media. Now they were finished. It was time to put her away. When the orderly arrived again, he didn't have the wheelchair with him. He gestured for Melissa to walk toward the door. Taking her by the elbow, he strode down the hall and back to the same elevator she had been in a few moments before. Safely ensconced inside, Melissa turned to the young man in white.
"Tell me something. Guy who isn't supposed to talk with me. What do you think the chances are that I'll get out of here alive? Have you ever seen anyone check out?"
The orderly pursed his lips and looked around.
"Please don't do this,"
he pleaded quietly.
"I don't think anybody can hear us."
Melissa wasn't ready to give up.
"I haven't been able to talk to anyone except Director Sadpants and Dr. Bitchface for the last few days. Give me a break, will you?"
Her reward was a brief twitch of the orderly's lips that almost resembled a smile. He recovered quickly, but couldn't keep the sparkle out of his eyes.
"I just don't want to get in trouble, that's all.
You can't imagine what demotion is like." Melissa chuckled, but she became serious again when the doors opened. Cold concrete walls and glowering correctional officers had replaced the sterile, white hospital walls and unfriendly nurses.
The orderly escorted her down a long hallway before leaving her in the custody of a man in a white uniform. He glanced at her briefly as he released her arm, but turned quickly and disappeared. The guard was a fat man whose belly nearly busted through the buttons on his uniform. Melissa had never been in jail before, but this place was just like every lockup she had seen on television. The walls and floors were all concrete, except for the bars that made up the front of the tiny room, a steel toilet and little sink projected out of the back corner. The opposite corner held a bunk bolted to the wall. Melissa swallowed when she saw how similar it was to the bed where she had fucked Thunder. It shouldn't have been a surprise to her, given that both buildings belonged to Purity Force. But it was still a jarring memory. She wished he was with her now. The guard left her alone, and Melissa had plenty of time to think about what would happen to her. She doubted she would be allowed a phone call or a chance to speak with an attorney. These people were not the police. Purity Force was an agency committed to eradicating cyborgs by any means necessary. They didn't care about laws or justice. Several hours later, Director Sullivan showed up at her cell. The bars clanked closed behind him when he entered the room. "What do you think about your new accommodations?" Melissa fought against the urge to spit in his face. If behaving herself had gotten her here, there was no telling what would happen if she caused trouble. "I think it's cold." "Good," the older man replied. "That means you can still feel things. It's the least of your problems when you think about it. I'm sure you'll find that your meals are sparse and lower quality compared to what you received on the first floor." He looked into the lower corners of the room. "I don't have any first-hand experience here, but I've heard rumors about rats." "Why are you doing this to me?" Melissa shivered in the thin jumpsuit and wished she had a cup of hot tea. "I want to make sure you cooperate with us. I'm not going to take any chances with you." Sullivan hovered near the bars, preferring not to get too close. She stuck out her lower lip. "I already said I would tell you everything I knew." Sullivan shook his head. "I remember you saying that. But you haven't given me any information I want. I need you to tell me where the cyborgs were going and what they planned to do next. We never thought we would need to track them if they turned off their biochips and lost them in the fight. I want a precise location, so we can drop a bomb and get rid of them once and for all. When this group of cyborgs is wiped off the face of the earth, my job will be much easier." "I already told you. I don't know where they were going. Compass never said anything to me. I thought he was going to bring me with him, but he never truly trusted me." Melissa searched inside her memory, hoping she had a scrap of knowledge that would answer the director's questions. She was beginning to realize the cyborgs had kept her in the dark about everything. The older man signaled to the guard outside the bars that he was ready to leave. "I'll leave you here so you can think about it. I'm sure something will come to you soon enough." Melissa had no way to tell how many days had passed. There were no windows on the underground levels of the Center for Pure Science. A name she now knew was unrelated to the actual purpose of the building. As promised, her meals came at unpredictable intervals. Melissa suspected she only got food when someone remembered about her. Director Sullivan's visits were different and came regularly, although she couldn't be sure that he visited her every day. The hunger and cold left her feeling disoriented. She struggled to get her mouth and lips to form words when he asked her questions. "Are you ready to talk yet?" He always asked her the same thing, and never ran out of patience. Melissa thought he would lose his shit eventually and start screaming at her in an attempt to intimidate her into saying something more. He could have tortured her if he wanted to. Nobody would have known what he did in secret. Sullivan never came near her and chose to stay near the exit. Melissa wondered if he thought a contagious cyborg disease might infect him. I can't tell you something I don't know. Do you want me to make up information?" Melissa lay on the bed, curled into a ball with her knees touching her chest. It was the only position which allowed her to have anything resembling warmth, but it left her arms and feet exposed. "No, I don't." He turned toward the bars. "I'll see you later." Melissa knew Sullivan had an agenda. No one with a soul would leave her alone to starve and freeze when she hadn't done anything wrong, but his visits had become something she looked forward to. Despite all of his faults and offensive behavior, he was someone else for her to talk with, and another voice in her head beside her own. She had tried to speak with the guards several times, but they were even more stoic than the young man. They wouldn't even look at her. "Wait a second." Director Sullivan turned back, raising a single silver eyebrow. "I might remember something." He held up a finger, signaling the guard to give him a moment. "What is it?" Melissa's teeth were chattering. "I'll tell you, but I don't want to do it here." Sullivan turned back to the gate. "I don't negotiate with Cyborg sympathizers." "You might if you heard what I have to say." Melissa knew she would regret her deception later when Sullivan found out she was lying, but she was too cold and tired to worry about the future. That suffering would come later, and she could improve her situation right now. "What do you want?" This was her chance to get everything she could. A laundry list spilled out of her mouth. "Get me out of here. I need an insulated room that's warm, a hot meal, and a shower." These comforts should have been given to any human being, or even an animal, but Melissa had to strike a bargain to get them. Her lips and tongue came to life as she spoke. "I'm not saying anything else until you meet all my conditions." The director considered her demands, putting one hand in his pocket as he studied her. Melissa waited for Sullivan to repeat his stance against negotiations, but he nodded in the end. "I agree to your terms, but you won't like it if your information is wrong. If that's the case, the meal you're requesting might be your last." He sent in the guards to retrieve her, and Melissa willingly stood up and followed them. A quick death would be easier than spending her life in the cell, and she didn't want to face life without Thunder. Sullivan's agency had killed him. She had nothing to lose. Chapter 23. Thunder had prepared himself for a tough trip. When the helicopter crashed, there was only ocean underneath him, and he managed to make a safe exit into the water. He dove beneath the waves and felt the sea rush over his head. As his descent slowed down, he began swimming to the surface until he emerged from the ocean and breathed in great gasps of air. The helicopter wreckage burned about 50 yards away, a distance far enough to be safe from any errant explosions, but small enough so he knew he was lucky to be alive. He could see a green strip of coastline on the horizon. Thunder hadn't had many chances to swim before, but he found that his body had the correct movements stored into muscle memory. He started moving for land, slowly but steadily. Once Thunder got out of the water, he stayed out of sight while navigating to the Center for Pure Science. Standing in a tree line that surrounded the building, he shuddered as he realized how much it reminded him of Cyborg Sector. The two edifices had probably been designed by the same architect, favoring cold, modern appearances that intimidated anyone who looked at them. He analyzed the center for weaknesses and exits, finding that it wasn't as secure as either Cyborg Sector or the holding facility in New York. The people running this place were confident enough in their security that they had not bothered to build a fortress. Thunder wondered if Savage was following him. He had been furious when Thunder defied his orders. Thunder had only survived by luck. He couldn't return to the island. If he and Melissa survived, they would need to find somewhere else to live. It wouldn't be as easy as finding the entrance, running into the building, and leaving with his woman. Extracting Melissa would be complicated, but Thunder would have to play it by ear. In a typical operation, specialists would provide him with crucial information like floor plans and guard schedules. Sometimes electronic specialists could hack into the security system, turning off alarms and changing security footage. He couldn't rely on other cyborgs this time. If he tried to access the systems on his own, Purity Force would track him down in an instant. Spotting an entrance that looked rarely used at the back of the building, Thunder decided to take a chance. It was a plain metal door painted brown. A dumpster sat nearby. It didn't look like doctors or scientists typically came this way, and he didn't think it was well guarded. Looking down at himself, the cyborg wondered if he could have done a better job at disguise. He wore a black t-shirt, cargo khakis, and boots. The entire outfit made him look like someone ready for combat. He couldn't control his body size, which suggested he was a cyborg. The bruises covering his face and body indicated he had recently been on the wrong side of things. Even if Purity Force didn't know his name, they might easily guess he was a cyborg on the run. Using trees for cover, Thunder kept watching the entire building. He waited for someone to look out of a window and sound an alarm, or for a guard to patrol the perimeter and spot him. No one was looking for him, and he decided to move while he had a chance. He ran over the small lawn that surrounded the building and was in front of the door in a few seconds. Thunder opened it by slamming the lock with his fist. If any guards were waiting for him, he wanted to have the element of surprise. The only person in the dimly lit room was a stout orderly loading sheets into a washing machine. He looked up in surprise that quickly turned into fear and ran toward a nearby stairway leading to a door. The cyborg raced forward and had the man in his hands before he could place one foot on the bottom step. He yanked him back and threw him to the floor, waiting for the man to put up a fight or call for backup. But the orderly cowered on the concrete with his hands over his face. "Take off your clothes." The white scrubs were too tight to fit Thunder correctly, but they would do the job. His biceps bulged against the hem of the sleeves, and the pants were a couple of inches too short. With luck, the disguise would help him get further into the building. He secured the sniveling, whimpering orderly into a supply closet. Sneaking his head out the door to the laundry room, Thunder was relieved to see that the place was practically deserted. He watched a nurse at a station at the far end of the hall hang up the phone and leave the desk, disappearing into a nearby restroom. Thunder headed for her post. He glanced at the restroom door before connecting with the computer on the desk. He was fully prepared to kill if he had to, but since there wasn't any backup, he had to be careful. Thunder didn't want too many people to know about his presence in the building. It didn't take long to get Melissa's location from the computer system. Now he had to find the room. Thunder hadn't spent much time in human structures before. When he went overseas on missions for Cyborg Sector, he was almost always outside or in a vehicle. Still, he had found a schematic of the building and calculated a path to Melissa. He hurried down a nearby staircase, watching the signs on the walls as he descended. When he reached the prison level, Thunder braced himself. The door was locked. It had only been through luck and staff incompetence that he had made it down here. Getting to Melissa herself might not be as easy. He raised his hand and knocked on the door.
"Yeah, I've got clean linens," Thunder said slowly. "Don't you people talk to each other? It's not time yet. Tommy brought some down this morning." "I'm just following instructions."
Thunder took a deep breath as he heard the hard click of the bolt unlocking.
"Did he give you a written order? Because I'm not going to be responsible for more dirty sheets."
As the door opened, the guard on the other side took in the sight of the hulking cyborg in the stairwell, dropping his jaw in disbelief, and raised his gun. The cyborg knocked it out of his hands and shoved his elbow into the man's face. The guard fell back with a crunch as a second human appeared. He yelled at Thunder to stand down, but his shouting stopped when the flat of the cyborg's palm shoved the man's nose up into his skull. Grabbing the guard's gun and slipping it into the back of his waistband, Thunder ran down the long hallways of the prison level, glancing from side to side as he searched for Melissa. There were many cells, but most of them were empty, barren rooms that hinted at the isolation of their past tenants. 2 more guards turned the corner in front of him, and Thunder slowed to a walk. The humans were talking to each other and hadn't heard the noise from the fight.
I told her I wasn't going to buy her flowers anymore if she was going to be like that. I guess she didn't want the flowers after all. Before I knew it, she'd thrown my clothes onto the street.
The guard speaking was short, fat, and had a large belly. A taller, skinnier guard shook his head. "You're better off without her." Thunder strolled toward them, keeping to the side of the hallway. He didn't have an accurate count of the number of men that were down here, but it would be best if he could take them down one at a time. If he made it past these 2, they wouldn't have a reason to sound the alarm. As soon as the shorter guard saw Thunder, he stopped his companion and looked Thunder up and down.
"Check out the ape they hired, Bobby. He's so big that it doesn't fit into regular clothes. What are you doing down here, lunkhead? Did you lose your way to the laundry room, or are you not smart enough to shake sheets?"
Thunder easily overcame the guards. 2 fast punches left the heavy man slumped against the wall. Thunder put the skinny one in a headlock, cutting off his air supply. "Tell me where Melissa Quinn is," he demanded in a harsh whisper. The guard choked and gasped, but managed to point his finger at a bend in the hallway. "She's in the last one on the right," he gasped. "Thank you for your cooperation." Thunder snapped his neck by twisting his head, and let the body fall to the floor. When he reached the location, it was empty. His vision went crimson with rage. Had the guard lied to him? The computer had indicated Melissa was here, so how could he find her now? Quickly checking the remaining empty cells, he ran back to the stairs. Thunder's brain started working in overdrive as he flew back toward the upper levels. Was Melissa still their captive, or had they released her? If they had killed her, he would murder every person who worked here without questioning them. He would even take care of the pathetic orderly down in the laundry room. He spotted a small plaque near a massive wooden door that read, "Director Sullivan." He instantly recognized the name from the newscast. If anyone knew where Melissa was, it was him. Thunder glanced over his shoulder. The nurse had returned to the station but was reviewing some paperwork. Another orderly stood at the opposite end of the hall in front of a vending machine, fishing cash out of his pocket. If he moved now, no one would notice him. He slipped through the office door. The room was opulent, with wood-paneled walls and marble floors. A dark oak desk sat at the far end. The man behind it was someone Thunder recognized from television. The human didn't bother to look up at the sound of a cyborg entering the room. "I said that I didn't want to be disturbed for the rest of the afternoon unless someone verified Miss Quinn's claims." Director Sullivan signed a piece of paper, set it aside, and began reading the next one. "I'm here about a laundry order," Thunder replied. The older man looked up with anger blazing in his eyes, but it quickly faded to confusion. "I don't think I've seen you before. Orderlies are not supposed to speak with me directly." Thunder approached the desk and wrapped his hands around Sullivan's throat with so much force that the chair rolled back and hit the paneled wall. The cyborg moved with them, unwilling to let go of his catch. "I want to know one thing. Where is Melissa Quinn?" The director sputtered. His face turned purple, and his eyes blinked rapidly. "Who are you?" he wheezed. "You're one of them, aren't you?" "I'm a cyborg, if that's what you mean, and I want Melissa back." Sullivan laughed. "She sold you out already." His legs helplessly kicked as he fought for breath. "She told me everything she knew about you. And do you know what she wanted in exchange? Food and clothing. She doesn't give a shit about you." "I'll see what she says myself." Thunder pressed his thumbs harder against the man's windpipe. "Tell me where she is." The director tried to pull Thunder's hands away, but his fat fingers were only good for pointing at things. "You have to let me go first." "Fine." Thunder yanked his hands back. Without having the cyborg to help hold him, the old man crumpled to the floor. He rubbed his neck gingerly. "She's in room 2B. It's upstairs. There are guards, though. You'll never get her out of here. Not alive, anyway. It won't matter if there are 100 guards." Thunder raised his knee and brought his boot down swiftly, crushing Sullivan's windpipe. Chapter 24. Melissa curled up and pulled a blanket over herself, reveling in the warmth. Sullivan had put her into a room that looked more like a hotel suite than a hospital bed. She was sure he would return to take her to the basement soon enough. Until then, she was going to enjoy every bit of it. She couldn't resist relaxing in the large bed. After taking a hot shower that had washed away a week's worth of filth and getting a hot meal in her stomach, Melissa thought she might go to sleep and never wake up again. She felt good. But something was still missing. Even if the director decided to let her return home, there would always be a cold spot in her heart where Thunder used to be. The door opened, and she closed her eyes. They had come to retrieve her. Melissa knew Sullivan was waiting for confirmation of what she had told him before he allowed any more concessions. The problem was that she had lied to him. The cyborgs were not going to the Mexican border. It was the first thing she thought of, and she didn't know what was going to happen to her when Purity Force discovered her deception. Melissa was surprised by the squeak of a wheelchair being pushed up against the bed. She had imagined they would make her walk back down to the prison, taking steps toward her doom using her own feet. Melissa would take any comfort available. She sat up, turned over the corners, and slid into the wheelchair, rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. The orderly spoke quickly. "What did you tell them?" She laughed. "I thought you didn't want to talk to me. Has something changed?" "Yes, something has changed. The director is dead." Tipping her head back, Melissa realized the orderly looked different today. He was taller, bulkier, and seemed like more than a man. "Thunder? I thought you were dead." Despite being overcome by exhaustion only a moment before, Melissa launched herself out of the wheelchair and wrapped her arms around the cyborg. She clung tightly and squeezed her eyes shut, not wanting to open them in case she learned Thunder was only a hallucination from her time in the prison. When his warm, strong hands closed over her back, she knew he was real. "I would have come earlier, but I thought you were dead too. I saw you on the news. I wanted to rescue you. I don't know how much time we have. I had to take out the director and a few guards to get to you. By now they have to know a cyborg is in the building. This is for you." He withdrew a gun from the back of his pants and handed it to Melissa. "Do you know how to use it?" Melissa looked it over. Unlike the heavy plasma guns Purity Force had used in the holding facility, this weapon was a regular pistol. She checked the magazine and saw that it was fully loaded. Of course. Growing up in the country has its advantages. Good. I can't imagine us getting out of here without people noticing, especially if we're moving as a pair. Stay behind me, and watch my back. Thunder moved to the door, pressing his ear against it. Melissa was finding it hard to move again. She was in shock and felt a tingling sensation through her entire body. Seeing Thunder had filled her with energy, and she felt like she could do anything. Getting out of the center would be a challenge, but if they were together, they could make it happen. The blonde cyborg opened the door. He saw a guard and immediately punched him in the mouth. Melissa followed Thunder as he made his way down the hall, walking sideways to keep an eye out for anyone coming up behind them. She cringed when he flung the next guard down a flight of stairs, but she focused on being a competent lookout. When a nurse peeked out from behind a door, Melissa shot the ceiling above her. The woman shrieked and disappeared back into the room. She started to recognize the location. They were in the front section of the hospital, where she had sat like a doll on display for the television crews. The front doors were not far away, but there would be plenty of guards in that area. Thunder had avoided using his plasma gun so people wouldn't pay attention. It was going to become necessary soon. Melissa held her breath as she waited for the firefight to start. A noise brought her attention to a side hallway. The orderly who had brought her down to the prison stood inside with an unreadable look on his face. Melissa's heart jumped. She didn't want to shoot him, and she knew that he would die if Thunder spotted him. To her surprise, the orderly made a motion for her to come his way. She tapped Thunder with her free hand. "Let's go in here." The cyborg looked uncertain and stayed poised to fight, but he followed her. The orderly swiped a keycard over an electronic lock. A door at the end of the hall clicked open. He led them down a short ramp into a large indoor garage and pointed to a white van. "The keys are inside." Melissa eagerly headed down into the room, but Thunder paused, staring at the orderly so fiercely that he backed against the wall. "Who are you? Why would you do this for us?" The orderly glanced at Melissa and back at the cyborg. "I came here to gather information for the Liberators. We were planning to free Melissa tomorrow, but we don't need to do anything now. You should take this." He pulled a phone out of his pocket and handed it to Thunder. "Call the number at the top of the contacts list, tell them who you are, and use the code word FLOWER. They'll get you to a temporary safe house and out of the country." Melissa couldn't believe her luck. "Thank you so much." She grabbed Thunder by the wrist and headed for the van. Chapter 25. Less than 24 hours later, Melissa felt like she was on a different planet. She collapsed onto a small bed while Thunder pulled up an attic ladder behind them. The sun peeked into the room through vented windows. Looking up, she could see a spider had made a new web up in the ceiling rafters. Thunder's face was all business as he came across the small room toward her. "We can leave first thing in the morning. We have a private flight to Jamaica. From there, we'll work our way over Brazil. There are a few people who are willing to help us start new lives. We'll have new identification and jobs. My contact says they'll even assist the rest of Savage's cyborgs if they can find them." He shook his head in wonder. The human running the safe house was full of information. "Some people's hearts were affected when they saw the news stories. I never told Purity Force, but I think they knew something had happened between us." "That doesn't sound right. How could they know?" Thunder shook his head. "The cyborgs were the only ones aware of anything, but they couldn't have told the media." Melissa shrugged. "It could be anything. Sometimes it's a look in someone's eyes. Have you seen yourself in the mirror lately?" She stared up into Thunder's emerald gaze and saw a softness she hadn't seen before. It lay underneath all the anger and bloodlust that was part of being a cyborg. Thunder could finally stand down. It would be a while before they could stop looking over their shoulders, but for the moment, they were safe. Melissa was determined to take advantage of the opportunity. She pulled Thunder down toward her, kissing him passionately. He responded almost instantly, parting his mouth to make room for her tongue. As she tasted him, she realized it felt like it had been an eternity since they were together. She never wanted to be separated from him again. The bed wasn't the perfect size, but they would make it work. They always made things work, no matter where they were or what was happening around them. Thunder felt the rage and violence inside him fade. In its place, an urgent sense of need appeared that coalesced into a hardness between his legs. He pressed Melissa down onto the bed, letting his mouth drift slowly from her lips to her chin, exploring down her neck and to her collarbone. "I think you're overdressed." Melissa's core throbbed as Thunder ripped her ratty garments into shreds and cast them on the floor. In her state of mind, it was just as easy for her to make rags of his shirt. They had to buy new clothes anyway. It was time for them to shed anything which could remind them of the past week. She eagerly arched her back, pressing her breasts against him. Her fingers ran down the bones of his spine and spread out to explore every plane of hard muscle. Melissa was so small that it was easy for Thunder to wrap his arms around her waist and pull her in tightly. He didn't want to hurt her, but the hardness of her nipples told him she enjoyed it. His cock strained against the inside of his pants. She was ready for his dick inside her. She wanted the cyborg to slam into her and tell her she belonged to him. Melissa fumbled with his button and zipper until she finally slid down his pants. She gasped when she saw Thunder's fully erect cock. Pushing herself further down onto the bed, Melissa positioned herself beneath her lover and gently took the length of him into her mouth. She wrapped one hand around each of her breasts, rubbing and purring as she sucked. The cyborg was bigger than Melissa remembered. She had to open her throat if she wanted her lips to touch the base of his erection. Thunder knew about the pleasure Melissa could give with her mouth, but this position was even better than when they had been standing up. He liked it when she looked up at him subserviently, but when Melissa was underneath him like this, he knew it was the ultimate sign of submission. He gave an experimental thrust of his hips. When she moaned underneath him, Thunder was encouraged to do it again. His cock slid in and out of her hot, wet mouth. Melissa kept her lips firmly around him. Melissa caressed the wetness building between her legs. Thunder filled her with a pang of hunger she had never known before. It made her want to do anything the cyborg might find satisfying. Rubbing her fingers gently over her clit, she timed the rhythm of her hips to match the thrusts of the man standing over her. She moaned again, and the vibration against his cock was almost enough to make him come. He wanted to slam his dick into her face and fuck her mouth until she gagged. But there was something else he wanted even more. The cyborg had plenty of time on the island to think about everything he wished he had done with Melissa. It was time to try one that had gotten him through several lonely nights. When he pulled himself out of her mouth and stood up from the bed, Thunder was thrilled to see Melissa touching herself. He was willing to wait a moment to see the show. He took his shaft in one hand and watched Melissa's fingers work away at her core, gently rubbing around at her clit. The woman's other hand came up to caress her breast. She had never had anyone watch her masturbate before. Melissa felt a wave of pleasure ripple through her body. It was one thing to get herself off alone in the dark, but it was different having an observer. The intrigue in his eyes was thrilling. She slipped a finger inside herself. Feeling dirty, she pumped a few times before pulling it out again and slowly began licking her finger. Thunder couldn't wait another second. He took a long stride toward the bed and grabbed Melissa by the waist. He flipped her over so she was face down on the edge of the bed with her ass in the air. He grabbed one cheek with each hand and pushed his cock inside. Surprised, but cooperative, Melissa shifted her hips to give the cyborg complete access to her body. Thunder pumped into her pussy. Her sweet core increased the throbbing of his cock as he slipped in and out of her creamy interior. Oh my God! The waves of pleasure that had been crashing into Melissa's body were growing closer together and coalescing around Thunder's dick. She had never been so aroused by this position before. She had merely tolerated it. He hadn't even touched her clit yet, but she was going to come. The cyborg could feel her growing wetter around him. As she started to convulse, he pulled back his hand and smacked her ass. It left a bright red handprint on her butt, and Melissa shoved her hips against him. He did it again, spanking her again. Melissa's orgasm racked her body so hard that she almost fell off the bed. "Please," Melissa moaned, fluttering her eyelids as her arousal slowly subsided. He had hit her just enough to bring her to a peak. It had been so much stimulation that she didn't think she could do it again. "I can't take any more. It's time for you to get what you need." Thunder grinned, enjoying the sight of his cock going into her body. "Trust me, I'm getting everything I need." He reached around her hips with one hand and flicked her clit, thrusting inside her again. Melissa was small, but she seemed to like it rough. She let out a cry of pleasure and shuddered. Finally, willing to give her what she asked for, Thunder withdrew and lay her down on the bed. She spread her legs wide, wrapping them around his back as he entered her. It was a sweet satisfaction to penetrate her from the top. Her pussy was slick, and it felt like he belonged there. Melissa gratefully took his weight on top of her body. No matter how many times she came, she thought she would never get tired of having his massive cock inside her. Her sex convulsed again when he slid inside, and she cried out as she dug her fingernails into his back. The cyborg drove into her, making the bed pound against the wooden walls of the attic. Melissa's core had swallowed his entire cock, and he still wanted to go deeper. His balls hit her flesh, and her tits bounced against the cyborg's chest. With one final thrust, he exploded inside her. As they lay together, slowly caressing each other with the tips of their fingers, Melissa felt a smile spread across her face. They both had been through many trials to be together. They even both thought the other was dead. They were finally inseparable, and it would never change. "I love you." Melissa held her breath as she waited for his response. Was a cyborg capable of love? Thunder knew it wouldn't be long before he craved Melissa again, but he found a simple pleasure in lying next to her. He was used to spending time processing a problem and analyzing a situation. His feelings for Melissa were something he didn't need to think about. "I love you too." This has been Cyborg Warrior, a science fiction cyborg romance, Burning Metal, Volume 4. Written by Lisa Lace. Narrated by Michael Pauly. Copyright 2017 by Lisa Lace. Production copyright 2017 by Lisa Lace.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.